of all creation, quicken in us a resolve to protect your handiwork. You are the source of every blessing that graces our lives and our nation. We pray that you help us to truly understand and answer the sacred call of citizenship. We are a nation composed of every people and culture, united not by ties of blood, but by the profound aspirations of life and freedom, justice and unbound hope. These aspirations are why our forebears saw America as a beacon of hope. And with your steady guidance, Lord, may we remain so today. In every generation, we are called to renew these aspirations, to reweave the fabric of America. We do so when we live out the virtues that dwell in our hearts, but also when we confront our failures to root out ongoing injustices in our national life, especially those created by moral blindness and fear of the other. We pray for peace, especially for people suffering the senselessness of war. But as we pray, we must also act. For building up the common good takes work, it takes love. And so we pray, may our nation become more fully a builder of peace in our wounded world, with the courage to imagine and pursue a loving future together. And may we as individual Americans become more fully the instrument of God's peace. Guide us, Lord, in taking up our responsibility to forge this new chapter of our nation's history. Let it be rooted in the recognition that for us, as for every generation, unity triumphing over division is what advances human dignity and liberty. Let it be propelled by the women and men elected to serve in public life, who know that service is the mark of true leadership. And let this new chapter of our nation's history be filled with overwhelming hope, a hope that refuses to narrow our national vision, but rather, as Pope Francis has said, to dream dreams and see visions of what by your grace our world can become. We ask all of this, trusting in your ever-provident care for us. Amen.
Please welcome Prairie Band Potawatomi, Nation Tribal Council Vice Chair Zach Pamami, and Secretary Lori Melchior.
Here we are together on our ancestral homelands of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation and our sister Potawatomi nations.
Hey y'all. So I am going to say hello to everybody. I just wanted to get that prayer in just to be a little respectful because I came on late here. So, oh my God. I was talking for like the last 2 hours on a phone call on Discord. It was a really great phone call. So I just want to say hello to everybody and then we could get back to that stream because I'm super excited to start it. If you are a Democrat or Democratic voter or whatever, I would love for you to join me so that we can have live commentary with it and I don't have to be here by myself. You already know I'm not a Democrat. I don't know. I mean, I really cannot defend what they believe in, but if you want to, come join me. Let's say hello to San Diego. He was here first. Awesome. Jane, second. Javier, hello. Gigi, nice to see you here. Who else is here? Let me say hi. Chronicles of Lucifer. Hello, Lucy. Yup. Did he say thank you for the GB? That's a little triggering, right? Because this is a convention and then they started praying. It's a little triggering. Yeah, Ruby is red today. Red? What you mean red? What, the background or the wig? This is my political wig, so I had to bring this one out. Jay, hello, Jay. Watch Me Tower. They just a different cult. I get you. I understand you. Shaq, hello. Deborah Sellers, hello. Nice to see you here. Okay, so I said hi to everybody. And so, of course, since I was late, I didn't get to the wig. San Diego, hello. This is the political wig. What you talking about, red? Stop playing with me. The red wig is for rants. This is the political one. Ah, no. You see, every time I start streaming, somebody got to be knocking on the door. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm coming. Wait. Ay, Dios mío. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Sorry, guys. Telling you, bro. I'm telling you. I told you the DNC starts at 6:30. I told everybody I was gonna be streaming. I got the mic on. Yes, it started. I'm trying to get there. Let's see what they're doing now.
Allegiance.
Oh, the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank God I got here in time. Did they do it already? Ay, Dios mío. You got me all over the place. Can you go to your room? Oh, they don't know the pledge.
pledge allegiance to
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's right. That's the only thing we can agree on. They gotta do the Pledge of Allegiance, right? No,
Please welcome the Soul Children of
The
Chicago
national
to
anthem, the
sing
national
our
anthem.
national anthem.
Yes, the national anthem. Okay, perfect. I got here just in time. I'm gonna mute myself so I can sing by myself. I don't want to ruin it for everybody.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming. On the Rockies sprinkling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? O'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Yes, that was amazing. Oh my God, loved it. Awesome. Amazing. Oh my God, that gets me. riled up. I love it. Beautiful. Oh my God. Yep, I agree with you, Lucy. Everything is, Lucy. Yes, everything is.
Please welcome Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Yep. Oh, nice. Let's see what this guy has to say. I'm very curious how this is gonna go.
Welcome to the greatest city in the world, Chicago.
I don't know about that.
Where Ida B. Wells and Jane Addams organized to deliver real transformative
I'm gonna put the link
change
if anybody
across
wants
this
to join.
country. Chicago, where Reverend Jesse Jackson united people from all different backgrounds to keep hope alive.
The mayor is
And to
talking
a
now.
community organizer on the south side of Chicago.
Chicago.
Barack Obama
Well, it's the first
rose
day
to
and
the
it just
White
started.
House,
Probably more people gonna
reminding
get
us
there.
that yes, we
Wow.
can.
Wow, more people. I was late today.
And now Chicago,
All right, but that's different.
this city of hard work
No, that's
and
different.
caring people is where Democrats
You want to join me on
will
the stream? Click
celebrate
the link.
President
Stop distracting
Joe
me.
Biden
Click the link and get on here.
nominate
If you want to.
Kamala
All right,
Harris
then go.
for
Go to your room.
President of the United States of America.
Well, I'm busy here, so.
Did I say clean your room or get water?
As the son of a family that worked to make ends meet, I
Georgia.
know that Kamala Harris, the daughter of a mom who worked hard every
I don't know
single
about that.
day, she is going to look out for the interest.
Let me know
of
if you guys can see the
everyday
link
people.
because I posted it
I
under
know that
Vern
as a
and then I
fellow
posted it under
former
myself. So I
social
don't know.
studies teacher, that Governor Tim Walz will never shrink from standing up for our democracy and for those most in need. And as a black man, raising a little black girl on the west side of Chicago, I know that my daughter Brayden will see not only a reflection of herself in the White House, but she will experience the
Kamala
deepest
worked
part
hard.
of American values.
I guess she did, huh?
Think about it. What will it take to build the middle class and make
But can you see it on
easier
both
for
channels? That's
families
the
not
thing.
only
I don't
to
know
get by,
if you can see it
but
on
to
both.
get ahead?
Hi,
It will take
Lucy.
someone with toughness to stand
Hey,
with us. And let me tell
I'll
you
jump
all,
on and support you. I'm not a Democrat and I don't support Democratic
what will it
things, but
take
I will
to
support
defend
you.
our fundamental rights and our freedom?
So whatever you
Awesome.
want.
Take
I'm here to
someone
just
with
help you
leadership
until
who
somebody
would
else
fight
shows
for
up,
us.
okay?
And let me tell you, America,
Oh, no problem.
leadership,
I'm here just to
Kamala,
listen
she's
very
got it.
carefully to what they're saying. So everybody in the chat, let me know, how does my
And
sound and
what
Lucy
will it
sound
take to
versus
defeat
the sound
MAGA
of
Republicans
the
and
show? Because
move
I don't
our
like
country
talk
forward
over.
and not backwards?
I don't know how it sounds.
It
You know what
will
I'm saying? 'Cause
take
I'm here.
everyone.
So let me know
And
in
let
the
me
chat if you
tell
can
you
hear it.
all,
If you can
Kamala,
hear it. Us both
she's
good.
got us. From
Chicago, the greatest
Mississippi
city. Just don't
to
forget not to leave your
Pennsylvania
house
to
without a bulletproof
Delaware,
vest.
Kamala Harris, she's got us.
Yes, Shaq.
From Michigan to Wisconsin
Okay,
to
Deborah sees the
Nevada
link.
to California and right
Is
here
Fox
in
covering
Illinois,
it or just fake
Kamala
news? I don't know.
Harris,
I
she's
just
got us.
CNN because
To the
that's
child care workers,
what was, you know,
to the
streaming
tip
it.
workers,
Everybody was still like
Kamala
doing
Harris,
commentary or
she's
whatever.
got
I
us.
don't know.
And to make sure
Okay,
that
Jalen,
this
which I know.
country ensures that families will have access
Okay.
to real affordable housing.
Ruby
to
sounds
create a
louder than the
pathway
DNC feed.
to the
Okay.
American dream.
As long as
Kamala Harris,
that's okay. If
she's
something
got
interesting
us.
comes up, then I'll
Together
lower
we can
myself.
build a better, brighter future.
And if Lucy
And
has
there's
any
no
thoughts,
better
I'll
place
hire
to
Lucy
start
up. You know what I
that
mean?
than
So you
right
can hear
here
us.
in the greatest freaking city in the
Sounds
world.
good. Maybe
the
it's a
city of
little higher.
Chicago.
Okay.
God bless you
So
all.
you
Thank
see here on YouTube, I could put it a little higher. Okay, how's that sound? Okay, awesome. Maybe a little slightly louder. Okay. All right, sound is good. Okay. Okay, good.
This is
Good.
our time. We've got
Hey,
steel in our
Jay.
spines, iron in our veins, and
Awesome.
hope in our hearts.
Okay, so that's a commercial, so I'll
We've
just
got the
lower it
flavor, the guts,
a little
the
bit
grit,
and
those
ask,
big
I don't know,
shoulders.
Lucy, do you have any expectations for tonight? How do you feel about tonight? Give me your thoughts.
Okay, so my initial thoughts are that they're going to use a lot of language related to identity politics, and they're going to use a lot of language regarding some real softball subjects like housing. I think he already touched on it in the opening section. They're going to try to say that they're going to make affordable housing, blah, blah, blah. That's a dog whistle for we're going to try to get the housing market jump started again, which means that they're going to give a lot of leeway to housing property managers, which is the wrong direction. That actually hurts our economy. So listen for those kind of dog whistles, and also listen for the identity politics. I like debunking some of the stuff that I like having a list. I like playing the bingo, what's it called? Um, Fallacies, like logical fallacy bingo, and try to listen to some of the things that they say and catch them contradicting themselves. That's what I like to do. So,
Right, right. Okay, Jane says all politicians say just the same thing every 4 years: inflation, immigration, homelessness, healthcare, and childcare and jobs. Yep. Okay, let me hire it. They just came back.
Fellow Democrats, I started my journey to this stage in 1988. I was 12 years old, and my family was watching
Forget about it.
National Convention. Now, to be honest,
Oh my God.
I wanted to watch something else. But we all knew when my grandfather sat in his chair, the TV was his. But folks, when Reverend Jackson came on, I paid attention. A black man from South Carolina, raised
No, he's
by
the
a
Democratic
single mother.
National Committee chair.
That was me.
The mayor was the man before
And as
him.
long as I live, I will never forget what he said. He challenged young people to hope and to dream. So that's exactly what I did. I dreamed big, I worked hard, and I never lost hope.
Good. I believe that, for both sides. They say that's good advice.
When our power was cut off, when there was nothing in the fridge, when we lost our home to a con man, I never lost hope. And now, my friends, I'm standing on the same convention stage that inspired me.
Thank you,
And I'm
whoever
the
this is,
chair
because
of
I
the
can't read
Democratic
upside down.
Party,
Sorry.
the world's oldest political party. Folks, only in America. And that's the beautiful thing about this country that I love so much. Hope and hard work can take you anywhere.
I don't know who
You
that
can
is.
go to
but okay.
college. You can start your own business. You can even win the Olympics. That's the America Democrats
Politics and
believe in,
politicians
and
are a
that's
distraction.
the America Democrats are
I get
fighting
it,
for.
but I love it. Sorry. 250.
So 4 years ago, my
250
friends,
from Discord.
we
250.
were a country divided by fear, and we were stuck under a man who preached bigotry and hatred. Hope was lost. But my friends, we found hope in President Biden and Vice President Harris. And the 80 million Americans who
That's
stood
interesting.
by their side. And now we are united.
Oh,
We're
nice.
united
High
in our
250.
pursuit of progress. Because, my friends, they saw us.
Oh, Lucy
They
came off.
fought for us.
But thank you,
They
Lucy, for
heard
coming.
us. And under their transformational leadership, we have forgiven billions in student loans. We have expanded access to health care, and we have strengthened the middle class. But the fight continues, and there is still more work to do. I know that when we elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they will build on our accomplishments, and they will create a country that works for every American.
But we got to listen to both sides. You know what I mean? To really understand the political scene.
They will lead us in the fight for America, and believe me,
They just released student loans a few months ago. Yep.
We win.
I got emails about that.
We can
Yeah.
never forget who we're fighting for.
He needs to stop yelling.
This election is about Americans who are watching right now, wondering
Yep.
who's going to finally pave that dirt road or make it easier to feed their family or get medical bills under control. This election is about those who believe anybody can achieve their dreams if they work hard and trust in the endless possibilities of America. This election is about communities who need to see that hope and joy will always overcome fear and chaos. This election is about every little boy inspired by party chair.
Janelle can hear the lies.
And every
I think I hear some
who will
too.
finally see a president who looks like her.
A person should enjoy life, Fansett.
My friends, we
And
are
coffee.
paving a path for them. We're working toward a brighter future for them. And we need each and every one of you to join us. In my beloved home state of South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Our motto is, while I breathe, I hope.
Dog whistles talking
Folks,
about pulling
I
himself
believe
up
in
by
the
his
power of
bootstraps.
hope.
Yeah,
But it's gonna take
that's why I'm
more than
listening.
hope to
And
win
when
this
he's
election.
done, we're gonna talk. We're gonna
So
talk.
in the next 78 days, our motto can't be
Same old
just,
thing.
while
Medical
I
bills,
breathe, I
community
hope.
chaos,
It
and
must
peace.
be,
Just what
while
most
I
humans deal
breathe,
with.
I vote. Because that is how we make
Yep.
hope real for all of America. America, let's vote for Democrats up and down the ticket. Let's save our democracy. And let's vote for our MVP, Kamala Harris, and our coach, Tim Walz. Thank you all so much for being here. And now, it is indeed my pleasure to introduce our next speaker who will be co-chair for tonight. This is a young woman who is the current lieutenant governor of the great state of Minnesota. And when Tim Walz becomes vice president, she will become the first Native American governor in this great country. Folks, let's welcome Peggy Flanagan.
Oh my God, yo, her dress. Crazy. Wow.
Good evening. Thank you, Jamie. As we gather together,
Jay says this
on
is almost worse than
historic night,
the old talk.
we remember those who came before us, who fought and prayed this moment into existence. The suffragists and the abolitionists, the activists who
Reverend
fought
White
for
was
our rights,
right, was
the
racist and
leader who
anti-American.
pa- the
God
leaders
bless
who
American.
paved the way for us
No,
all.
God the
Their courage
American.
and conviction shaped
excuse
the
me.
course of history. Their memory reminds us that the fight for freedom always
How they are
passes from
lying,
one
just like the
generation
TV,
to the
if their lips
next.
are moving.
We owe it to them and
All right,
to
I mean,
ourselves to
I wish they
carry
would
their
give us real
legacy
solutions.
forward.
I'm listening. You know what I'm
Tonight, we
saying?
pay
I'm
tribute to those
I'm
who
giving a
dared
listening
to
ear.
dream of a country that truly stands
Javier
for
says, who knows?
liberty
Maybe the
and
audience will be
justice
wearing
for all.
earplugs.
Next, we'll hear from one of those people.
He never
a
actually gave any
lifelong
real
advocate
tangible
for
reasons to
civil
vote for them.
rights,
Right.
Maxine Waters.
Maxine Waters! The same Maxine Waters that was saying to harass Donald Trump supporters at restaurants or wherever they are? The same Maxine Waters who was inciting violence? That? She should have been arrested a really long time ago if we want to talk about speech, hate speech, or inciting violence with your speech. That's exactly what Maxine Waters did. Let's listen to Maxine Waters.
Hello, delegates. Now, you know, I've seen a lot in my lifetime. I was just 22 years old.
I read
when
Hope
Fannie
message
Lou
on Ladies Hat.
Hamer
Interesting.
made her presence known at another Democratic convention. It was in 1964 in Atlantic City.
At least the Democrats let the
And
women
she
speak.
arrived
Okay, come on. There was women at the
with a
RNC. Stop playing with me.
Black
Amber
delegates
Rose was there.
from Mississippi.
She's still alive.
And she simply asked
Yeah.
that her delegates be seated in place of the state's all-white delegation. She told the people in the room.
Me too,
about
Jay.
the
I'm still
violence
waiting.
She suffered at the hands of white police because
She doesn't even live in her district,
a black
according to her
woman,
challenger in
had
2022.
demanded
Wow.
her right to vote. When she finished, she
Impeach
asked
45,
the
that's her.
country
Yep.
a simple but profound
That's their only
question.
platform. It's hatred.
Is this America?
Mm-hmm.
She didn't get the outcome she was hoping for in Atlantic City. But you can bet that when the official Mississippi delegation was seated at the convention 4 years later, Fannie Lou Hamer was sitting there with them.
Mm-hmm.
Now here we are, 60 years later. At
I
another
agree.
Democratic convention.
I don't know
Kamala
actually. I don't
Harris.
know. I think Kamala's worse.
Harris as our party's nominee.
Ruby, how many minutes each person gets?
So I know there
This is
is
still like the
no
introduction.
better
This is
leader
day one, so it's like
to
they're still
marshal us into the future.
trying to bring the hype. I don't know if there's any
Kamala has been
speeches
a
coming up
courtroom
later on.
prosecutor, a district attorney, an attorney general, a United States senator, vice president of the United States. And when the dust settles in November, and Americans of all stripes have elected her their president.
You're right, Gigi.
I know
You're right,
she'll
Gigi.
be thinking about Fannie Lou, who I happen to know is one of Kamala's heroes. In that
They
moment,
harp on the past a lot.
all of us, from New York to Pennsylvania.
Welcome, Denise.
to
But Kamala wasn't
Arizona,
nominated.
to
Yeah, I know.
California.
And we need to figure this out. Is she official or what? Like, I don't know.
We can ask ourselves, is this America? And we will be able to say loudly
Interesting, huh, Jane?
and proudly, you're damn right it is.
Hi, Tad. Welcome to the DNC, the Democratic National Convention, I think it's called.
Please welcome President and
Yeah, this is my first time
CEO
watching
of
it
the
as well, so we're all
NAACP,
learning together.
Derek Johnson, and President and
The link, if you want to
CEO
join,
of
is in the
National
chat
Coalition
somewhere.
on Black Civic Participation,
You can
Melanie
scroll
Campbell.
up. Oh, she did? Oh, damn. I'll rewind this when I'm done.
Good evening. I'm Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP.
Oh,
and I'm here
God.
to do my black job.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Since the founding
I hate when
of our
they do this.
nation, we have been on an unending march to protect this imperfect union.
You're a fool.
Tonight, we celebrate the power of the collective, of what is possible when we are all in for all people. But as we do, let us not forget the history that preceded this moment or the history makers who prepared us for it. As we just heard, in 1964, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, led by Fannie Lou Hamer, and Mississippi NAACP State President Aaron Henry, who stood tall and challenged a process that excluded them to ensure that we will all be recognized.
That's
here
what I'm trying
tonight.
to figure out.
In 1973, the historic elections of Atlanta's mayor, Maynard Jackson, Detroit's mayor, Comey Young, and LA's mayor, Tom Bradley, paved the way for another historic election just 10 years later, right here in Chicago, with the election of Harold Washington as the first black mayor of the city of Chicago. And in 1988, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, in his second quest for the White House, inspired us all to keep hope alive.
Okay.
Now, this is important because we must all understand Black history is American history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see where he's trying to go with this, but they never like to
In
talk
this
about the
historic
history of the
moment,
Democrats as
we
like the
will
cake,
write
the
the
party of the
next
KKK. How
chapter
about we talk about that?
together.
I got no clue, Jane.
Good evening. I'm Melanie Campbell, President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation
Oh, okay, so I
and
guess not.
National Convener
Just
of
somebody
the Black
totally different.
Women's Roundtable. We have come this far
Yep,
by faith.
I believe that,
And
Javier.
for Black women, this moment has been a
Hmm.
long time coming.
Definitely targeting them. Yeah, definitely.
Vice President Kamala Harris's path to becoming the Democratic nominee for President of the United States has
I
been
don't think so.
paved
I think
by
she
the
mentioned a
leadership,
different organization, but
sacrifice,
he definitely
faith,
is. That's
and
what he said.
patriotism of generations of Black women. Black women like Dr. Dorothy Irene Height, Diane
Remember
Nash,
Watchtower telling us
Ella
we were
Baker,
united by divine
Amelia
teaching?
Boynton
Now
Robinson,
they united
Barbara Jordan,
all the
Shirley
checking accounts
Chisholm, and Reverend
to
Willie
of the
Barrow.
congregations.
Women whose
You're so true, Gigi.
optimism
So true.
about what America could be and their fight to make
Robert
that
Byrd,
vision
also known
real,
KKK Wizard. He was the longest
redefine
sitting
the
senator
leadership role
in
that Black
WB.
women
Yep.
could
Oh,
play
West
in
Virginia.
moving
Yeah.
our nation forward. As
Mhm.
president,
But just the
Kamala
Democratic
Harris
Party in general.
will
You know what I
lead
mean?
with power, brilliance, and strength from the highest office in the land.
And they still claim that Kamala is Black and she's not. So that's kind of weird, right? Like, they're not telling the truth about that. Something so simple. You know what I mean?
And we will stand together.
All right. Here we go. Propaganda.
Human rights. We believe in that. Support self-determination. We're built on that.
Stronger together is not just a lesson from our history.
The institutions of this country belong to all of the people who inhabit it.
Jesse Jackson took to the stage at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago.
Storm
Knowing the
Thurman
uphill
from South
battle he
Carolina
would
was part of
face
KKK, but
in
had a baby with a
composing
Black
the
lady.
score
Oh,
of a
wow.
more harmonious nation.
I'm Black with white hair.
started
All right.
really
You're joking with me.
He opened the door, and he continues to do that even now. That all of us have a
Okay, so let's see. First thoughts, expectations. I don't know so far how I feel about this. Like Lucy said, identity politics. It's screaming. Identity politics, definitely. But I kind of hate that they are taking on that identity. Unfortunately, a lot of Black Americans feel like they are Democrat. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party does not represent them. They represent themselves and their own agenda. You see, that's the thing. I wish Black America would wake up. Just like how we woke up from the cult. It's like wake up from that Democratic Party cult, that they are for you, that they are going to pass bills and things like that. But you see, that's the psyop that Lyndon B. Johnson did, you know, after JFK, pushing through a lot of civil rights things. And then that's the famous quote that they say that Lyndon B. Johnson said that, that they would be voting for us for the next 200 years or something to that effect. And it's working. It's true, right? Like, I kind of feel it kind of sucks. I don't like that they kind of, you know, pander to that demographic, and then they don't really do something of substance for that demographic. They just, you know, pass like social things like the welfare or a lot of welfare programs, you know, like social programs to help them, but not really like for them, you know what I mean? Like to become an entrepreneur or like whatever happens to Black Wall Street, you know what I mean? Like those are some of the things that I still have to learn about. But like, yeah, why don't you guys talk about that kind of stuff? You know? So I don't know. I'm still learning all of this myself. You know what I mean? I'm still learning. Here for Love says, shaking my head. Wow, they're really pushing Black. Right? I'm sensing that. I'm sensing that. Jane says, I thought Kamala was biracial because her dad is Black man. So per law, the one drop rule, she is Black or mulatto. Yeah, that's the thing. So she's Indian from her mother's side, and then her father is like Caribbean. I think he's Jamaican or something like that. But that's the thing. That's not Black American. You know what I'm saying? And I still don't like when they say African American, because like they're not Africans, like blacks from Africa. They are Americans. You know what I mean? So I like to say black, like American, because they are American. It shouldn't be African American or Asian American. Like they always got to put a something before the American. It's just American. That's it. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't think she's not. I wouldn't consider her that. I would consider her as, I don't know, Caribbean or Asian or something. I don't know. Okay, let's see if they're back.
Please welcome founder and president of the Rainbow Push Coalition, Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Rainbow Push? What the heck? What is the what? Nah, I'm gonna Google that. I gotta Google that. I didn't even know that existed. What? Rainbow Push? Rainbow Push Coalition, she said? Yes, Rainbow Push Coalition. Mira, it came up. Oh, non-governmental association. It's a multiracial, multi-issue, progressive, international membership organization fighting for social change. Let me see. Formerly the KAM Synagogue, the Rainbow Push Coalition headquarters is the base of operations for Reverend Jesse Jackson. Though not open for public viewing, you can attend the public live TV broadcast every Saturday at 10 a.m. Doors open at 9 a.m. Interesting. Mira me, they're crying over seeing this guy? Who is this guy? Oh no, I'm gonna have to Google who this guy is. Oh my God. What the heck am I seeing right now? Oh man, maybe I've been under a rock or born yesterday. I don't know. What the heck? Politics time again. Jane, identity politics is part of the U.S. Lots of cultures. Yeah, definitely. This audience could use a good schooling from Candace Owens. Yo, I love Candace Owens. I love her, especially what's happening right now with her. If you haven't seen, but she's really like saying the truth about a lot of different people. And right now she's on the Jews. So yeah, she's telling the truth. If you want to go down that rabbit hole, go down there by yourself, because I didn't even go down there yet. I don't think I'm ready. Okay, let's see what's going on here. I'm confused. Like, why were they crying? What? Pretty empty. That's what somebody was saying in my background. Pretty empty. Some empty seats there.
Democrats, our first order of business
Division
is adopting an up-to-date convention agenda.
People with this theory.
When the Convention Rules Committee met, everyone was working on updating plans based on the significant changes.
You're welcome here for love. I had to Google that real quick because I was like, what?
Approved an agenda, it was a work in progress that members knew would need to be revised accordingly.
Yes.
We now have an agenda for the next 4 days.
I cried when I read about Black Wall Street.
In the standing committee report booklet, emailed to each convention participant. In addition to fantastic speakers and performers,
Democrats and Republicans.
Tonight's agenda provides for adopting the up-to-date convention agenda.
Interesting comment.
Hearing the Credentials Committee report.
Yeah, that's right.
Hearing the Rules Committee report.
All blood is red.
And considering a resolution as recommended by the committee.
Right.
Hearing the Platform Committee report and considering our national platform as recommended by the Platform Committee. And holding a confirmatory and ceremonial vote for our vice presidential nominee.
Oh,
Tuesday
probably. That's why he's in a wheelchair.
Ceremonial roll call for the presidential nominee.
1960.
Wednesday,
wow.
We'll
oh my
hear
God.
Ceremonial nominating speeches for our vice presidential nominee.
Okay, now I understand. Okay, thank you for that, Jane. I am way too young for that.
And on Thursday, my friends, we'll hear a ceremonial nominating speech for our presidential nominee, and Vice President Harris will make her acceptance speech.
Oh, really? Acceptance. So she was nominated?
So now,
I'm
delegates, the
confused.
chair will entertain a motion to approve the up-to-date agenda. Is
Okay.
there a second?
Okay, that makes sense.
All in favor of approving the convention agenda, please say aye.
Let's keep this done.
Oh, come on.
Look at me.
Okay. Got that out of here.
Are we going to the next one?
Please welcome Credentials Committee co-chairs, Secretary Marcia Fudge
Right.
and James Roosevelt Jr.
I agree, 250. Okay.
Greetings, my friends.
You
It is an
funny.
honor
You funny,
to
Shaq.
have served as co-chair along my friend.
If he wasn't a Jehovah's
Roosevelt.
Witness, he would be right here.
Pursuant to the call,
He would be right
the
there.
Credentials Committee met and adopted a resolution to credential the delegates and alternates to the 2024 National Convention.
It was, right,
I
Gigi?
am pleased to report that there were no credentials issues to be decided by the committee. Their work allowed us to nominate 2 champions for democracy and freedom, Vice President Harris and Governor Walz.
And she is nothing of the sort. Like, why do they keep saying that? She stands for none of that.
Our delegate selection process is designed to ensure every voice is heard and every vision is heard, and our delegates accurately represent their electorates. Diversity is our party's strength, and I'm so proud to see the wonderful representation of our party and democracy here today.
Good point, Gigi. Exactly.
I am pleased to share that the Credentials Committee report was adopted and all delegates have been fully credentialed. In memory of Marvin Turner, we are going to have a great convention and we are going to win. Thank you.
Please welcome Rules Committee co-chair, Bishop Leah Daughtry.
Hello, Democrats. It was my honor to serve as co-chair of the Convention Rules Committee.
I think it's 4 days. This is day
alongside my
1.
friend,
So
Governor Tim Walz. Governor Walz is a little occupied this evening. But it's good
exactly,
to know
Lucy.
that
Thank you for
serving
saying
as
that.
co-chair of the Rules Committee is a ladder for promotion. The Rules Committee adopted the procedural rules of the convention on July 24th. They are based on long-standing processes governing our convention and ensured that we met all
The
ballot
Rules
access
Committee.
deadlines. The rules established the virtual nominating process for the party's nominees and set the stage for in-person votes at the convention to adopt our platform and resolutions recommended by the Rules Committee, as well as to cast celebratory votes on our nominees and hear their acceptance speeches. Under the Rules
Interesting.
Committee authority, the Rules Committee is recommending for your approval one resolution.
While they're giving out free abortions in the parking lot. Oh my God, I heard about that. I did not think that was like is that for real? Like,
as well as other
that's
reforms to
despicable.
make
That's
our
crazy.
party stronger. The co-chairs are
The committee
pleased to
decided
move the
what was the
adoption
guidelines.
of
I'm
this
looking that up.
resolution on behalf of the Rules Committee.
July 24th, they changed their nomination
Thank you,
rules.
Bishop Daughtry.
Ooh,
The Rules
interesting.
Committee has moved the approval of the resolution. Is there a second? We have a second. I will now call for a voice vote on approving the resolution as recommended by the Rules Committee. All those in favor of the committee's recommendation to approve the unity resolution say aye. All
Nay.
say nay. I'm pleased to report For the record, that with a majority
Nay.
of delegates having voted in the affirmative, the resolution has been approved.
You guys don't even know what you just approved. What you talking about?
My thanks to our Rules Committee co-chairs and members for your efforts to build
The Rules Committee is changing the rules as they move along,
party.
just like the governing
Thank
GB
you,
Loesch
Madam
said.
Chair.
Yep. They do, Deborah Sellers. Yes.
Please welcome
Does it involve the
Committee
25th Amendment
co-chairs,
too?
Mayor Mitch Landrieu and Mayor Regina Romero.
Wow, that was crazy what they just did. Like, what was that? I'm interested to know what changed. The Rules Committee.
Hello, delegates. It is
Okay,
my
really
pleasure to
quickly.
join
The
co-chair
committee,
Romero to present
let's
the
see.
national platform as
I'm
recommended
just going to
for
lower
approval
this and I'm just going to read it really quickly. The Rules Committee. The Committee on Rules, also known as the Rules Committee, is a committee of the United States House of Representatives. It is responsible for the rules under which bills will be presented to the House. The Rules Committee is one of the oldest standing committees in the House and is commonly known as the Speaker's Committee. It is arguably one of the most powerful committees controlling legislation reported out by other committees and determining debate time and amendments on the House floor. The committee sets guidelines for how the House talks about and votes on new bills, laws. Okay, this is interesting, and this is just a quick Google search. So this is really interesting. If anybody knows the changes that they made, I am interested to know what did they change.
Could not be higher.
Buenas noches, demócratas.
Oh, Lord, come on. Oh, no.
Mayor Landrieu, it was a pleasure to serve as your co-chair. I also want to recognize Louisa Terrell.
Yes,
and the
vasectomies
drafting
too.
subcommittee
That's what I
for their
heard
work.
in the parking lot.
This
That's crazy,
platform
right?
was
Like, what the
passed
heck?
by the platform committee on July 16, prior to the president passing the torch in an act of love and patriotism.
Hello, age of
And it's the
Crocodile.
product of
I'm
a
sorry, I butchered that.
comprehensive process
Where's the
to
protest against the
engage
Fed
with
and the
leaders
mic?
from
Oh, yeah,
all
I saw that.
corners of
That
our
was
winning
before
coalition.
it started. So, yeah.
Hundreds of submissions, hours upon hours of hearing and testimonies, countless conversations with community leaders.
Okay, Lucy, I just lowered it. So if you want to say anything, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to jump on and just tell you they're talking about the Rules Committee within the DNC themselves. They're not talking about the Rules Committee at our federal level. So, from what I could hear, it sounded like they hurriedly and got together in July, decided that Joe Biden was probably not going to win in November, so they asked him to step aside, knowing that they had already started their primaries halfway through. And they changed what it sounds like to me. I'll have to go back and listen to it tomorrow, but it sounds like they changed their own internal rules so that they could skip the whole democratic process where you get people, normal everyday people like you and me, to vote and then decide who they want to be the nominee. But it sounds like these rich guys just got together and decided who their next nominee was going to be, which doesn't sound very democratic to me. I don't know about you, but
Yes, I did not like that at all. Just like Gigi said in the comments that it was just like in the Kingdom Hall when they say, oh, the publishers want to like change the paint of the Kingdom Hall, or if you want to do like the publishing stuff, everybody raise your hand and all those in favor, and then we would all raise our hands. And if you're baptized, even as a child, I would have to raise my hand. So that was kind of weird. I'm like, I didn't decide the color of the walls. I didn't decide that I was going to give $2 a publisher. You know what I'm saying? Like, what?
yeah, so you can hear the high degree of coercion happening in the language, right? Because they're saying, we all agreed to do this, so you guys get to vote on it now, right? Wink, wink to the audience. But there's no voting. There's no voting going on here. It's just a show.
Wow. Wow. And he just did the thing with the, I don't know what that thing is called, but like the judges do, he just went boom, boom, boom. Oh my God, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
I don't like that at all. Wow. And they're cheering for it. You know what I mean? Like, no transparency. Who makes these decisions?
Well, we know who is making the decisions. The person who's writing the fattest checks right now are making the decisions, right?
Good point. Good point.
Just 1 month ago,
Big donors donate to both sides of the uniparty. Yup, I agree, man. Oh my God.
Yeah, so pay attention to the commercial breaks and stuff too, and see who they are who they're allowing to advertise to the people at the convention, because those are the people who are making the decisions.
Okay, so the next commercial we're gonna see.
On August 6th, the Democratic Party officially nominated Governor Walz as our vice presidential candidate. While Governor Walz's nomination has already been certified, we couldn't miss the opportunity to celebrate this future vice president's integrity, commitment, decency, and service to our nation. The chair will entertain a motion to ceremonially confirm Governor Walz's selection as the Democratic Party's vice presidential nominee.
Has Satan already made his appeal?
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Wow, and they're cheering
We
for
have
this.
a
It's
second.
crazy.
We will now have a voice vote on the motion to ceremonially confirm our vice president.
I agree with you, Christine.
All in favor of the motion, please proudly say aye.
Nay. Nay.
All opposed? The ayes
Yes.
have it. I'm
Oh my
thrilled.
God. Oh my God. This is crazy. This is the first time I'm seeing this, guys. Like, this is brand new for me.
Reaffirm Tim Walz as a Democratic nominee for vice president.
Wow. Did you see Pocahontas? No, I did not. Jimmy, I love you, Jimmy. How much alcohol do you have on hand, Ruby? You're drinking a green tea, man. Oh,
Yes.
that would have been a good idea. I should have gotten something, but I didn't. Sorry.
To our
I did not
convention
prepare.
rules, Governor Walz has been invited to make an acceptance
Stolen
speech,
valor. I heard
which he will
about that.
deliver
Oh my
on
God, there's so much
Wednesday,
research I gotta do,
August
guys.
21st.
Oh, I need a
Thank you, my
list.
friends. Delegates, please welcome to the stage co-chair Peggy Flanagan to resume chairing our convention.
Valor, yeah. Christine, why would think she is able to protect our country and USA citizens? Harris enabling geriatric abuse for the power, hence no MMSE with cognitive decline hidden from USA citizens. Yeah, I agree.
Good evening.
Yeah, oh my
And
God,
welcome
this
to the
chick
first
again.
night of the Democratic National Convention. I'm Peggy Flanagan, Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, and I am thrilled to be here in Chicago with Democrats from across the country to rally
Spike
around
the green
Kamala
tea.
Harris and Tim Walz and their vision for America. It's been 8 years since we last came together as a party, and I can feel the excitement in this arena.
Can you?
It's filled with energy and with joy.
Mhm.
Our theme tonight is for the people. We'll hear from union leaders, civil rights advocates, and our fellow
Good point,
citizens.
Jane.
And we'll hear from our president, Joe Biden.
Oh, hell no.
Been a champion for the people for his entire life. My name in the Ojibwe language is Gigi Wewadam Ukwe, or in English, speaks with a clear and loud voice, woman.
Okay.
I'm a member of the White Earth Nation.
What?
And my family is the Wolf Clan.
What?
And the role of our clan
Oh,
is
is this
to
like Native
ensure that
American
we
stuff
never
that she's
leave
talking about?
anyone behind. That's why I am supporting Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States.
Oh my God. Jimmy says, I'll be in and out this evening. I can't stomach this dog and pony slow show.
I've worked side by side with Governor
I love it
Walz.
though. I gotta educate
I've
myself. You
seen
know what I'm
how
saying? I
hard
gotta
he's
watch.
worked for Minnesota to be the best place for kids to grow up. He does it all with a big heart, a buffalo plaid
Start a
jacket,
co-op for the worker.
and a bottomless bag of snacks.
All I hear is blah 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 communism.
Cheese curds and diet.
Oh, Jimmy, you're funny. You're
Every
funny.
time we meet, he brings something for me.
Oh my God.
Because he's always got my back. And when he's vice president, he will always have yours.
No, he won't. He didn't even have his own
Kamala
city.
Harris
His
has
own
spent
city
their
was
lives
burning, wasn't
fighting
it?
For you, for your family, for your future.
Mm-mm.
So whether you're a lifelong Democrat or just tuning in, thank you for being part of this evening.
Interesting, right? Joel, she said Joel's gonna come. I hope that's today.
4 years ago, the COVID pandemic upended our lives. My brother Ron was the second person to die of COVID in the state of Tennessee. We couldn't see him. We couldn't have a memorial. And millions of Americans
You could have, but you didn't.
Same thing. Our communities were suffering. Our economy was struggling. And Donald Trump was playing games. Our
Hey,
country
they nice
was
though,
brought
Gigi.
to
They
the
look nice.
brink by his failure to respond. But the Biden-Harris administration
Yes.
stepped in with quick and decisive action. They contained the virus, created millions of jobs, and invested in our nation's future. Under their leadership, America
They're gonna pull out every
began
race, culture,
to
and identity
heal.
reference. Yep. I'm gonna need to get high for this. I didn't smoke either. I'm sober.
We think we have it very well under control.
Oh,
We
here
pretty
goes the
much shut it
commercial. Let's
down. A lot
listen.
of people think that goes away in April with the heat. We're in very good shape because of all we've done. The risk to the American people remains very low. View this the same as the flu. It's going to disappear one day. It's like a miracle. It will disappear. We all together have done a very good job.
We think the death will be at a very low number.
I see the disinfectant. Is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? I'm taking it. Hydroxychloroquine.
Okay, nice. I'm gonna go mute for Joe Biden. I need to listen to what he got to say.
Oh, just read the manuals, read the books. Read the books. I think it's under control. I'll tell you what.
How? 1,000 Americans are dying a day.
They are dying. That's true.
Interesting.
It is what it is.
Help is on the way, and it is long overdue.
The $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill to
Exactly.
give stimulus aid directly to struggling Americans.
Our plan is about what we need to do around a national
I cannot believe they're doing this right now with Kamala. What did she do during COVID that was so helpful? What did she do? I would like to know. Anybody in the comments, let me know, what did Kamala do?
Against the coronavirus. The U.S. is about to deliver the 200th million COVID shots since President Biden took office, beating his target by about a week.
Exactly
Millions
right.
of
He
American
did.
students returned to school earlier this month after more than a year of remote learning. Sports venues are filling up and concerts are getting scheduled.
I'm feeling great. Business is definitely ramped up.
I'm so thankful.
Me too,
Able to
Gigi.
serve our customers again after all this. It's a blessing.
Hey, Ruby, when Sippy Cup comes on, I could join you. Okay, sure. I'll post the link again when he comes up.
Please welcome Illinois Representative
I want to see
Lauren
Hulk Hogan.
Underwood.
Oh, he's talking about the COVID and bleach injection. But wasn't the bleach thing like a myth? I don't know. I had to go over that again because Quinn mentioned it. Quinn Wright on that other episode I
was
had.
the worst public health crisis in a century. Donald Trump failed us.
How?
But Joe Biden,
He's the one who
and
did the
Kamala
freaking
Harris
vaccine.
got it under control. Donald Trump said,
Oh, hold on.
It is what
Shona
it
just
is.
texted me. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said, help is on the way. Democrats in Congress tried to lower the cost of health care. Donald Trump tried to take our health care away. We tried to expand Social Security and Medicare. Donald Trump tried to cut them year after year after year. He took the COVID crisis and turned it into a catastrophe. We can never let him be our president again.
Oh my God, I can't believe they're actually saying this right now. Like, what?
As a registered nurse, I care deeply about making healthcare more affordable. As someone with a pre-existing condition, I am determined to protect the people who are most at risk. And as the youngest Black woman ever elected to Congress,
oh my God,
I am painfully aware that Black women, especially pregnant women and new moms, were more likely to die from COVID. I wrote the Momnibus to protect those women and to address the maternal health crisis. And that bill was introduced.
She's throwing me for a loop.
By Senator Kamala Harris. Because she protects the people who are most vulnerable. She's done it for her whole career. As vice president,
I remember
she and
all the
President
bribes.
Biden passed my legislation to make healthcare more affordable.
Think about who
now,
donors
4
are.
out
Exactly.
of 5 Americans can get covered through the Affordable Care Act for $10 or less per
She's a
month.
representative, Illinois, Jane.
And under the Biden-Harris administration, the number of uninsured Americans hit an all-time low. 4
Good
years
point,
ago,
Christine.
it was not safe to hold a convention like this. But tonight, thousands have gathered in this arena in my home state of Illinois to make sure Kamala Harris is
Projection
the
of
next
accountability,
president of the
Democrats do not want to
United
be accountable.
States.
Good point. Hey, Thrifty. We're just hanging out, watching the DNC.
Far these past 4 years, and we're not going back.
Oh, yes, we are.
Thank you.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. COVID was during Harris, Biden, and Moss. Yeah.
My name is Rich Logis. I live in Florida.
9:30.
And 2 years ago, I was
Okay.
a full-fledged member of MAGA.
Okay, another commercial. Let's listen.
I believe Trump. I was a MAGA pundit. I had my own podcast. I was in a state of panic.
MAGA
terrified
pendant?
that
That's the first time I hear
Democrats were
that.
destroying our country. When the pandemic hit, we needed leadership, but we were given almost nothing.
What?
A trail to the country. So I finally stepped outside the MAGA echo chamber, stopped listening to what Trump said, and looked around with my own eyes. And I realized he had been lying about pretty much everything. Lying is
What?
Trump's toxic superpower. He's ripped apart families, communities, the whole country. So this is my message to all the Republicans and independents who are watching. People like me who voted for,
Exactly,
believes in Trump.
Christine.
I made a grave mistake, but it's never too late to change your mind. You don't need to agree with everything you hear tonight to do what is right. We need to be able to trust our leaders. That's why I'm all in for Kamala Harris.
Wow. Wow. I cannot believe he said all of that. He didn't say
Please
what the
welcome
lie was.
California
He didn't say what
Representative
Trump actually
Robert
lied about
Garcia.
or what kind of divisions he was making. What is he talking about? Oh my God, I'm in shock.
Okay, good catch, Ruby. I'm so proud that you caught all of that. He did not actually give any tangible reasons for any of that rhetoric, right? It was
Yes.
just all emotions, all fear mongering, nothing tangible whatsoever. It's just shameful.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm in shock right now. Like, okay, hold on. Let me skip that. Yeah, wow, that's crazy. And you know, people talk like that in the street as well. Like I mean, tomorrow I'm gonna give a story time, but I spoke to two Democrats, and they were Hispanic women, and I'm Hispanic as well. So we had a really great conversation. So tomorrow I'm gonna give the more of the details, but that's exactly how they spoke to me. And when I gave a little bit of pushback when I said that, and they just moved on to the next subject, and that's what they do. They never really like answer what they're defending. I was like, but he was president before and he didn't do that. So why are you saying he's gonna do this, and this? You know what I'm saying? Like, wow.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Very, very much cult-like behavior, very much like as if you were to walk up to court witnessing and start asking them, hey, did you guys actually read the article from Norway? They will sidestep, they'll obfuscate, they'll make every excuse in the book to not actually look at the evidence, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's why I talk about these things, because I'm like, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't like everything Trump did either during the COVID stuff, but the facts are the facts. He did shut down the international flights. He did wait, and they still called him a racist for that. He still propelled the vaccine, and they still dragged him through the mud. So it's like, even though he does something relatively good, you still drug him through the mud. So it's like, what do you want? If they would have gave him credit for what he did do, at least give him some credit, you know what I mean? But they're haters. They're such haters. They don't care what it is. They're gonna, crap on it every single time. And that's crazy to totally gaslight you that Trump did this, Trump did that. And no, he didn't. Like, what?
Well, it's an easy target, right? It doesn't matter which president was actually in office during a worldwide pandemic. You're not going to be able to please everybody, right? So once we just admit that it really sucked that during his administration there was a worldwide pandemic, that's going against him. But he's just an easy target at this point. And so the Democrats are taking the easy road, and they're proving that their rhetoric is winning, because you just said that you spoke to 2 Hispanic women who were repeating this rhetoric, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So this is the hard part of getting people to actually, okay, if you want to believe that, let's sit down and let's look at the receipts together. Let's look at this together. And that's the hard part, is getting people to stop just listening to the funny stories. And yeah, I could easily laugh along with the Trump reel that they play, right? Because they try to get everybody whipped up right at the beginning, and making fun of some of the things that he said at the beginning during March 2020 and April 2020. But in all honesty, there's no instruction manual for what happens when you become president and there's a worldwide pandemic, right? At least I don't think there is. So no matter which president was in there, he would have done something that people would have made fun of. You can't make everybody happy.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I feel bad for Trump sometimes, because they did that to him, in the media, and it's kind of hard when everybody's against you and you feel like, what to do. You don't know what to do, because either way they're gonna criticize you regardless. So sometimes you have to be you have to be a leader. You know what I mean? Regardless of what people say, you gotta lead. And so that's what they're not taking into consideration. And then I feel bad, like, I mean, put yourself in his shoes. What would you do? You know what I'm saying? It's a hard decision to make, but you got to make it for what you think is best for your country. And they don't even care about that. They want to dehumanize him as much as they can. And I don't like that, because regardless of what party you are in, they're still humans at the end of the day, So I kind of feel sad when it comes down to that, like, simple square one. I kind of feel bad. But when I talk to those Hispanic women, the very first things that they told me was, oh, how could you vote for him? You're a woman. And I said, so what? Like, what does that matter? And then the next argument was, oh my gosh, she's not democratic. She's not a Democrat. And I said, like, I was just like giving them, like, shrugging my shoulders, like, what does that matter? And these are boomers, like Hispanic women. And like I was talking to my grandma, you know what I mean? But I'll give more details tomorrow. But that was my interaction. And that was my very first time speaking with them in person. And then the last thing that she told me was, how could you vote for him? You're a Latina. And I was like, does my race matter? Does my gender matter? Does my ethnicity matter? Like, what does that matter? We're all American. We should be listening to what they're saying. And the policy, that's what matters. So.
Right, exactly. I think because they're saying that because you're a woman thing is because of all of the public accusations of sexual assault that he has been accused of. I think that's where that rhetoric is coming from. But you're right, everybody's human at the end of the day. I think it's just funny how we witnessed so words matter, right? And the word Democrat or Democratic is supposed to invoke some sort of process where at least the majority, at least 51% of the people are for a specific policy, right? That's what we're supposed to think of that word. However, we just witnessed in the last hour, we just witnessed the biggest group of people who call themselves Democrats who actually just gave up their power of democracy to a very few people who have power and money. And this is really, really scary.
Yeah. Good point, Lucy. Good point. I'm so glad that you're here so that you could keep cooking. I love this. I love it. Oh my goodness. I'm just going through the comments. I'm gonna bring every single comment up, and then we can continue listening to this chick.
Donald Trump bullies scientists. Kamala Harris believes them.
Exactly what she
Our
said.
next two speakers will tell us why that's so important. Please welcome Ryan Wallach and Sandra Abravaya.
Okay. And I don't know who any of these people are, so this is my first time, looking at the Democrat side. To be honest, like literally, I've never dived into this side of the political world. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen here. Why, Dios mío, what is going on?
In 2008, we met while working
They did
on
not.
the Obama-Biden campaign.
Okay, I'm not laughing at the person. I'm just in shock right now.
We found our way there because we believe in the power of organizing.
Oh my God. Didn't they do this with the other? He was a scientist. What was his name? Steven
Then
something.
We found each
And then
other.
they had like a translator for all of his mumbles. And then he was like, oh, I know exactly what he's saying. It was the guy that was like typing on the computer. Oh my God, I forgot that guy's name.
The day we brought our second daughter
Oh my
home
God.
from the hospital, Brian was diagnosed with ALS.
Okay. Oh my God. Ay, Dios mío. The internet is going to go crazy with this.
I had 6 months to live. That was 7 years ago.
Awesome. I mean, she could have just did that for him, man.
We could
Yep,
not
thrifty.
change Brian's
That's discrimination, honestly.
diagnosis,
Yeah.
but we knew how to organize. So we co-founded a nonprofit called I Am ALS.
I feel you. I feel you,
Thousands
250.
of terminally ill patients fought for new therapies, $1 billion to fund ALS research, and earlier access to treatments, all of which President Biden signed into law.
Good point, Christine. This is somebody else,
We
Jane.
will also keep fighting alongside patients living with Parkinson's, young onset dementia, and Alzheimer's.
Oh, like Biden? That's what they say about Biden. Bendito. I don't know why they do
We've
this.
seen just how relentless activism can beat the odds.
All right.
Just like what Brian has been doing for 7 years. And that is what we need right now
I
to
agree,
elect
Javier.
Kamala Harris. She's
Stephen
the daughter of a
Hawking.
breast
Yes,
cancer
that's
researcher.
him. Oh my
She
God,
knows the
bendito.
promise of science and that patients need to be able to get the care they need wherever they live.
Yes, Thrifty.
We all want to make life better for the next generation and believe
Yes,
that people
Rebecca.
like Brian can be the first generation of survivors.
Ay, Dios mío. I think this is just like to get that emotion out because they vote emotionally.
And
I believe.
we can
Just my
make
opinion.
life
Just my
better
opinion.
for our caregivers too. Brian and I are still driven by hope and by faith in what we can do collectively.
No, I was just saying that he
That
looks like
includes
that
the power
scientist,
of our
Stephen
vote.
Hawking,
This
with the
November,
talking, and then like she's
we
translating
are
for him or
voting
something.
for our
Like she could
future.
have just gave the story for him and not wheel him up there like that. But whatever, that's just my opinion. I don't know. Who am I? I'm just somebody on
Because
YouTube.
we plan to be around for it.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was horrible in my opinion. Lord have mercy. Oh my God. That's
Please
that. Thank you,
welcome
Thrifty. That-
Illinois Senator Dick
Yeah.
Durbin.
About drug companies. Ah, interesting.
I've known Brian and Sandra for years. In fact, Sandra was my personal press
Jimmy will be
secretary.
back. Okay.
You will not find a more courageous couple. Let's give Brian and Sandra another round of applause. In every election campaign, we Democrats talk about jobs. Now, forget for a moment Donald Trump's wild claims. He lost millions of jobs in America. He promised to bring back manufacturing jobs, but he failed.
Good point.
He promised to deliver infrastructure, but he failed. His record was defined by failure. To put it another way, Donald Trump is like a bad boss. You want time off to take care of your sick parents? Ask Donald Trump. Denied. In Donald Trump's America, there's no paid family leave. Want to have a child, but need IVF? Too bad. That's shut down too. Want a pay raise? Too bad. The boss just gave himself one,
But they
so there's
didn't give him the
nothing left
same
for you.
courtesy either. What you talking about? When Melania's mother died or one of her family members died, and he was in that court case, they didn't let him go either. So what you talking about?
Genius, but is driving the company into the ground. Now get this. Donald Trump did make history. Let's give him credit. He is one of only 2 presidents in the history of the United States to leave office with fewer Americans working than when he started. Now he wants a chance to make America unemployed again.
False.
On the
I
other
don't believe
hand,
that.
let's take a look at the record of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They recovered all those millions of jobs that Trump watched slip away.
I wish they
We
had
added
stats, you know,
over 6
graphs.
million jobs on top
Bring
of
up the
that.
stats. Put them up on the
16
screen.
million
Show us the
jobs in
difference
total.
if you're telling the truth.
16 million. Today,
Yeah. At least Trump has
more
graphs.
roads
You know
are
what I
getting
mean? Like
fixed,
the immigration,
more factories
the
are being built, more
other
Americans
stuff.
are working construction, and more auto workers are making cars than on any
Exactly.
month when Trump
Thrifty.
was president.
Thank you. And he was there
We
earlier
know
in the
behind every
beginning.
job is a person or community forever changed. Data centers in Wisconsin, semiconductors in Pennsylvania,
Good point, Christine.
electric vehicles in Michigan. Yes. Hello, Michigan. These investments mean strong economy, growing public schools, and well-funded, well-staffed first responders. These investments mean hope. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. They'll fight for the places that are too often left behind. Fight to change lives and uplift communities.
I don't believe that for 1 second.
My friend, Ed Smith, the giant of the Illinois laborers, he's a great fellow. We lost him this year. But Ed Smith told us there's joy in this battle. When we win, we help people buy their first homes, send their kids to college, and retire with dignity. Incidentally, that happens to be my family story too. My mom and dad worked for the railroad. Because we were a strong union family, we were able not just to
I agree,
get
Christine.
ahead. That's the American economy Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for. Let's join that fight and build it together.
Unfortunately, I do not believe a word he just said. Nope.
Now let's hear from some union workers on the ground in Arizona, thanks to the Biden-Harris administration investment in America.
Okay.
Welcome to Phoenix. Donald Trump said he'd bring back American manufacturing, but Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually did it. Thanks to them, plumbers and pipe fitters like us are building the factories, semiconductor plants, and data centers of the future. We are hard at work in Phoenix, Mesa, Goodyear, Chandler, and more. Our neighborhoods, schools, and local businesses are growing. Sometimes we have so many projects that we send fabrication out to other states. Our local union is now up to 4,800 trades members. That's up from 2,800 in 2020, thanks to Joe and Kamala.
And it's an exciting time for us in the next generation. Our apprenticeship program now trains over 1,100 people a year. Every year at local high schools, when they announce what graduated seniors are doing next, more and more of these kids are joining the trades. My son is a senior in high school this year, and he plans to join us. Not just for the great career and the financial security that all us parents want for our kids, but it's because he's excited to work on the cutting edge of innovation. Kamala Harris will keep investing in American manufacturing. With her commitment, there's nothing that us American workers can't build.
Okay, I'm just going to mute that right there and just give some thoughts because unfortunately, even if that was true, let's just say, right? I can't even believe that when I hear it because they lie so much that now I'm doubting whether or not these two men in that little commercial, if that is even true. You know what I mean? Like, is that what really happened? Did Biden actually pass that thing for them for their company or whatever they just said? You know what I mean? Like, what do you think, Lucy?
So we can look at something that happened on a on a small scale. Excuse me, give me a sec. That was something that happened on a small scale right after COVID happened. Do you remember the California rule or the law about Lyft drivers and Uber drivers? They no longer they could be listed as contractors, so they were no longer listed as employees. They had to carry their own insurance. They had to take care of their own self-employment tax, and that shifted the burden of responsibility from the big companies like Uber and Lyft back onto the individual. So that's what the Democrats are claiming is best for America, is to the reason why all of the Starbucks employees are unionizing all over the country is not because the Democrats are helping. It's because the Democrats have created a system whereby the people who were listed as essential workers are the ones who make the least amount of money, but they are the ones that keep our economy going. And that's what is shameful. Although it is, I mean, pain, anytime we have growing pains or people are oppressed or we go through something tragic, it does bring about positive change. So, I mean, I'm happy that people are able to collective bargain and they're able to unionize, but the Democrats should not actually be proud of what they have done. They've created a place where this is needed because they are so hostile towards employees. They have made a situation where people are their backs are up against the wall. So I don't know how to say it any plainer than that. Over.
Okay. Very, very, very good point. Good points you make. I'm gonna unmute and let's see what this woman is talking about.
Legal expertise and patience. You see, it's simple. JD and Trump like to talk about states like Ohio, but Kamala and Joe actually get stuff done for us.
Really, like what? I would love for them to elaborate.
Our next vice president and my good friend, Governor Tim Walz.
Oh my God, like.
America, are you ready to build on our progress?
No, what progress? Woman, tell me what progress for the last 4 years.
Leaders who know that action speaks louder than words?
They do, right? You see, this is how they contradict themselves. Actions do speak louder than words. And for the last 4 years, their actions have not helped. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my God.
The air of joy and freedom is up on us. And now it is on us to go seize it. Thank you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh yeah, Gigi, that's weird, right? Like, why are they wearing masks?
Please welcome ABSU President Lee Saunders, SEIU President.
Yeah, that was kind of weird what we just saw, what I just heard. No facts, no stats. Oh my God. These the memes. Oh my God. Right? That's scary, in my opinion. Damn. Oh my God. Yikes. This is going to be a long night. Oh my God. All right, let's see what they're going to say here because I'm in shock. I hope not 250. I hope not.
Union yes, union yes, union yes, union yes.
I don't really know too much about unions. If anybody wants to educate me in the chat about unions and why are they chanting for that, I don't know if that's like a good or bad thing. I mean, I'll definitely do research when I'm done here, but like, why are they chanting that? Or if anybody else wants to join, Gigi, 250, anybody else?
4 years ago, we faced a pandemic and a recession with a president who didn't care one bit what working people were going through. Enter Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Stop it. No.
Within weeks, they passed the American Rescue
Soviet
Plan,
Union.
pulling
Soviet
the economy
Union.
back from the brink.
Hi, Gigi. You're funny.
To work.
Oh my God.
They're guided by a basic principle.
It's both unions have bargaining power for wages and benefits. Okay.
Including the freedom to join a union. So this November, we're moving forward with Kamala Harris as our president.
No, sir. Sorry, no, sir. So what's your opinion, age of Cracadilia? What's your opinion on unions?
And I am the president of SEIU, representing 2 million
I don't know why she's screaming when she has a microphone right in front of her.
Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris has always been all in for us.
There's union dies, and of course, it can get corrupted.
Harris joined fast food
Okay.
workers on the picket
I'm gonna
line,
lower
and she walked
the YouTube because she is screaming.
She shares our vision for a modern day labor movement.
Okay.
A movement that meets the needs of
So I
workers
don't
in
know
the
if, did anybody else put in any notes about if they have any background with unions and or any opinions? I have a background with unions. I used to be I work in a union, and my son is currently working as an electrician in Louisiana. He's part of a union as well. There was a time when unions were stronger, and then there was a time when unions were taking advantage of people, obviously, as anything that we've learned over history, anybody who reads history, once something gets too big and it goes through that transformation, it can be corrupted, right? I think a few people have already said that. But right now, our country is moving towards a swing towards being positive towards unions, which can be a good thing, but it doesn't necessarily mean it works in every single community at this point in time, right? So
Okay. Okay.
we just have to constantly be monitoring these systems of power, and once they get too much money, where they become making decisions at the expense of the American people, that's when we need to be able to say, okay, enough is enough, right?
Right. Okay. Okay. So that's one thing I'm going to write down. Learn about unions and the pros and cons of unions, since they were literally chanting unions. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna look that up. Javier says he has to go. Thank you, Javier, for joining us. Jane says unions are more support for the workers versus human relations / management is for the business. Age of okay, I'm just gonna say this guy. His comment says, well, I think it can be good for the worker and raise wages in the area, I'd reckon. Okay, okay. Rebecca says, I don't know if unions are a good thing because the union workers are always protesting, complaining, and never happy. Doesn't seem to work for them. Don't know. Okay, good. These are some good opinions. I'm going to do some research, and then maybe I'll do a episode in the future. Vern is in the chat. Hi, he says, we've been watching for a while, and I have learned nothing but that these people are in a religious revival with a religious fever that just chants a few things.
Yeah.
Like I love Harris or I love Biden.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I think it's because they are in that cult mindset where it's like, we want Harris because she is a woman and she's a Democrat, and they don't do the research about what, her track record, like we see in the comments, what does she actually stand for and things like that. Her website is blank. Like when you go there, you don't see nothing. They literally just said that the rules of committee changed the rules, like Lucy said earlier about the democratic process. If this is real democracy, why are they the ones making decisions and not Pete, the DNC voting them in and saying, yes, she's our nominee? You know what I mean? Like, she just totally ransacked Biden's campaign. Like, I don't know. That's weird. And I'm so sorry, Vern. I was streaming tonight, and I think Vern was going to stream something about the Elders book. So just to let everybody know, he will be rescheduling that for later tonight in his time zone. So after this on Vern's channel, he's going to do something about the Elders book. Okay, let me unmute this. And let's see what's going on. I'm going to keep an eye on the comments.
We all saw the digital divide during the pandemic. Millions of American families didn't have access to high-speed internet at home.
Yes.
Too many kids were forced to go online class in McDonald's parking lot. But as Vice President, Kamala Harris helped pass the largest investment in broadband ever. She gave CWA members a seat at the table so we could work to connect every household to the internet while creating good
Good point,
union
Christine.
jobs.
Good point, Rebecca.
Listen, we don't play at CWA, and we're fired up. Are you fired up tonight? Are you fired up? Are you fired up? We're fired up to work with our next president, Kamala Harris.
Okay, Ruby, I just want to point out he did not say that they provided free internet. He said that they provided access to internet. That's another dog whistle that the Democrats say all the time. When they say that they provided access, that means that they are profiting off of your access.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, that we should look into that because he did say that Kamala passed something about the internet. So I want to fact check that. I wish they had like a fact checking in real time so that we can see what the bill actually was and see if that's true. Because to be honest, I don't believe nothing that's coming out of their mouths because I didn't hear about it. Maybe the media didn't cover it. I don't know. Maybe that's just my ignorance, but I don't know. I don't know any of her accomplishments to actually say, oh yeah, she did do that. You know what I'm saying? Like to have an opinion about it. So I don't know. Maybe I do need to do more research, but that's very interesting. Good point, Lucy. Whenever you do want me to like mute it and then you have a comment, just speak up so I can hear you because I'm also like listening and looking at the comments, and then I'll mute it again, and then we can yeah, we can talk about it. Okay.
Future Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will keep fighting for. Let's build it together.
They could have done that for the past 4 years, like the Build Back Better stuff that they were doing, and I didn't see them build nothing. Oh, okay. A little break. Yeah, this is crazy because he's been president, she's been vice already. You know what I mean? If she wanted to fix the border, if she wanted to do all these things, she would have already done it. She didn't. So this is confusing to me, you know, like what?
As soon as we win.
Yes. Okay. I just said, yo, this is hilarious, guys. Let me mute this just for a second. As soon as I just said that, my husband came over and he said, how could they be talking about a better future or to build something when they're in office right now? And what have they done? I know. I just said that. I'm watching. Okay.
We're going to take the next train.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, the station.
We're listening. Let me focus.
To care for
I need
every
water.
child, no matter where they come from.
Mira
no
me,
matter who
Gigi's
their
here.
parents are.
Hi, Gigi. I'm gonna lower this a little. Any thoughts, Gigi? Come on, let me know what you're feeling right now, because I'm in shock.
Child welfare system. We wanted to make sure that California's foster youth aren't cut off and left on their own the day they
Thank you,
turn
Deborah.
18.
That's a good point.
As Attorney General, Kamala created our state's Bureau of Children's Justice and worked to give children in the juvenile justice system the support
Good
they
point.
needed.
250.
And when I asked her to swear me in, the first woman vice president, swearing in the first woman mayor of Los Angeles, we knew we were sending a message to young girls everywhere that they too can lead.
Sorry about that, Ruby.
Now I know Kamala.
Okay, awesome. Let me mute this. I would rather listen to your opinions, Gigi, right now, because this is insane. What are your thoughts, Gigi?
I sent you on the chat. It was the headline that says another Kamala Harris failure after 3 years and billions of dollars. A rural high-speed internet plant has connected 0 people. She was put in charge in 2021, and $42 billion were spent, and 985 days later, not one person has been connected to the high-speed internet that they have that they authorize. So so she was in charge of this program, and nobody got connected. And this is in mainline news. And they're over here telling you, hey, we're going to give you guys internet. No, you spent $42 billion, and not one house in the Midwest has got connected. This is in headline news, but they bury it. They're lying through their freaking teeth. And I mean, I can send you the article, but $42 billion and not one person has been connected.
Okay, now that you're talking about it, I think I remember that about a year or 2 years ago, Verizon was knocking at my door and they said, "Oh, free 5G." And I said, "Really?" It was only free for like 3 months, and then after that, Verizon was calling me, "Oh, if you want to sign up, this is the monthly payment." And I said, "I thought this was free for this area of Tampa. I thought it was going to be free, like, affordable, like you said, the affordable thing. So for low income families, they were going door to door." And I said, "Yes, of course. I have benefits. I have 3 children. I met the qualifications, and it wasn't free. You had to pay for it. Nothing is free in this world."
But what they were talking about is rural internet, high-speed internet, in like in the middle of Kansas and all of these places. And not one person has been connected in close to 1,000 days. And they've spent, and she was in charge of this program, and so the money's been laundered. That's the whole point. And you can look this up. You just type in rural high-speed internet, 0 people connected, and you'll see the reports. They're lying. They're telling you we have this program when really it's a laundering program. I'm looking at the article right here.
Interesting. Oh, yeah, I muted it, Jane, so that we can just talk a little bit. And this chick is singing anyway, so I don't really care to listen to that. Yeah, I mean, any more thoughts? I mean, this is the first time that I've watched the DNC, and I'm kind of shocked that I haven't seen not one stat, not one chart, not one graph, nothing actually pertaining to real issues. Just like, oh, she did this or she did that. Show me the proof that she did that. Well, did I miss something? Like, is it me? I don't know, because I don't have TV. I don't have cable, so I don't watch television, mainstream news. I get my news from YouTube, Twitter, from people. I talk to real people. I don't watch the news.
Yeah. I'm glad that Gigi brought that article up, because that is exactly how political people lie to their voters. Is they say something, look at what we did a couple years ago, it's this great thing, but when you actually go look at the great thing that they claim, it was a disaster, right?
Yep. Oh man, Jane, I have no clue. Her name is Mickey Guyton. I've never heard about her before, but I love her hair. Oh my goodness. Okay, move on. We will. Okay. All right. I got caught up with the comments. We got caught up with Gigi and Lucy. Now let's see. Okay. Because I know YouTube is a little icky with music and stuff like that, so I don't want to get a strike or whatever. So I'm glad I muted it anyways. All right. So let's see what's next here. If anybody else wants to join, I will put the link in the chat. I think up to 10 people can come on. So yeah, if anybody else has any thoughts, you can come on.
As we look ahead to our collective future, it's important to reflect on all the incredible progress that we've made in the last year's administration.
If they can't, if you didn't tell me what it is, what progress?
Resilient nation.
Oh my God.
They invested in critical infrastructure, delivered relief when disaster struck, and made healthcare more affordable. Kamala Harris cares. And unlike Donald Trump, she has a plan not just for the next 4 or 8 years,
Donald
but for
has a plan.
generations
What are you talking
to
about?
come. Now, let's hear from some of my fellow state executives about how Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are investing in the long-term future for our nation.
Okay, I want to hear this genuinely. Let's see if we get any real information. Thank you,
I'm
Thrifty.
Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis. I'm the proud son of a union bus driver from Pittsburgh. Every day, my dad would come home and tell me about how our roads and bridges were in disrepair. President Trump promised us Infrastructure Week over and over again. He really didn't care, though, and it never happened. But President Biden and Vice President Harris are on our side. They brought together Democrats and Republicans to get it done. We got I-95 in Philly fixed in less than 2 weeks. We repaired the Fern Hollow Bridge in Pittsburgh in record time. Right now, we're repairing roads and bridges across Pennsylvania, including in Pittsburgh, the city of bridges. And Vice President Harris is looking forward. She's committed to keeping our infrastructure safe and modern.
Okay, finally something. You know what I mean? Finally,
Think about my daughter,
some
Harper,
results.
and all of America's children. Investing in them means investing in our infrastructure. It means replacing millions of lead pipes. It means providing clean air, clean water, safe roads and bridges, not just for us, but for generations to come. That's the legacy that President Biden is leaving our children. Let's keep building bridges to the future with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Let's work.
It took FEMA 2 weeks to get to the Superdome in New Orleans. Thank you, Rebecca. I'm gonna look all that up.
In Wisconsin, we also need leaders by our side. I'm Wisconsin's Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez, but long before I took office, I was a registered nurse. I served in the Peace Corps at the height of HIV/AIDS and in Baltimore emergency rooms at the height of the heroin and gun violence epidemics. During the COVID pandemic, Trump and Wisconsin Republicans
BEAD
failed
program? Okay, I'm
to
gonna look it up
protect
right
our
now.
health.
Failure.
That's why I ran for
BEAD
office and
program
flipped
failure.
a red district blue.
Okay, hold on. Let me mute this for a second. Okay, you said BEAD program, right? Okay. BEAD
Failure. You have to
program.
put the word failure.
Okay, 42.45 billion state grant program created by the bipartisan infrastructure law. The BEAD program is a 42.45 billion state grant program. The states, U.S. territories, and Washington, D.C. receive billions in federal funding to deploy or upgrade high-speed internet networks to ensure the public has access to reliable, affordable, high-speed internet service. Okay, that's just like the
No, but Ruby,
Google.
you have to search failure. You have to put the word failure in.
Oh, failure. Okay.
Failure. And it'll take you to the Washington Times. And it'll tell you that nobody got one. Not one person.
Okay, let's look at it right now. Let me present my screen. Oops. Okay, wait. Share screen. Let me see. Okay, you should be able to see my screen now. Americans still waiting on Biden broadband plan, rural high-speed internet stuck in Dems red tape. Not a single home connected 3 years.
After $42 billion.
Wow.
It's a money laundering scheme.
Let me see. Lawmakers and internet companies blame the slow rollout on burdensome requirements for obtaining the funds, including climate change mandates, preferences for hiring union workers, and the requirement that eligible companies prioritize the employment of justice-impacted people with criminal records to install broadband equipment. What?
So the point is, if they can't do that, how are they going to build roads?
Wow.
They're telling you right there. And then other articles are from our government agencies are responding and admitting their failure. On other, when you keep searching, like on the Gateway Pundit, you can type that in. But so here they're talking about high-speed internet, which is a total failure of $42 billion. Not one person or home has got. And then they're going to tell you they're going to build bridges. When you remember that bridge that collapsed a couple, like last year.
Yeah.
And that happened during. So these people are going to fix bridges.
Right.
Donald Trump.
But remember when I was with Jimmy, I don't know if you saw that, but with Jimmy, I said, isn't that what our taxes are for? Like for the roads and for, I would assume that it would be like for the veterans, for things that we actually need. So when they send this money like this and then it doesn't happen, like you said, it's laundering, right? Like, so why are we paying taxes?
Well, because one thing you learn real quick when you deal with the city, like I learned with the city, that the clean water that they give you and the wastewater that you give them, that those two departments make money for the city. They're money makers. And so are the gas stations. They're money makers for the road department. And so there's some money makers in the government, and what they do is they steal their money and then they give it to all of these other little programs like this department, that department, that department.
Right.
And so the same thing happens with the schools. They rip off everybody's house. Everybody's house gets taxed. Everybody's business gets taxed. It's supposed to go to the school, but the money really doesn't go to the school. They actually dip into that fund. So it's that's one of the problems that a lot of Republicans talk about is that, hey, if you're going to tax me on gas, that's fine, but just keep the damn money in the road department. And don't what they do is everyone is putting their fingers in the cookie jar.
Right, I agree with you. Yeah, that's why I'm an abolitionist for those 3-letter agencies like the DOE and FBI, CIA, etc. I agree with that. That's why I think that the school choice should go to the parents, so that the parents can have the money to, teach their children individually, because not every child is the same. And the schools are horrible. So I totally agree.
No, just kidding.
Say that again. What you said?
What happened to that coffee commercial? No, just kidding. I was just kidding.
Oh my God.
No, you're right.
Okay.
You're right.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I'm glad you brought that up live, and I was able to look it up and read that right there to show everybody how it is a failure, but they still want to harp on that like if it's a win, but it didn't actually come to fruition. Like it didn't happen.
When Wall Street foreclosed on millions of homes, Washington wisdom was that $4 billion was the best you could do. Other attorneys general agreed. But because Kamala Harris grew up in a middle-class home, she knew that wasn't enough for all the working families who got screwed over.
Misappropriation of taxpayer funds. Definitely, Vern, but I think they steal it most of the time too.
Kamala Harris won $20 billion from the big banks for California homeowners. And that's because she
Good point, Thrifty.
cares. She cares so much that if you're lucky enough to be her friend, she calls you on her birthday, and sometimes she sings to you.
What the hell?
She called me on mine right when I had decided to run for lieutenant
Are we
governor.
15 or something?
She asked tough questions. I promised I'd follow her lead and invest in the future. Together, We shattered that glass ceiling, California, and got
Oh my God.
and got to work. I am so glad.
Okay, I'll be right back. I drank the whole green tea and now I have to go use the bathroom. Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
For Californians and Pennsylvanians, for Texans and Wisconsinites, for states red and blue and everything in between, President Biden and Vice President Harris have been investing in our future and are on our side, and we are not going back.
Well, that does it. She cares. I mean, she cares. You got my vote. You know, like when Watchtower sends a letter with much love.
About Project 2025.
The far right's playbook.
Right, exactly, Gigi. These are just claims of authority, or it's just another logical fallacy. That these people are just pushing their opinions and saying,
Wait a minute.
just like when
Cut overtime
at the
pay.
conventions, at the JW conventions, when they say the governing body loves you. How?
First day back in office.
You need some proof, right?
Video, a co-author of Project 2025 saying that Donald Trump, quote, blessed the work he's doing now.
He's been at our organization. He's raised money for our organization. He's blessed it. So he's very supportive of what we do.
He doesn't want freedom. He only wants control.
I know Donald Trump's tight.
These are the stakes.
Project 2025 wants to take our country backward.
This is our fight.
We are not going back.
Please welcome Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow.
Hello! I'm Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and this is Project 2025. Now, over the next 4 nights, you are going to hear a lot about what is in this 900-page document. Why? Because this is the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm back, guys. Did I miss anything?
No, you didn't miss anything, but this is perfect because she just admitted they're going to spend the next 3 nights talking about what the Republicans are doing instead of talking about what Democrats are doing, right? This is their Democratic National Convention. They should be spending the entire 3 days talking about what their governors are doing in Texas and what their senators are going to be doing in Hawaii. Like, they could be talking about their own initiatives, but she just admitted they don't have any good policies to talk about. So instead, they're going to badmouth the Republicans for the next 3 nights.
Oh my goodness, I'm telling you, man. Yeah, and sometimes I wish they did have good things to talk about. You know what I mean? Like, do something good so that you have something to say, and you come empty-handed every single time. Like, come on.
And you know what? It works because when we were Jehovah's Witnesses, we just talked bad about the Catholics. We talked bad about, So this is what you're seeing is it works. It works every single time it's tried. Let's talk bad about that group, and that means we must be great. If the Catholics are bad and the Republicans are bad, then that makes us good.
Right. But that's not good enough for me, in my opinion. Like I told you before, they say racist, they say all these buzzwords, but that's not good enough. Give me a reason. Give me, the information on to research, to see the difference. They don't do that. They just say all these good things and they have nothing to back it up. So that's very unfortunate. Okay, I'm going to see if I could catch up on these comments and then we will go right back to the party. Oh, my husband just told me that they're having riots outside.
Oh yeah.
Is that true?
Yes.
And they're over here chileando in the DNC, having a great time in this utopia of all these accomplishments, but outside they're rioting.
Well, some of the fences are down, but I think you can see the videos on X, but I think they're waiting for the sun to go down. Yeah.
Oh, it's not nighttime over there yet? It's 8:39 for me right now. I don't know what time frame they're in. Oh my goodness. Okay. Anthony says hi. Hi, Anthony. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Slumber party talk. All right. Let's go back. Let's see what they're talking about now.
Legal. Well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court, he's now completely immune from prosecution. Even if he breaks the law.
That's not true. I don't think that's true.
But that's not who we are. Because we believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Good point, Christine.
Not the government of Donald Trump, by Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump.
All right, pause right here. Gigi, what is your opinion about what she just said about the immunity thing? Because I don't think that that's true. What's your opinion on that, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't have an opinion on that. I'm sorry. I haven't been following it to give a good educated comment. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Lucy, do you have an opinion about that?
So what she's saying is that because of the current political leanings of the Supreme Court, that even if Donald Trump was somehow prosecuted for something that he did while he was in office the last time, that she's saying that he somehow has the golden ticket for immunity because right now the majority of the judges are conservative.
Right. No, that's true. But you see, the presidential immunity thing, this is why we have to tell the truth about that, is because, to my knowledge, if I'm not wrong, I don't know if the chat, if you guys want to give me some input, but the president was never immune to things. The president is not above the law. And if he did do criminal activity, they would have impeached him, which they did twice, and nothing came up when that did happen. I think Jimmy also knows a little bit more on this subject more than me, but when we did bring this up, the immunity thing is just something like they struck down what that the Supreme Court was like covering, because the president does have the immunity when he's in power, when he has to make a decision or do something as a president, because he was the president at the time that they're claiming that he did whatever criminal activity. And so under that immunity for the president, then he can do as president. But he's not the president right now. And so they're going after him. And they literally, turned him into a felon because the state went after him, when that's supposed to be a federal issue, not a state issue. So that's why I'm still educating myself about that.
Because they've already told you what they want to do. They want to pack the court and put 27 Supreme Court justices versus 9. And so this is a fear campaign. So they're trying to tell everybody, be afraid. Donald Trump, bad. We need 29, 50, 100 Supreme Court justices. And that's how so if they can destroy the Supreme Court, then they're invincible. These people are drunk on power.
Yeah, Gigi is spot on. He hit the nail right on the head. So the reason why she's saying, hey, you guys need to be scared because they have the power so she's using fear mongering to get people to think about the proposals that they're going to put up. And just like Gigi said, yes, the Democrats are trying to push for adding more people to the Supreme Court.
Okay, good Okay, good point. Good point. King of Dots says, I looked up the stats. Obama killed 860 civilians in 600 plus drone attacks. That is true. Fully immunized. Trump's immunity is only in his official presidential capacity. Thank you, King of Dots.
When we choose to do it together. You see, Kamala Harris has always understood the assignment. No matter if she were the underdog, no matter the bullying or the name calling, she never doubted that our best was still ahead. She knew
Welcome, Mr. M.
a better future was possible if we stood side by side with our neighbors and we fought for it. No matter what language they spoke, no matter what country they came from, no matter the size of their bank account. And that's what she did. As a prosecutor, together with law enforcement, she prioritized holding criminals accountable and protecting public safety. As state attorney general, together with students, she put a scam college out of business. After the mortgage crisis, together with families who lost their homes, she took on the biggest banks in the world and won a settlement 5 times
10:30. Oh, nah. You think I could stream for that long, or should I come back? I don't know. That's a long ass time.
She would simply say,
Oh,
Kamala
man.
Harris for the
Damn,
people.
Jimmy.
For her, it wasn't just a professional oath. It was a battle cry.
Jimmy, if you want to hop on and you got the link right there.
This way of seeing the world,
You know, the one he took a shower with. Okay, yeah, that's super unfortunate. And that is true. That was on the laptop stuff. And the diary stuff too. It's very unfortunate. But we were just talking about the immunity thing, Jimmy, about Trump's thing. I wanted to touch on that again because somebody just said that about Trump and the immunity thing, and I'm like, I thought the president was already had that. They're making it seem like now he's immune, he can do whatever he wants, and making it look like whatever. I don't know how to explain it. That's what I'm saying.
And Democrats, Americans, we deserve better.
I agree, Mr. M.
We deserve a president who is tough, not just tough talking. One who shatters the boundaries of what's possible, not the boundaries of what's legal. And one who wipes the floor with cheats and fraudsters because, well, Democrats, she knows the type. Democrats, that president, the president that we deserve, that president is my friend, Kamala Harris.
No.
Thank you all so much.
I'm so sorry that they actually believe this. Like, do you think they actually believe this? Oh my God.
Well, the Seinfeld episode says, remember, Barry, it's not a lie if you believe it.
So excited.
Really?
So that's how
But do you actually think they believe that?
they make. Well, if you can make yourself believe it, then you're not lying.
But the facts are still there. Okay, you see what I'm saying? So just like with the JW stuff, yeah. You believe it, right? Because you're indoctrinated. But when the facts are there and it disproves something that you believe in so concretely, wouldn't you be forced to say, this is actually the truth and what I believe is false?
Yeah, that's why the number one law was idolatry. We were idolaters. We worship men. These people are idolaters. They don't care about the truth. That's why it was rule number one. Don't be an idolater. Because you fall for the lie. You believe lies.
Yeah, but they have to know that that's a lie though, right?
Yeah, some of them. I think the majority of them are what Stalin called useful idiots. They're being used. But the leadership knows. They know they know.
Right.
I would say about 10% of the people, the movers and shakers there, about 10% of them are like the governing body. They know how the game is played, and they just look, give a blind eye, see no evil, hear no evil.
Mm.
It is a religion. I mean, really, we're witnessing a religion. And I love Donald Trump. I'm afraid of the Republican conventions. I don't go there. I'm afraid of falling into another religious worshiping of men. I'll still vote for him, but I'm scared, Jesus, of being worshiping men. And that's what you're seeing here. Human worship, in my opinion. I'll mute.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Like, me and Mr. M have been in communication, and he says some of the same things that you're saying, that we are seeing like our saviors in other people, and that we should see it in ourselves. I mean something to that effect. Like you just said, people worshiping because they believe that Harris or Biden is going to solve all their problems, despite so many years of that not happening. Like, why would you continue to vote in a way where you know that nothing is going to change? Meanwhile, you claim to be for change. It's like contradicted a little bit.
It's funny what Debbie Moore just texted. Kamala is a bumbling idiot. She'll take America to hell in a handbasket at warp speed. So you have Donald Trump with warp speed, who screwed us over. And now we have
That's my thing. That's why I was so appreciative that Lucy shared the third party stuff, because I was really like, I was into it. I was like, oh, I probably would be a constitutionalist, or maybe I would be a libertarian, or maybe something else. I don't know. Because I feel like the two-party system needs to break. Like, we need to get rid of that already. So oh, Lucy, remember we were talking about the general election, that you could probably vote no matter what because it's not a closed primary. You were right, because I spoke to those women at the library and they told me the same thing. They said, oh, well, it doesn't matter if you're Republican. For the general election, you can still vote for whoever you want, because they were hinting that I should vote for Kamala, even though they didn't say it, directly to me. And I said, oh, is that true that I could just, vote? Because I thought it was like, no, I didn't like connect the dots that the closed primary is obviously closed and the general is open. So I got confirmation about that.
Good. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that there are people who are giving good advice out there. We had an elections office here locally in Arizona where they were telling people that if they called and asked how to get registered as a third party, the people in the office were telling them that they could not, that they didn't have permission to, and that was under a Democratic rule. And that there's no reason why anyone wouldn't be allowed to register with a party. And so it always surprises me at the amount of misinformation and disinformation out there, even given out by election offices. So
put that JP comment back up. I think you'll love this comment that JP did. And it goes to show, like, the Jehovah's Witness angle. It's the same. It says these people talk like Trump is still in office and they're going to
right
everything that is currently messed up. Are they even aware Biden is still president? And you see that, like, in our religion, like, all of the bad things that could ever happen in the Jehovah's Witness religion is because of us apostates. Like, wait a minute, what do we do? And that's what you're seeing right here. Like, this disconnect, like, you're the one driving this vehicle.
Right, because they're still in office. So if they're running on this, why didn't they already do it and then run on the accomplishment? Like, you see what we did these past 4 years? This is what we did. If you want 4 more years of this, vote for us. You know what I mean? Like, that would have been a great, like, I wish I could help them. You know what I mean? Like, I would be a great, like, Gen Z influencer to, like, help them.
You see, the moral of the story is that the cult teaching of Watchtower and this, what you're seeing here, what JP is talking about, it works. It's a recipe. It's like if Satan wrote a book and it was a recipe book. This is the recipe. Blame everybody, even though you're in charge. Imagine if your boss blamed you, but he's the boss. Like, dude, you're
right. Good point. Good point. So Jimmy just said in the comments that he sent me a video on X explaining the immunity thing. So if you guys don't mind, we could just watch that really quickly.
You're in charge.
Okay, I'll just do this for everybody, even for the people in the chat, really quickly. We're gonna see this. Wait, what happened here?
You're the governing body member of your own channel.
Oh my god, that's triggering. Okay, so let's just watch this really quickly.
Here to kind of help with that, and then I'll give some other examples. So here we go.
But first, let's get to that top story of the morning. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled on a number of important issues that will impact your life, 5 of them in all. You may recall that we covered the basics of these cases last Tuesday, with the court since then announcing decisions on all 5. So today we will cover those rulings and a reminder of why we should care. First, we've got the big case of Trump versus the United States. As a quick refresh, the heart of this debate is whether a commander-in-chief has presidential immunity for alleged crimes committed during their time in office. And if so, what crimes are covered and which are not? This case was, of course, about charges filed against Donald Trump, but the questions about presidential immunity were much bigger than just one man, as they would apply to all future and past presidents too. And here's what the court ruled yesterday. U.S. presidents have some immunity for some things. And while that was a partial victory for former President Donald Trump, it was much bigger than him, with the court setting out 3 new different tiers of presidential actions that will determine whether a president has immunity or not. The first tier is for presidential actions that the court said were part of a president's core constitutional powers. Those actions get absolute immunity. Now, in the case of Trump, that absolute immunity covers when he spoke to the Department of Justice about his belief that they needed to address allegations of criminal fraud in the 2020 election. Meanwhile, the second tier, well, it is a bit more squishy. The court said that presidential actions which are within the outer perimeter of a president's official responsibilities, those get presumptive immunity. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, for non-lawyers, it means that those presidential actions that are closely tied to those core constitutional powers, they get covered by immunity. That would include decisions about national security or the execution of laws. But making a call about what exactly falls into this outer perimeter, it's pretty squishy, and reasonable people can disagree about what falls into it and what doesn't. In other words, it will require judicial and prosecutorial discernment about whether to bring a criminal case. And that is exactly what the Supreme Court said yesterday must happen with the Trump cases. For example, the Chief Justice, Mr. Roberts, said that the D.C. court now has to re-examine whether the charges from January 6th could reasonably be tied to Mr. Trump's outer perimeter of his official presidential duties. And that is what the special counsel, Mr. Jack Smith, must now do. He has to prove that Trump acted beyond that outer perimeter. Which then leaves the third tier of actions, those taken by a president that have no reasonable or clear connection to their constitutional powers or duties. In other words, those would be unofficial acts, personal acts, and those get no immunity. So that, collectively speaking, was the ruling yesterday, with reactions mostly along party lines, and that includes within the court. Liberal justices were mortified by this decision. They said that, well, it means that the U.S. president is now really a king, totally above the law. To which Chief Justice Roberts said, well, calm down. He accused liberal Justice Sotomayor of fear-mongering when she brought up some hypotheticals about presidents ordering assassinations of rivals, noting that this ruling did not give presidents a carte blanche to do whatever they want. He also emphasized that criminal cases can still be brought against a president if a prosecutor thinks that they have a good case. Also, he said Congress can still impeach and remove a president if a prosecutor decides to decline charges. Finally, folks have observed that Trump, again, did not get what he wanted. He desired immunity across the board, but he didn't get it. No matter, Democrats were absolutely outraged. Indeed, Mr. Joe Biden last night held a tightly scripted speech, echoing Justice Sotomayor's fear. He said that now there are virtually no limits on what the president can do. His campaign then said that the U.S. is now on a path to a Trump dictatorship. Mr. Biden's Democrat colleagues on Capitol Hill are pretty frightened and angry too. They are promising to investigate the Supreme Court and file impeachment charges against the various justices, trying to remove as many of them as possible. So to summarize, America regarding this case now has 3 tiers of presidential actions: official, semi-official, and non-official. And each of those has new thresholds for offering criminal charges. Now, in the case of those charges against Trump, he is going to face renewed scrutiny for all of his actions, but not a trial, not before November anyway. After that, he still might face one, and he could be found guilty or not guilty. Or if he does get reelected in November, Congress could step in and impeach and remove him. But nevertheless, we shall see what happens, and it was a big decision. And I'm going to give you my analysis and opinion about that in just a minute. But before we do, let's talk about the 4 remaining cases.
Okay, so that gives a really good explanation of what the Supreme Court said yesterday. So there's 3 levels. There is official actions. That is what a president is allowed to do inside the Constitution, what the Constitution allows as presidential powers. The second one was presumptive immunity, which means that can be, whatever action is taken, that can be challenged. As long as a prosecutor feels like they have a really good case, they can take that to court and challenge the action by the president. Then there was no immunity for unofficial acts. This right here is why the left, the liberals, they lost their damn minds yesterday. And let me give you an example of some of these unofficial acts. And you tell me if these things fall inside the Constitution and gives the president the power to do these things. For example, here's a post that I put out yesterday. It says the Supreme Court of the United States of America did not grant immunity to any president for any unofficial or unconstitutional acts, to include this dirty dozen: 1, treason; 2, pedophilia; 3, human trafficking; 4, ritualistic murders; 5, bioweapon mandates. Remember, Trump didn't put a mandate. 6, income taxation; 7, war profiteering; 8, color revolutions; 9, drug trafficking; 10, assassinations; 11, election fraud; and 12, foreign collusion. Those things do not fall within an official act of a president given them through the Constitution. Those are the things that they have no immunity for. So I want you to sit and think, how many former presidents or former government officials have engaged in any one of those 12 categories? This is why they are freaking out, because they know that they have no immunity for these things. So, in wrap up, no, the Supreme Court did not give Trump full immunity, and he will not be a king or a dictator. That is not what happened. So if you're hearing that on the mainstream media, then please know it's bullcrap. Anyway, hope that helps explain a little bit. If you like the video, like, subscribe. Love to hear what your comments are. Go ahead and put those in. And we'll be back soon to talk with you about something else.
Thank you, Jimmy. That was amazing. Thank you. Okay, Jimmy says in the comments, so 1, there is absolute immunity. 2 is presumptive immunity. And 3 is no immunity for personal acts that aren't found in the Constitution. Do you guys have any comments on that, Lucy or Gigi?
Well, yeah. Rush Limbaugh would always say they always tell you who they're afraid of. And it could be, that's why they hated Sarah Palin, because she was, she was getting super popular, and they hate her. Carrie Lake, they attack her they have no reason to attack her. But the point is real simple. They will always tell you what they're afraid of. And Jimmy Bell just laid it on point number 3. They're telling you why they're afraid, because it could be used against them. And so always remember that phrase. They will always tell you what they're afraid of. So when you listen to these people, that's why Jesus says, pay attention to how you listen. You're listening to these people, and they're just telling you what they're going to do, what they're doing, or what they're afraid of.
Very nice. Lucy, do you have any thoughts that you would like to share before we go back to this convention?
No, we can go back to the convention. This was good. This is a really good process, though. Being able to take information in that we are unfamiliar with. I think you have Googled a couple of phrases tonight. That was really good and then consensus-wise, we have discussed as a community, what does this phrase mean? What is this phrase? So this is a really good process of how to digest what's happening in an election year in U.S. politics. Good job.
All right. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you, everybody in the comments, for helping me out as well, because I am learning at the same time.
34 felonies, and that's just fine with us. Because New York's motto is Excelsior, ever upward. And Trump takes us ever downward. Because here's what Trump never understood. America isn't a luxury good to be bought and sold by the privileged and powerful few. America, we just can't afford another 4 years of that. We have kids to feed, roads to build, jobs to create, real problems
I
to
could
solve.
barely afford that stuff now. What's she talking about?
Leaders who can get it done. Trump talked big about bringing back manufacturing jobs. But you know who actually did it? President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris.
Isn't the one that faked her own kidnapping or something?
And look no further than the city of Syracuse, where a company called Micron is building a $100 billion microchip factory with union labor.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good point. I'll look that up.
It's the largest private investment in American history. And it's going to create 50,000 good-paying jobs. The Biden-Harris administration has made the most significant investments in our economy in generations. And as president, Kamala Harris will continue to build an opportunity economy for all. My friends,
I agree, Debbie.
watching us.
I agree.
Together, we must protect abortion rights. Together,
Oh,
we must
no.
protect the middle class. Together, we must protect the American dream. And together, we must elect Kamala Harris President of the United States. Thank you.
Oh my God. Wow. All in one sentence, too. That's crazy.
Trying to rain on the thunder. Tell a storm I'm new.
Okay, I'll just mute that over the music stuff. But yeah, I'm not too convinced about what Kathy said. And I hate that they always include other issues like abortion, and they make it seem like healthcare or whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Like, I know everybody's gonna have a different opinion on that, but I hate how they include that as like an American thing, like American, like this is why you have to vote for her because she's gonna protect this or this. Meanwhile, you know that all of us are gonna have conflicting opinions on that. That's not something that we can unify on, in my opinion. There's other things that we can like American values can unite us. I don't think abortion is one of them, because I think too many of us have different opinions on that. I mean, that's just my opinion. So I don't know.
Can you highlight King of Dots' latest comment about the Federal Reserve, indicating that the government job numbers are doctored, that they are lying about every statistic at this point? Now, Tucker Carlson, a few months ago, I think when he first, or maybe a year ago when he first started his YouTube account, when they fired him, he mentioned about the truth, that you could feel it, like in your gut, in the hairs on your arms. And so when the Federal Reserve, is talking about the job numbers, everybody knows that that these things are lies. And you hear on the news, well, this job report number, this number, everybody feels it. Like, oh, inflation is going down. But you go to Kroger, you go to Trader Joe's, you go to Safeway, you feel it, right? And so that's the whole point, is this lady's talking, but your gut and your hairs on your arm, or the sweat in the back of your neck, it's giving you a different vibe. It's like, no. And I think that's what King of Dots is talking about, that everything that they can't help themselves. They just one lie after another. It's like that Seinfeld episode when Seinfeld is shaving his chest, and he just tries to shave a little bit, but he can't stop. He can't stop. And that's how it is here. One lie after another lie after another. It's like a Gatling gun of lies, and they just can't stop.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. Like, I feel you're right. It makes me feel weird. Like, I don't feel good, because it's like they're lying. You know what I mean? Like, it's like when you know the truth, it kind of like gets you riled up, like what you were saying, because we know it deep down inside. Oh, he's there. What? I was not expecting that. What?
Turn it up.
You want me to hire it? Okay, is that good? Wow, the woman herself.
Good evening, everyone.
Oh my God.
Good evening. Good evening. It is so good to be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President, Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Good night, everyone.
Wow, no, she came just for a little bit. Now she's leaving. She was only there for like less than 5 minutes? Less than 5 minutes?
Less than 2 minutes.
Like a 2-minute introduction. Like, she just wanted to come and say hi. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Jimmy said now would be a great time to send in the protesters because they outside, right?
It's all Palestine.
They're outside. Meanwhile, everybody's in here talking about a fake
Please
world,
welcome
fake accomplishments.
actor and director Tony Goldwyn.
Oh, God. Okay. Mira, me, this guy looks like Gavin.
Chicago. And hello to everyone tuning in.
It's the Wicked Witch of the West Coast.
Welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Now, how is that for an opening act? I'm just saying.
She sounds like a
as our
motivational
Vice President
speaker.
Just said, over the next 4 days, we will be bringing folks together from all around the country, people from
Oh, I
every
have no
walk
clue.
of life,
Julie.
to talk about
Julie
this
Van D.
nation we love.
Welcome.
And about a candidate who has devoted her life to public service, who never shies away from a righteous fight, and who always stands up for the people. We are going to talk about the choice America faces in this election.
Oh, is this guy an actor?
It's a choice not just between two very different
Yes,
candidates,
this is an actor.
but between two very different futures.
Okay.
We will hear from everyday Americans about what is truly at stake in this campaign. The future of our middle class.
Yes, Debbie.
The future of reproductive rights. The future of our climate, our security, our schools.
Welcome
the
back, San
future of our
Diego.
freedom. The future of our very democracy.
Jimmy, welcome.
Hello.
I can mute this guy because he's an actor.
I figured I'd go ahead and jump on and join the party.
Yes, this is like a watch party, right? We're just watching it together, hanging out and just talking.
My God, I need to smoke some more before I eat. This is insane. So, hey, did you like the immunity video?
Yes, thank you for sending that because it came right in clutch. I was like, yo, what is this about? Yada yada. Yo, did you just see Kamala?
I saw her ass. Yeah.
What are your thoughts about the whole thing so far?
Yeah, it's all trying to build a hype, and it's all just propaganda. Every bit of it. Every freaking bit of it. They make a statement, but then they can't back up anything with any facts, and it just looks like a Trump hating party. Honestly, that's been my initial reaction to this. Oh, Trump's bad. Trump's evil. Trump did this. Okay, that's fine. Well, okay, whatever. Tell us what you're going to do for the country that isn't communist.
Well, if you listen, they're telling you two things. They're telling you what they're going to do if they win, and they're also telling you what they're going to do if they lose. And I've noticed, listen to them, like, I really think there's a part of, they're trying to do the steal, but they're, and this is normal. You plan, but these people don't want to go away, and they're planning on having Donald Trump arrested if he does win. They're telling you.
Oh yeah.
So if you listen closely to what they say, especially the keynote speakers, they're gonna tell you what they're gonna do if they win or if they lose.
Oh yeah. Well, Jamie Raskin's already said, and he's going to be speaking here not too in a short period of time, but he already said that on January 6th that there might just be a civil war if Trump were to win the election, and they're not going to certify him or anything like that. So they said there might be a civil war. He's already said that. Now, do I believe that's going to happen? No, I don't. I mean, y'all who follow me know that I believe in a lot of other different things that are going on, and I know it will take people by surprise when I say certain things, but there's a reason I say certain things. Like, for example, you really want me to throw a monkey or a wrench in the monkey works? Trump's still commander-in-chief. He's still commander-in-chief. Now, I can explain why to the viewers and the audience why I feel that way. There's a lot of other things that I think that's at play right now. And I honestly believe that what you're seeing right now is we've been in a great awakening phase, and the phase that we're in right now is to wake up the D's. Because you cannot unite the country with just half the population. You have to do it with at least the majority of the country. And the majority of the Democratic voters right now are looking at this and they're like, what? I mean, oh, you mean my vote in the primaries didn't count? Anybody with the brain should be on the D side should be thinking, they just stole our vote. We didn't vote for Kamala. They just picked her. And that right there should make the D start asking questions. So, and it's going to get these next 3-4 days, there's going to be a lot revealed that the D's really should be like, really, is this what we want? Do we want communism? Because that's exactly what they're pushing for.
Good point, Jimmy. Just wanted to highlight that comment that you made and ask you a question because I'm confused, honestly, genuinely.
Okay.
If she's VP and she's running, right? Would it not be a conflict of interest that she has to certify her own election if she's running for it? Like, has this ever happened in history before? Or what if she does use the power of VP and she doesn't certify it, saying I won? You see, that's a conflict of interest. What if she doesn't do it, and then Trump says again, oh, they stole the vote, or I'm supposed to be the real president right now? Because since she's VP and she's running, that kind of, it doesn't make sense. I'm confused. Like, how can you certify your own election?
Yeah, that's what's the best way to answer that? I don't know what the historical precedent is for that. I'd have to go back and do some research and see if it's ever happened to where a VP actually certified their own election. I have to get back with you on that question. And that's one thing. That's one thing I do, Ruby. If I don't know the specific answer to something, I'll tell you, I don't know. Let me look it up and find out, and I'll get back to you on it.
But this time it's different because fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So this is where we're at. If they try to do that, Donald Trump says, "Okay, I'll let you have it the first time," but the second time, it's just this is why they're talking about war and civil war because that's like a plan B or plan C. I'm sure they have different plans. But.
Yeah. They've been planned. That's what they want. See, the deep state, the way they operate, they can't combat with information. The only way they can really do whatever they want to do is by pushing wars. And they know how to operate through wars. And that's why they want a civil war here in the United States. But I really do believe we're not going to see that. I have my reasons for that. But I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, King of Dots disagrees with you about the commander-in-chief.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that
and
up.
That's fine. That's fine. But if you want me to explain why I say that?
Yes, because Teddy here says, how is Trump commander-in-chief? Excuse me. How is Trump commander-in-chief? And then King of Dots says, well, if you believe 2020 was a rigged election, then yes, Trump is still commander and head chief. Gotta let it go. So if you can give your thoughts.
What if I told you guys Trump was never president of the United States Incorporated? What if I told you that?
Yeah.
Y'all would think I'm crazy.
Yeah,
So-
it's a little confusing. Yeah.
So here's the thing. And I know you said on your last video you said Jimmy goes into history. Well, here's a little bit of history. Okay. So, and it plays into today's events. 1871, we came off the original Constitution, and the United States became a corporation, not a sole republic. All right. We became a corporation. That corporation has been running ever since then and violating our rights as American citizens from the original Constitution of 1791. So, with that said, there's a lot of us that do believe that the U.S. Incorporated has failed and is ceasing to exist. Biden, okay, if you want to say he's president, yeah, he's president of a defunct corporation. There's a lot of us that believe that the republic was restored back in 2020. Now, if you go back in history, what was George Washington before he became a president? What was he?
General.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he was the commander in chief of the military, correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then they made the Constitution, and then he became president.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if you look at Trump's inaugural address in 2017,
Mm-hmm.
who did he have standing behind him when he gave that address?
I don't know.
Military officials.
Okay.
And Trump said in that inaugural address, and I put it up on my X feed last night, he said, this is not a transfer of power from one party to the next. This is not a transfer of power from one administration to another administration. This is a transfer of power from a corporation to you, we the people. Right there, he became technically the commander in chief and technically wasn't president because he wasn't president of the corporation. So
okay, I see your line of thinking. So I'm trying to track with you. So I'm not reading the comments right now. I'm listening to you.
Okay.
Can I bring up a counter to?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I'm gonna share this tab just really quickly.
And keep an eye on the convention because I think Hillary's supposed to be coming up soon too.
Yeah, I am. But really quickly, if your time is short, political fact. This is just what I looked up. You said 1871, and then I said Constitution. So just really quickly, it says the Organic Act of 1871 consolidated and reconstructed the District of Columbia's government. It did not make the U.S. government a corporation. An anti-government extremist group called Sovereign Citizens spread the conspiracy theory that the law transformed the government into a corporation. QAnon adherents later adopted the idea to predict former President Donald Trump would be reinaugurated to office in March 2021. Learn more, yada, yada. So that's, our time is short, so I just wanted to bring that little counter.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that from PolitiFact, and actually there's a couple of other fact checkers that say the same thing. But how reliable? I mean, you can take it for what it's worth. I just put the information out there. You can take how reliable those folks are. But if you look at the actions that have been taken by our government ever since then, there have been things that have been put into place that are completely unconstitutional and only benefit the corporation. Example, the Federal Reserve. Example, income tax. Example, the Patriot Act. Those were all things that were unconstitutional and did not benefit the citizens, but it benefited the corporation.
Hey, you know what, Ruby?
So, let me finish my thought real quick before the things come. So, what we the digital soldiers have dug on and believe that Trump is still commander in chief, and when this election takes place, I have a feeling that it's probably going to be delayed, and they're going to use cyber attacks as the excuse. If it's not delayed and they go ahead and let Trump win it, then there's going to be what Jamie Raskin said. They're going to cause problems and try to impeach him, try to get him thrown in jail, all this stuff. Have you ever listened to Trump on some of his rallies where he said, maybe I'll be president for 8 years, 12 years, 16 years? Remember him saying that?
Yeah, he said, you'll never have to vote for me again.
So technically, and like I said, we'll see how all this plays out. This is just what I've researched. If the election that we have coming up goes to voter ID, paper ballots, and if it's overseen by the military to protect the votes, and Trump wins it, then he technically becomes the 19th president of the republic, which means he could serve 2 terms under the republic, according to the Constitution.
Right.
I know it sounds bizarre to people. I know it does. But like I said, I've looked at this stuff, I've dug on this stuff, and it's a very good possibility that that could happen. And so why are the Dems and everybody freaking out? Because they know their corporation is dead.
And also, because I'm not, Jimmy, I'm not, that sphere, I am not an expert, or, I speak with no authority. But, as GG for GB, and I talk about the Bible and stuff. Basically, the way I look at it, it's the lie is so huge that they're afraid because it's going to implode on itself.
Yeah.
And so it's not America or anything. It's just eventually you lie so much, like a man cheating on his wife, a woman cheating on her husband. There's only so many lies that you can tell.
Yeah.
Before, and I think that's going back to before you got on. I was telling Ruby how Tucker Carlson was saying you could feel it in your stomach, you could feel it in the hairs on your arm. I think the American people feeling that no, the lies have to come to an end, and I think the lie is reaching a shelf life in this country.
Oh, it is. I agree with that.
And I think that whether what you're saying is true or not, I think we're living in a time where these things are going to be revealed to us, and we'll actually see the answers. We'll find out if what you're saying is true or not true.
Yeah, I mean, and
I don't think we could kick the can any farther.
And here's the thing: I don't care if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference from leaving the Watchtower, is because when you were in Watchtower, you always wanted to be right. You had the information. The governing body told you everything, and you were afraid to be wrong because then people would say stuff about you. I don't give a crap. If I'm wrong about something, I'll admit it. I'll be like, well, that didn't work out the way I thought it would. But and I know people think I might be crazy, but let me ask you this. If I would have, and I've said this before, but if I would have told you back in the summer of 2019, if I would have said, hey, y'all, guess what's going to happen next year? There's going to be this pandemic that's going to shut down the whole world. They're going to lock you in your houses. They're going to close businesses. They're not going to let kids graduate in public. They're all going to be online. And then they're going to force a vaccine on you. If I would have told you that in the summer of 2019, would you thought I had lost my damn mind?
Yes, because I would have told you, this is the United States of America. We are free. They're never going to do that. The government would never do that.
Exactly. So I know I say some things right now that you're like, yeah, Jimmy's done lost his mind. But I'm telling you.
Well, no, I view it differently.
There's some things that we're going to see some things happen in the United States here in the next 3 to 6 months that you've never seen before in this country.
And I would have believed you because after leaving the Watchtower, and this is all deja vu here, what I'm watching. But nothing surprises me anymore, and I think that's where a lot of people in the chat section are watching this video. Nothing should surprise us anymore. I mean, if Barack Obama is a female and Michelle is male, I wouldn't be surprised. Nothing will surprise me anymore.
Yeah. I've gotten to that point, Gilbert. I've said it before. If an alien ship came and landed in my front yard over here, I would not be shocked. I'm that open-minded to things that are happening. And I know that there's people, I've had people in my comment section and people on my videos saying, oh, Jimmy, you're just a right-wing conspiracy nut. Da, 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 da. Yeah. But if you looked at my Facebook, why did Facebook get rid of me? They don't like truth. And this is stuff that I was saying and putting out there. and they kicked me off the platform.
Well, I think I said it before you got here. Rush Limbaugh would always say, they'll always tell you who they're afraid of.
Yep.
Who does Watchtower censor? You know, the people they're afraid of.
The
You know,
apostates.
so that doesn't mean you're right, but we should have already learned through experience that when somebody's censored, when somebody's treated a certain way, doesn't mean he's right, but there's something to the story. There's something here. And that's why I like to listen to people who have been censored. Not because I want to believe it. I just, there's something.
You know, it's kind of like, you know, when they ban a song or whatever, you're like, okay, I really got to listen to that song because I want to find out why they're banning it.
Right.
You know, it piques people's interest. And so all I'm going to say, and I'm not going to argue with anybody. I've gotten to that point where I'm going to say what I believe. And if you want to argue with me or whatever, or come at me, I don't care. I'm not going to, it doesn't even faze me anymore. I've been through this for 4.5 years. So I'm going to put my information out. You can accept it or not. You can debate me respectfully. I have no problem with that. But all I'm telling folks is you've got to open your mind to a bigger picture of things happening.
Right. Okay. So before I respond to Teddy, Lucy, do you have any thoughts that you would like to share about what we've been talking about so far?
Well, for one, living in a community that believes in censorship is the opposite of free speech. So
Yep.
do with that what you will.
I agree with that.
We're all responsible for the actions of our community. And so if we take a hard look at our community and we don't like what we see, then that's the point where we should be able to get involved.
I agree with that.
Yeah, so, and there are a lot of things happening. There's no way for one person to know everything.
Correct.
And if we come at it from a standpoint of, I live in Arizona. I've lived in Arizona for the last 25 years. I don't know what's happening in Florida. That's up to Ruby to tell me what's happening in Florida. So, like, even though we are one country, we live thousands of miles away, and Ruby's needs are very different than the needs of the people that live in my community. And the only way that we're going to be able to come to some agreement is if we listen to each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have to say.
Wow, Lucy, I live on the west side, Lucy, Phoenix. But I'm sorry, Jimmy, but I just wanted to mention she talked about the First Amendment and censoring, and I want to go back on the religious side. Oh my God, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah, yeah. You might want to listen to this. This will be crazy.
Okay, let's pause.
I think Hillary is after AOC.
Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oh my God,
for
this
your
chick is
vision.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership.
Leadership? Oh my God.
She's tripping. I'm screaming here. I gotta mute
Years
myself.
ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired
of a cynical politics that's seen blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress.
Absolutely not. I can't believe
And
it.
America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as presidents and vice presidents of the United States of America.
Hell no.
I am here tonight
My God.
because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
Yeah, that failed today.
In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets.
Oh my
and greasing
God.
the Wall
What?
Street
She's tripping right now.
Oh my God.
I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life.
Oh my God, I'm
The
in
truth is,
shock.
Don,
Even this guy's in shock.
this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business.
Oh my God.
To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected,
Selected.
Republicans have attacked me
Installed.
by saying that I should go back to bartending.
Yes, you should.
But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Lying, yo. Oh my God.
Is she going Huey Lewis? Working for a living?
Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim.
Oh my God.
But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But
What?
we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone.
Oh, really?
Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people. Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you.
Hi, Steph. If you want to join us, I'll put a link.
America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of
I don't think that Rusty would be here today if it wasn't for the farmer's dog.
Ah.
day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you.
You don't give a rat's ass about the people.
That was
Okay, I'm
awesome.
gonna mute that.
That is so awesome. She's gonna. I mean, this is going to be all over. The $1 Donald
Oh my
Trump.
God!
Talk about memes.
Wow.
She delivers. You know.
Oh my God.
Did she present any solutions
Oh my
to
God.
anything? Did she?
Welcome, Teddy. Hi, Teddy. Before you speak, Teddy, hold on, because AOC just finished, and I gotta get this off.
Hillary
That
is
was the crazy. I'm sorry. What you said, Jimmy?
Hillary is next.
Okay, let me make this quick. When AOC got elected in the Bronx, I was still living in the Bronx. Okay, so this is how I hate when she does this. Okay, when Amazon wanted to build that warehouse in the Bronx, that would have created so many jobs for us, and that's the reason why we also had to move, because we were thinking that this would have, the warehouse would have gotten there. We would have gotten to get jobs, and she killed that. And she made Amazon go to a different state. Do you remember that? Does anybody remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
That is what AOC really stands for. Okay, she got rid of jobs. She didn't even let Amazon come and bring in those jobs. So this is what's so upsetting, and this is why I kind of I don't want to say hate. I dislike her. I dislike her because that would have been great for New York. That would have been great for the Bronx. That would have given those people who they claim are minority people in the Bronx a job, and she prevented that from happening. So just wanted to. Hello to Teddy. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hi. Can you hear me?
Any quick thoughts before Hillary comes on?
Before Hillary comes on, well, I'd say, for one, Kamala, come on. Call me Kamala. Let's be honest. Look, I mean, from England, let's be honest. We can't do that with the price hikes. You can't stop the price. You can't stop a price going through, You can't stop... in England right now, the prices for all of our food and everything like that. I would love to hear, I'd love to see a price hike. I'd love to see them cut all the prices. But if they did that, all the investments are going to leave. There's going to be no business in the UK. So you can't do that. Otherwise, you impose state control. So that'll never work. However, it's also, with Donald as well. We love Donald. We love him a little bit. But it's not like with America where you can't get away with things like that in a big business economy. You need a free market economy to some degree. And I mean, that's what Trump will probably impose, but it's like America's in somewhat of a war economy at this point. So it's not like in Europe where we're not spending as much. We're relying on America to impose all that. And America isn't reliant fully on Russian gas like we are. So I'm obviously giving my European view on all of it, but
which I love.
Say, yeah. Hello across the pond. I must say, but no, it's AOC or them. They're full of shit. We all know that. I mean, we all know that. We all know that. It's simple facts. So
yeah, but she can dance.
If she can dance, you can chain smoke all you want, bro.
Oh yes, Teddy. I'm sorry, I didn't ask you. So where are you from? And if you would like do you have a political leaning? Are you active? Are you like an XJW? Just give us a quick intro.
Well, I mean, I work in finance now in London, so I am traditionally conservative, I suppose, in that sense. Like, I suppose traditionally conservative, not. But also, I do believe in some liberal policies. I think that in the UK there was a thing called, before you go on to this, there's a thing called liberal Toryism. That's how the Tories started in the UK. The Conservative movement started. It was liberal Toryism, and that was, in my opinion, the best period of British politics ever. If you look back on all that, liberal conservatism, I believe, is the right way. But I don't think that America can comprehend using those kind of words to describe, if you know what I mean, their own politics.
Very nice, Teddy. Thank you for joining. Because I did a political show about the UK politics, so that's interesting. If you ever want to join me again, I'm gonna send the Discord link. Maybe you could join us on Discord if you haven't already. Just really quickly. I mean, are you an XJW? I mean, that's pretty much my audience. So I just wanted to make sure. Are you not an XJW, or are you an XJW, or are you just a random guy on the internet?
I've simply saw your stream on YouTube whilst I was browsing. It's 2:49 in the AM right now in the UK. So I saw your stream and I clicked on it. So I mean, I'm thankful to be here, but also please describe it to me what an XJW is.
Well,
I've heard of an SJW.
I'm gonna get a hold of you, and we're gonna do a free Bible. I'm gonna give you a free Bible study.
Gigi, stop it. Okay, Teddy. Excuse Gigi. He's the class clown.
Santos, get out of it.
I wanted to. Hillary's not on yet, but I wanted to add something what he said. Terry, you said liberal conservatism, right?
It's liberal Toryism is what the best, in my opinion, period of British politics was. Yeah,
and I think because I listened to the third-party debate that Ruby put up, and the libertarian that was on there, I found myself agree. I mean, I agreed with a lot of things that he said. For example, it is more of a liberal idea to be part of the LGBTQ thing. Okay, I'm not saying it's solely to them, but that's how it looks. As far as the liberal side of me, or the libertarian side, I don't care what you are. Just don't push your agenda on me and my kids in school. Do not use that kind of platform to push that agenda. So there's several different things, I mean, that I'm like, okay, yeah, I have a libertarian view of that. So I can understand when you say conservative liberalism. I get that. I get that.
Yeah. So, well, you're quite right. So it's like originally it's liberal Toryism, but it's been gone for a long time. It's obviously things are left and right, and that's become polarized now in politics.
Yes.
It's very much you're either left or right. There's no like leaning into either side for any policies. I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong. I don't think that as soon as you mention the other side, we have a policy for this or that. It's now wrong to suggest that we maybe be a conservative and we have a
there's Hillary
policy.
Okay, Teddy, hold that thought.
Yeah, this will be fun. This will be interesting.
This will be better than AOC.
Stick with us.
Hey, y'all know that's not the real Hillary, right?
Okay, stop it, Jimmy. Stop it.
Black Hillary.
Stop it, Jimmy.
Do it, Hillary.
Oh, this will be interesting.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you all so much.
I would have never thought she would be here right now. Like, why she can't just retire and go home? Like, damn.
I got a lot to say about Hillary.
So, as far as I'm aware, this is live in America right now.
Yeah.
Yes, it's live in America.
Thank you, my fellow Democrats.
Oh, not fellow Americans?
Thank you, my fellow Americans.
Oh, there you go. This will be interesting.
Thank you so much.
How much you want to make a bet they replace Kamala with her?
Thank you all.
When she goes to Arkansas?
Yeah.
Really quickly, I want to just say hi to Steph. I see you here. I will get to you after we listen to what Hillary has to say, and then We could all. Okay, all right.
No problem.
Love you though. Love you.
No
Thank you for
problem.
coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
In this room, just like there is across the country.
Oh my God.
Something is happening in America.
Yes, something is.
You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time.
Such bullshit.
First, though, let's salute President Biden.
No, I don't think
The military didn't even salute him at his inauguration.
Never forget Benghazi. Thank you, Jennifer.
Ew. I say ew. No, let's not.
Democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House.
What? No, he didn't.
And he showed what it means to be a
I'll be right
true
back, guys.
patriot.
I gotta pee so bad again. I'll be right back. I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership.
This is like crazy world. It's
Yeah, it is.
gaslighting.
Why is Hillary on the mic right now? Where's Kamala?
And now,
Is she the preliminary?
and now we are writing a new chapter in America's story.
Hang on.
My mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday.
Sorry, Gigi.
Think
Sorry.
about it. Tennessee became the final state. To ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. No more delays, she wrote. Give us the vote. And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless Black Congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to
Hillary
see
God.
Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president.
From the same party that came to find what a woman is.
And nearly 66
True.
million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here.
Look at her face. It's a mask.
Sounds like she's in high school.
I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going.
Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going. Families building better lives, parents stretching to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House.
Hell no.
You go, girl.
You know, the story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward.
Lies. Absolute lies. I think around 10 o'clock, Deborah.
And her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers.
Yeah, I'll check the schedule real
helping
quick.
children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will
calling
fight
bullshit.
to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide.
Oh my God. That's the reason why I'm voting against her.
No one took. Oh my God. Ugh. Wow. Abortion's not banned in the United States.
Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers.
Bullshit, she let 'em go.
Will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety.
Oh.
Donald Trump fell asleep
More
at his own
gaslighting.
trial.
More gaslighting.
And when he woke up, he made his own kind of history. The first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my God. She's still butthurt. She lost in 2016.
Oh yeah, she's so butthurt.
As vice president, Kamala sat in the Situation Room.
Yo, look at that evil smile.
Yeah, oh, she's evil.
Oh
She's
my-
downright evil.
Oh my God.
I mean, oh, some of the things I know and seen. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
But we also know, as vice president, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as commander-in-chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans.
Your party's been doing it for decades.
She reveres our Medal of
Thank you,
Honor
Purple.
recipients.
Thank you.
She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy.
I'm
and
gonna
our
have to look this up,
Constitution,
KOD.
and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic.
Oh, please.
Think about it.
The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America.
What?
Donald only cares about himself.
Oh,
wow.
Oh,
Wow. She cares about kids so much that she's going to bring abortion.
On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people.
Yeah, because she's been so instrumental.
That is something that
over the
Donald
last
Trump will
several
never
years.
understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar.
Oh.
But we have him on the run now.
No, you don't.
Wow.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Wow. They think they got it in the bag. They think.
So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes.
Oh,
we have
really?
To fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us.
Here we go.
Because you know what?
Oh, wow.
It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign.
Tell us how Gitmo was, Hillary.
And America needs.
I love this.
every one
I'm
of
having
us.
so much fun right now.
Our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation.
Yeah, okay.
We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone.
No.
Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling.
Oh, she's still talking about that ceiling?
And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all. I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us.
Dirt.
What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families.
Wow.
The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly.
Yeah, but who does all the
freedom
censoring?
from fear and
Exactly.
intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom.
Thank you, Lucy, for joining us. I loved all of your input. Thank you
say,
so much for the
in
support.
America, you
Had so
can
much fun
go
tonight.
as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th president of the United States.
Oh my God! This is great. I'm having a freaking blast.
Because,
Here, I'll share.
my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose.
Hell
to the
yeah, you
rule
need
of
to.
law and
Hell
our
yeah,
way
you
of
need
life.
to work harder because
Don't get distracted.
you're an
or
idiot.
complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer.
Yo, those are
Oh,
nice.
come back,
Hold on
Hillary.
one second.
Candace, what's up?
Sorry,
Me and my
guys.
daughter's going pro in basketball.
Let me know if the volume is okay.
All love. I want I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we
Your time is up. Time's up.
The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Oh, she's not done yet? Oh, she's done. Okay, she's
She's done.
Wow. Okay, so
Wow.
wow. Yeah. Wow. I think we lost Steph. Steph, if you want to come back, I put the link again because I was waiting for you, girl.
Wow.
Wow.
You see,
Well,
at the very end, she was telling you the code words. Barack Obama, a good communist that he is, he would say the words, "We are the people that we've been waiting for," because this is what all the communists have in common. Well, you know, you get all the famous communists of the past, and they all failed, but every communist believes that we could get it right. See, they got it wrong. We finally arrived, and that's what Hillary Clinton was telling you, that we are here. So when I listen to that, knowing that the good communists that they are, is they're saying it's over. We're not going to wait anymore. We're gonna turn America into our vision of the communist country that it should be. You see, we are the people they've been waiting for, and that's what these communists always believe. You know, they're always like, you know, setting the ground rule for next year. Next year, they're always planning, like the Chinese. You know, the communists are always planning in the future. But these people are old. Look at them. They're all old, and they want to see it before they die. And they're going to put the pedal to the metal.
Oh yeah, all assets are deployed right now by them. Everything that they have right now in their toolbox, they are all in. That's why you're going to see chaos. That's why you're going to see war. That's why you're going to see all these cyber attacks. Everything that they have to be able to use, they are doing it right now.
So what do you mean by that, Jimmy? Like what? So when you say like all the tactics they're going to employ, obviously, you know, I think the Republicans and the Democrats both want to see Putin, you know, done with, really. But like, what tactics are the Democrats going to use?
So they use, for example, in 2020 to do their election interference. What did they use? They used the pandemic. That's a tactic that they've used for years. I mean, we've had all these different types of viruses that come out. It always happens to come out during an election year. That's one thing that they use. Another thing, censoring. They use censorship.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah, sure.
So when you say pandemic, like, you know, in China and all that, Trump himself admitted that it was a China virus. I mean, how can you say that it was a pandemic when? So you're saying that Democrats are affiliated fully with China?
Yes, I will say. Now, I will also say though, on that point, there are Republicans that have sided with the Democrats that are on board with the CCP. Because there's a difference there, and I can explain it or talk about it later. But yes, I tell everybody, look, there was a bioweapon that was released from China, but it wasn't what our media and the politicians told everybody around the world it was. And I can go.
What do you think it was then?
I believe that a bioweapon was released because they wanted to create panic and chaos amongst the people. When they realized it was not having the effect of dead people everywhere early on, then that's when they used the other tactic they used, where they manipulated the numbers. The PCR test was never designed to detect COVID. And the only reason...
Is this what you think or what you know?
I know this.
Well, I mean, obviously, you know, I'm sure it'd be difficult to cite evidence right now, but, you know, like what's made you think that way?
A lot of research, and one of my buddies who, I know we might be getting off topic, but one of my buddies who I told in March of 2020, I said, dude, this is all bull crap. every bit of this. And he was so like, no, Jimmy, this is real. He was wearing his mask. He was doing the social distancing. He was doing all that. But my friend is a very analytical guy. He's the type of person that he doesn't change his mind on anything until he has documented evidence and proof. And
What's
I
his
will
job?
tell, huh?
What's this guy's job?
He used to be a software programmer.
Oh, well, that makes sense then.
Okay. And so 8 months later, he came back to me. He said, Jimmy, I've done the research. I've looked at all the evidence that you presented. I looked at evidence from everyone. He says, you were absolutely right. This was all bullcrap. Now, if Ruby will type in my email, send me an email, and me and you can hook up and you can ask me more questions because I don't want to take over Ruby's show.
Hey, but Jimmy, what Teddy doesn't understand, because he's from the other side,
Right.
is, and you talked about them implementing. It's real simple. We talked about it earlier. The Democrats, Teddy, we have 9 Supreme Court justices.
I understand the political system very well.
So Hillary Clinton is saying no, along with Joe Biden and Kamala, we're going to add 27 justices. We are going to pack the court. And then by doing so, what you're having is you're eliminating the United States as it is founded. And you're wrong when it comes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump never implemented COVID. What people don't understand is that no. Oh no, I know, but a lot of people don't understand that Donald Trump allowed the 50 states and its respective counties to make decisions.
Yes.
And Jimmy talked about that, how a lot of the Republicans backstabbed the Constitution and backstabbed the Republican Party. But so in all over the United States, like in Nebraska, they didn't force you to put a mask, and they didn't make businesses have it. So the COVID thing was a very good thing that happened in America, because it showed the backstabbers to our Constitution, and it also showed that Donald Trump never ever became a dictator over the 50 states and their respective counties and cities.
Yep.
But these people want to get rid of Trump because they want to have centralized control over the Supreme Court and over the 50 states and over the counties and over the cities.
Correct.
That's the difference between what's happening, that's what we're seeing here is the communist control, and Donald Trump never did it. And when you understand how it's founded,
so I understand how America works and everything, and I know that of course you can't impose a nationwide. It's very difficult to impose a nationwide law on everyone because every state has their own rights, constitutional rights for their own, and they have their own representatives and all that. I get that. It's different. We have a constitutional monarchy still in the UK, so it's a different thing really. And we have our constituencies, and each constituency can vote for each election. But I understand that, and it's also a good thing that Trump never actually did that. It's a good thing that he never tried to impose the big imposing mask ban. That's a good thing. But it's also the same thing as like in the UK, other countries worldwide. Do you think that it's authoritarian power? Do you think that's an authoritarian thing when, in the UK, there was a mask mandate to some degree, you had to wear a mask outside? I mean, I remember when I was going out here, it was like the police would stop you sometimes if you didn't have a mask on, and people would tell you to put one on in public, and the social distancing rule was enforced by the police, and do you think that that's authoritarian power in your eyes to impose that from in other countries compared to America? So do you think that that's authoritarian for a country which has absolute rule over their entire constituents? Is that authoritarian power to you, or do you think that that's different?
Of course, it's
authoritarian in America.
Yeah, I agree. That's authoritative power.
And look at, for example, in the state of Florida, Ruby's from, the governor has said, we will not listen to Klaus Schwab. We will not listen to the United Nations, and we will not listen to the World Economic Forum. We are not going to obey your mandates over us. But unfortunately, in your country, King Charles will bend over to the UN, and he'll bend over to the World Economic Forum.
He doesn't have any power, this King Charles.
And well, yeah,
he's a figurehead.
Allegedly. But here's the point. The point is that in the United States of America, we don't not only have 50 states, we also
love
have
the Queen.
we have
Come on.
respective counties and sheriffs. So sheriffs don't have to obey the edicts of. So this is the separation of power, and this is what Hillary was trying to tell you, that we're moving forward with our agenda, and our agenda is to have centralized control, and all of you will listen to us.
Kamala.
Is Kamala?
Is that no?
No, that's that freaking Raskins, dude. That's a freaking little snake in
I was
grass.
just checking. Okay, so pause just for 1 second. Steph woke up. She says that she's backstage, but I don't know, Steph. I think it's a glitch. It's telling me your device is not set up, so I legit cannot put you up to the stage. You have to connect your microphone and your camera. So it's on your end. It's not on my end. Sorry, Steph. Keep trying.
Reset your computer.
Ruby, you sound like you're from New York. You're from Florida.
Steph.
Yeah, okay. So let me introduce myself. Yes, my name is Ruby Quinn, and I am from New York, but I live in Florida. I have been living in Florida more than I have in New York, but I was born and raised in New York and Manhattan. And so my show is every Tuesday around 9 p.m. I talk about politics, and I am targeting my community of ex-JWs, which means ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. So the majority of this audience has been a former Jehovah's Witness, or maybe there are Jehovah's Witnesses, like I don't know. But I am targeting that community to educate, to just open up the discussion about politics, because if you know anything about Jehovah's Witnesses, some people consider it a cult. I consider it a cult. And so we don't talk about politics. We don't have opinions. We cannot register to vote, and we're not supposed to have any part in this because we are supposed to be no part of the world, like the Bible says. So this is the very first time that I have been able to allow myself to learn about politics, to register, to vote, etc. You know, everything that has to do with politics is the very first time for me. I'm 28 years old, but like everybody else here is older than me. But I started my YouTube channel exposing the cult for being wrong about Christianity, and I'm also inquiring into Orthodox Christianity. So I'm educating myself still with that. I am an inquiring Christian. And I do consider myself right-wing. I saw your questions in the comments. I would go as far as to say Christian nationalism. I'm still developing my opinions and things like that. But this is more so just to open up the discussion and help other ex-Jehovah's Witnesses comfortable enough to share their thoughts with me. I invite all political ideologies. As long as we can respectfully debate and converse about that, you can come on, and I appreciate everybody who does.
Well, could I ask you, do you think that like in the title of the stream, I didn't realize that it was I didn't realize that you guys were ex Jehovah's Witnesses, in fairness, maybe in I don't know, in a marketing sense, maybe market that with the title of your stream more, so you hit those kind of audiences maybe better. I'd suggest, but you know, as someone who grew up as a Christian, I was baptized and all that. You know, it's very different in England. There's less Christianity here. It's dying out really. We've lost a lot of it. In fact, there's more Islam really than Christianity in the UK at this point.
And it shows it shows in the censorship, because I was going to say before Hillary got on, this is the thing about like the Christian nations versus the non-Christian nations like France and England that are losing its majority. And because they're deviating from God, they're leaving God, they're leaving Jesus, then they fall into censorship. And let me prove it. It's just there's two cases, because you know we're ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. We all learned that in Job chapter 2, when Satan is there with Job, talking about Job with God, he goes before the whole assembly of God. But what's the point? God did not censor Satan. That's the point. In Matthew 4, when Jesus was praying, who showed up for 15 minutes? Satan, the devil. And he asked him 3 questions. Jesus Christ never censored Satan, the devil. The lesson is that every time you leave God and every time you leave Jesus, you got censorship, aka England, aka France, aka Germany. And this is what the Americans are saying. We will not leave God. And that's why Donald Trump is talking about God. We will not leave Jesus. Why? because God and
So
Jesus don't censor human beings. God and Jesus have told the 12, have told the I'll finish with this, have told the founding fathers to enshrine in the First Amendment that God has given us the right to speak, to have a press, to have a YouTube channel, and to print and assemble. And once we get rid of God and once we get rid of Jesus, you will be taken over. And that's all we're saying. That's all, you know, we say in our channels. And this is what America is all about. That God has given us these rights, not King Charles, not the United Nations, not the World Economic Forum. God has given us the right to have a YouTube channel, to print, to assemble, to speak. And who's the one that got rid of
bloody right?
Who's the one that got rid of Jimmy at Facebook? Godless people censor Jimmy. You see, so I'm not saying if you don't want to believe in God or Jesus, that's fine. But the moment you start kicking Christians' ass, karma's a bitch, and she's gonna come for you. That's all we're
So
saying.
do you think? So could I ask, like, with just I know it's a bit maybe a different topic, but with January 6th, do you think that, like, the January 6th rioters, do you think that they deserve justice?
I can answer that because I was there.
Yeah.
Ruby.
You were there?
Yeah, I was there. Ruby.
No way.
Who's on the stage right now?
So we got okay. So I just refreshed my page, so I'm back. Gigi, Jimmy, and Teddy, and Steph keeps coming in and out, but it's telling me her device is not on. So I'm so sorry, Steph. I can't put you up here.
What about the convention? Because Ashley Biden's going to be the one that comes on and introduces Joe Biden.
Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen again.
Yeah, because we don't want to miss that.
Okay, this guy's there.
So it's still him. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So you want me to talk about January 6th real quick?
Oh, yes. Teddy had a question. Go ahead. Yeah.
Teddy, I was there. I saw it. I saw everything that happened that day. I actually did a video, Facebook Live or YouTube Live video that night, telling the world what we just saw. And the media spun everything. And my videos have been proven correct.
So the officers that died, there was multiple people that died. None of the January 6th rioters died in my.
No one died at those riots.
But there was multiple officers that did die.
Yeah, but that was
and so in the UK, the reason why we've had, like, protests and people have been, you know, targeted and have been harassed by the police and government and been labeled far right protesters is because they've been causing violent disorder in the streets, and it's just like, you know, obviously with the Black Lives Matter riots, there's too many people, which, you know, you can't label. They're all just looking for an excuse to riot. Same thing as the far right riots here. Not everyone's far right, but it's like with the January 6th, if I could finish.
Yes.
That was, you know, in many ways, you could say that it was instigated by Trump, and it was. Well. He said many things on Twitter, which if you could get the timestamps up of it as well, if you wanted to. Like, he at the time was saying you could get the timestamps up. They probably still exist online. You know, the guy said a few things which did in fact instigate the riots, and, you know, it's like people did die there. And that was violence. So do you think that they're deserving of the sentences they got, or not?
Okay, so hold on a second. First, I want to address the Trump instigating the riots.
Yeah.
How would somebody who gave the speech and say, let's go peacefully and patriotically to the Capitol to have our voices heard?
I think that was what he said on Twitter, which was the main thing.
But to go back on that, to debate you on that, he never said, "Hey, y'all, we need to get angry and storm the Capitol." He never said that.
Well, that's true, but you can also say something without, you know, you can say something without meaning it necessarily. Like, you can say something. You can say.
I think he was insinuating them to go and and riot.
Yeah, he was insinuating it, and I think we all know that he did somewhat insinuate it. Like that's not.
Let me say,
For us to suggest. I saw the tweets whilst it was happening. We were watching it in the UK, and we're thinking, what the fuck? Because the UK we'd never go and attack the fucking House of Parliament or something like that. And if we did, those people would be brought to justice, and yeah.
I'm very passionate about January 6th because I was there. I saw it. I saw the people that instigated the thing. I saw them changing clothes behind bushes. They were in their black gear, and they switched over into Trump outfits. I literally saw that. The people that instigated January 6th were not the patriots, was not the Trump supporters. What it was an FBI operation backed by the CIA, and Antifa was involved, and there's plenty of proof for all that. It's kind of like with the 2020 riots. You had people that were peacefully protesting against police violence. Yes, I agree. The police shouldn't be violent. I support that. However, at nighttime, those protests got violent. And who were the ones doing it? The Antifa people, the radical BLM guys. So on the other side, January 6th, I'm going to tell you this right now.
You're saying that. So sorry to interrupt, but you're saying after the storming of January 6th, you're saying that the BLM people, the Antifa, were making more of a conundrum than the people who were protesting for
correct.
Trump.
And it was funded and backed by the FBI and the CIA. When the FBI director was in front of Congress, he was asked, "Can you tell us if there were any confidential human sources in the crowd?" He says, "I cannot speak to that." He didn't say, "No, we didn't have anybody there."
But Jimmy, notice how justice is only a one-way street with Teddy. Teddy never ever says, "Why don't we bring justice on the police that were there, that opened up the doors, let people in, escorted them in, and took them to where they wanted to get for their photo op."
I saw all that.
And then the people that didn't revolt, they just were taking pictures that were actually praying. They were praying in the house.
Capitol.
You go and arrest them. So Teddy, no, don't give me this thing about justice. Justice is a two-way street. The day you arrest an American citizen who prays in the United States Capitol is the same day you should arrest the police officer who opened up the door and let him in, and ask who gave the police officer.
Could I maybe suggest why do you think they did that? Why do you think they did let them in? Because in fact there was thousands of people protesting.
There's so much more to the story.
The facts, as far as I know, obviously, you clearly know a lot more about it than I do. But from my knowledge, if I could say, the reason why they let the doors open was because they had a couple of officers there. They didn't expect it to be as much of a riot as it was. If they knew that there was going to be a huge protest on the Capitol building, they would have brought the National Guard and they would have brought in the police. They would have stopped it before. But because it was a sudden rush, they let the doors open because
Teddy, I don't know. Let me say, I got to say this. Let me step in a second. When you said the National Guard, Trump did offer the Capitol and the city of DC. He did offer them the National Guard. He says, "We'll send in 30,000 troops."
I remember that. That's true.
Okay.
That's true.
Pelosi, Miss Pelosi, and the Democratic mayor of DC, they are the ones that said, "No, we're not doing the National Guard."
Yes.
So
that was after they already stormed the building.
She said that before the day even happened.
But see, even Teddy's wrong on this, Jimmy. Teddy's saying that they stormed the building. Every police officer knows the story of the Alamo. Every police officer in the Capitol will defend to the death the Capitol building. So don't come here and tell me a bunch of unarmed Americans.
In defense of Teddy, I think he's actually asking questions and trying to understand this.
Well, he needs to read the Alamo.
Yes.
What I'm
And
saying
you know what? And just and if I may interject, Teddy, this is exactly why I have been in communication with Jimmy, and I told him we need to do an episode about J6, and I think it is very important, especially.
I'd be more than happy to do that.
Yes, because Jimmy does know a lot. He was there, and I think you would be a perfect person to join us if you would like to join us.
Yes, let's
but
do
we
that.
will do a separate episode about J6.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that because we're focused on this convention.
That's okay with me. I mean,
yeah, I would love to. Okay, so we're still with her.
We still, yeah. It's just.
And see, here's the thing.
When's Kamala coming up?
It's 10:30, so I'm still waiting. Yeah.
Not only do we want to unite our country, but we actually want to unite everyone around the world. I want to be united with Teddy. I want him to be fighting for freedom and liberty just as much as we are here too. But to do that, you have to have communication. You have to have discussion. And if someone has a question, let's talk about it. And let's learn from one another.
Well, I think Jimmy's got the right idea with it. To be honest, I think that, I'm not trying to inflame any of you by.
No, I don't think so either.
No, I'm inflamed, Teddy, because you want to go ahead and say that all of these people are bad on January 6th, but yet
never said that.
Hold on.
No, he never said that, Gigi.
No, yes, he did. He insinuated it in a court of law. It wouldn't stand. But here's the thing: my argument wouldn't stand. But the point is, you're pretending that the police officers are white as the pure driven snow, and that all of the bad people were at the January 6th, when all of the evidence points to the contrary.
It's a riot. It's not just like everyone's bad. No one's it's like, let's say in a riot, is everyone bad? Is everyone
what riot? What cars were burned?
I mean,
what was burned?
Well, there was multiple people who died. They had to. There was
like
multiple
Ashley
police officers who died.
Ashley Babbitt, civilian.
So Ashley Babbitt is a great example. But Gigi, he was asking, why did they open the doors? And that is a legit question that even we as Americans, we have the same question. Why did they open the doors? Are they corrupt cops? What?
I mean, in fairness, from my knowledge, they opened the doors because they had to regroup behind. Listen to the media-driven agenda lines. Well, maybe I have. Maybe
I think Teddy is just. I think Teddy's just looking for more answers than what he's been told.
Teddy. Thank you.
So I don't think he's trying to inflame anybody or be a troll or anything like that. I think I get the vibe from Teddy that he's being sincere.
I believe it. But what I'm saying is that he's wrong because police officers don't open the door unless they're going to kill you.
Okay, we get that. Yeah, we get that, Gigi.
And
we get that, bro.
So no. They opened the door because they were given orders.
So what's the Alamo? Explain to the viewers what the Alamo is.
No, they don't need to know. If you're an American, you don't know what it is. But that American citizens will die defending, to the last man, defending the Capitol. And those police officers have taken a sworn oath to die defending the Capitol. And you mean to tell me, Teddy, that you don't have questions that a bunch of unarmed American citizens that pose no threat are somehow going to be let in, and these people are not going to guard with their lives that they promise under oath? No.
The doors to the Capitol had to be opened from the inside anyway.
Yeah.
So who opened the doors?
Right. We want the truth. We want the truth just as much as Teddy wants the truth.
Well, they were breaking through the doors, but they opened them themselves.
No, they didn't. There was no way they could. There's no way any citizen could open those doors from the outside.
Them smashing through windows, them smashing and trying to break through the doors.
Yeah, I would love to do it. I would love to have a video with. Hell, we'll do it next week if you want to, Ruby. We can talk about January 6th next week and bring Teddy on next week, and let's have this discussion.
Teddy, I sent you in the private chat. I sent you Jimmy's email, and I also sent you the invite to Discord, which is our XJW community. But I have a creators content tab with my name, Ruby Quinn, so you can talk to me directly, chat, DM, the whole nine. But that's exactly why I do this show, Teddy. I mean, you see, these are my people. I love them. but we're trying to get to the truth just like anybody else. And I'm so glad that you are kind of like an outsider, because I love this. This is what we need. We need to open up our minds.
Yes, I like that.
In my opinion, there's no absolute truth to anything, because the definitive truth is what people make of it. Really, it's like anyone's definitive truth is what they make of it. So if you need
facts and evidence will prove truth.
Facts and evidence can lead you towards somewhat of a conclusion.
Well, that's why
absolute truth. In a car crash, what's the absolute truth of a car crash? Was it this person who smashed into this person? Was it? There's a camera evidence of that. Was it just hearsay?
Investigation. That's what we need.
Exactly. I mean, in law, stuff like that, there's multiple things that have to go into facts in order to gain the absolute truth. The absolute truth doesn't really exist in reality. But there's people's versions of it. There's people's versions of
Teddy,
the truth.
This is I'm glad you said that, because this is why you're Britain and we beat you in a war. And this is why you guys are Britain.
Oh my God!
No, this is why you're
guys salty. I can't lie.
This is why you're being overrun by Muslims. This is why.
Oh my God!
And you're not.
You're.
Yeah, we are too.
But here, I'm gonna say it real quick, because the truth.
What's Trump's biggest border? Like, what's his main thing? It's the immigration crisis at the border.
I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question real quick. You said there's no absolute truth. You lowered the truth. Everybody knows that Jesus Christ is the truth, and you elevate Jesus. Your country has lowered God, lowered Jesus, and you're being taken.
I didn't lower.
And you guys are being taken over by immigration, and you guys will soon be.
I agree with that.
Yeah, and it's just not England. So,
no, but you know why? Because
who's that?
You guys have diminished the truth.
I don't know. Does anybody recognize these people here?
Is that Ashley Biden?
No,
I have no clue. You want me to put? Let me put this down.
Isn't just a woman's fight.
George Floyd.
This is about fighting. This is about fighting for our families.
It's not the bloke from the office.
Kamala Harris says, our future.
I think Joe's coming up soon. Teddy, I would love to have a conversation with you sometime one-on-one, buddy.
Mate, anytime.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
I'm gonna have to go grab another beer.
The baby girl we wanted
Love you guys.
desperately. For the doctors and nurses who couldn't help me deliver.
That's
her
not
safely.
Ashley. Okay.
Okay,
so
that's
I'll
not
remove
Ashley
it.
Biden. Okay, all right. But
okay.
So back to Hillary. Wasn't that fun?
Hold up 1 second. Steph, we finally got you. If you want to unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I don't know what the heck happened.
Oh my God, I kept seeing you.
Oh my God, I don't know what happened, but I refreshed everything and I finally got on.
Okay, so Gigi did hop off. He says he has to go, but thank you, Gigi. I truly appreciated all of your input. I am so happy that this is going as well as it is. Like, I was not expecting any of this. So thank you so much, guys, for joining with me. So Steph, real quick, what are your thoughts?
Oh my God. Okay, my thoughts are with Kamala, or however you say her name. She's been the vice president for the last 3.5 years. Nothing has fucking changed. It's still a shit show. So why would you why in the world would you elect her as president if you don't like what's going on in the country?
Exactly. 100%.
I agree with you.
It's
common
sense, but this like crazy I don't know what the word I want. This crazy a party in control right now. Just they just don't. There's just no common sense with it. And I'm all about common sense. And common sense is, well, when we had Trump in power, everything was going great. Everything was going great. You cannot deny it. If you deny it, you need to be in the loony bin. You got to be in the loony bin if you deny that. So there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steph. Thank you for coming on. I am so happy that you did.
I'm gonna stay on. Yeah.
You gonna stay on and watch?
Cool.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Steph, Could I ask you?
Yes, go ahead.
Is stuff that I want to reply to. But you there, Steph?
Were you asking me something?
Yeah. I was just
Sorry.
going to reply. You said that, whilst Trump was, I didn't live in Donald Trump's America. I don't live in Kamala's and Biden's America. So what was it apart from, I know gas prices, food prices, and everything. Trump was obviously he was there under the first few years of COVID and everything like that. What was it that you think made Donald Trump's America so good?
Well, exactly what you already just said. Prices of everything were amazing. Economy started going in a positive direction. I will say at the beginning, I didn't like that in the beginning, he was for the vaccine. I don't agree with that. I think he's changed his thoughts on that. Because it's proven not to be,
There's more to that story.
a positive thing. I'm not going to
I
get
feel
into
like you
that.
guys could get into the vaccine for
I won't
10
get
million
into
years.
that.
So let's,
Yeah, we won't get into that.
We won't
That'll
get into that.
that'll get us taken down off YouTube.
Exactly. We're not going to get it. I'm not going to get into that. And I don't care if anybody got it, like whatever. It's, I'm all for freedom of choice, but that's the point. Freedom of choice. That's the point. And so, yeah, if everything was going fine until the other party, brought in or I don't know if it's the other party, but the parties that be brought in the disease.
Yes.
Steph, you want me to help you out real quick on that question?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Inflation was at 1.2%, record low. Gas prices were $1.87 a gallon, record low. Human trafficking suspects were rounded up more under Donald Trump's presidency than any other president in the history of the United States. Donald Trump didn't start any wars. He also gave power back to the states, which is in line with the Constitution, and that's what a president should do.
Yes.
Employment rates for Hispanics, record high. Employment rates for blacks, record high. He gave money to the HBCUs, which no other president gave the historical black colleges. So it was good under Trump.
Yes, I thank you for the statistics. Love it.
Well, I'd agree with you because I mean, it's my job to like review economics and stuff like that. I work in a bank, so this is something that I do. So I'm aware that Trump, although I'm relatively new to it, but I'm aware that under Trump's America that interest rates were the lowest. Also, gas prices were very low. Also, he did in fact pull out of many of the foreign wars, which were committed by Obama Bush administration. He got out of that. He got out of Afghanistan and all that. But you said that he didn't start any wars, and you were kind of saying it also. You were saying it as if this new government has started a war. I don't think that they have. I think that with Ukraine, Russia, do you not agree that we need to stop Putin as well? Like, do you think that that's them starting a war or preventing a war?
This is how I feel about that, Teddy. And the only reason I'm going to respond the way I am is because of the research I've done. Putin is not the enemy here. What he's doing in Ukraine.
I agree. Oh my God, I agree. Sorry.
What he is doing in Ukraine is he's cutting off the head of the snake of the deep state Illuminati operation that has been based in the Ukraine. They have shut down.
You're losing me at this point now.
Okay, I know.
There's Illuminati operation head snake going on in Ukraine.
Yeah,
that's
but if you look at the history, that's where the Khazarian land was. This goes into some more history, but anyway, let me finish what I was saying.
quite a bit about Ukrainian history, but I didn't know the deep state Illuminati were based in Ukraine.
Look up who the Khazars are. The Khazarian Mafia, Khazers. Go look up who they are and where they originally came from. So, but anyway, let me continue on this. What Putin is doing, he is destroying the biolabs that are in the Ukraine. He is destroying the child pedophile network that is in Ukraine.
Yep.
This is why our governments, this is fact. This is why our governments, England, United States, that's why they're back in Zelensky in Ukraine, is because they want to keep their operations.
They need that child pedophile Illuminati network to keep going.
And so that's why Putin has done what he's done. And technically, Ukrainian is historically Russian land anyway.
Well,
so it's not like he invaded another country. It'd be like
in that case, America's British land though as well. You could say that because we came to America first. So do you agree with that?
Well, there's a difference. UN,
there's a difference.
Here's the thing: the UN has never recognized Ukraine as a sovereign state. Go back to 1991, 1992. The records are there. So basically, historical wrongs are being made right with what's going on with Putin.
Yep.
But do you think that deserves bloodshed? Like, do you think that basically?
I don't believe anybody.
Europe. I live in Europe, right? And this is the first war in Europe there's been since World War II.
I don't like to see any bloodshed.
We don't like to see bloodshed in Europe. We don't like to see that. I mean,
nobody does. Nobody does.
But what I will say to that,
what I do like to see is with the Ukrainian offensive into Kursk, the Kursk region at the moment, they've gained about 1,000 kilometers squared, I believe, of Russian territory. They're now going to use that as a buffer zone in order to make a treaty with Putin. It looks like Putin's not going to win the war. So how would you feel if he didn't win?
Oh, I'm going to tell you right now, he's already won the war.
That's what I think.
They've already won the war. There's no way. Ukraine is lost.
Okay, hello everybody. Let's and welcome Vern to the show. Hi, Vern.
Oh, hi. I was just wanting to say hi to Teddy from the Ukraine. I'm from Canada.
I can tell.
Sorry, I didn't mean Ukraine. You were talking about it, but I know you're from the UK. We like your accent. I'm from Canada, so a lot of Canadians feel the same way that you're talking, Teddy. And I know what Jimmy's talking about it's new for me. I never thought that way, but I'm listening. I'm educating myself. I'm from Canada here. We're all interested. I know when Trump took power in Canada, they all complained about our free trade agreement got thrown in the garbage, but
there she is.
I don't know. We'll see what happens. Our government's no better.
Well, thank you, Vern. Thank you, Vern.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
we'll see you later, Ted. Bye.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vern.
Let's see if Ashley Biden's next.
Short and sweet. Short and sweet. I like that.
Yes, Vern is actually the other channel that I am simultaneously streaming on.
No, oh my God, it's this dude.
So both of us. Okay, so we'll come back to this in a second. But yeah, I'm so thankful that you came on, Teddy. These are super great questions. And this is why I love Jimmy. And this is why I open my platform to all ideologies, to all ideas, so that we can put pieces of the puzzles together. And so I want to do a J6 episode, and I also want to do a Ukraine or an Israel or a Russia episode. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna get there. I'm getting there because we're also educating ourselves at the exact same time, because we never had the ability to do this as Jehovah's Witnesses. So this is a new thing for us as well. So we're all in this together, and we do just want to get to the truth. Honestly, I don't agree with half of the things that are happening over there as well. And so I kind of feel hijacked by my own government too, because they're sending our taxpayer dollars for those Ukrainian innocent men to die in a war that they can't win. Like, honestly, this is Russia we're talking about. You know what I mean? So it's sad.
Well, it is sad. I mean, all forms of bloodshed are sad. You know, Israel Palestine's sad, and I mean, it looks like that America's going to probably go somewhat in a proxy war with Iran soon. So that looks like it's going to happen, but that looks like it will be more likely to come under a Biden-Kamala administration than Trump. But I would say with Ukraine and Russia and all that, as someone who lives in Europe, we don't want Putin near us, you know, because as much as I don't think that Putin is as bad as people make him out to be, I think that, you know, autocracy is autocracy. You know, he does kill his political opponents. He does kill journalists. He kills people for saying the wrong thing. In America, that doesn't really happen that much. He kills people on our soil. He's killed people on our soil. Well, well, we could get into that. That's a Jimmy one right there, which we could talk about. We could get into a rabbit hole right there. Like. but I think that. Yeah, well, look at Deborah saying biolabs in Ukraine. This is the first I've ever heard about this.
Yeah, there's 30. I think there was 37 biolabs in Ukraine, and I put all this information back out in 2020 when it first started. So Putin does not want, aside from what the media propaganda has been saying, Putin does not want to go into any other countries. There's no need for it. He doesn't want to do that. What he's doing, he's cleaning out the cancer, so to speak, that is in Ukraine.
Well,
I'll say this last thing. If he wanted to take over Ukraine, you're going to tell me that the Russian military wouldn't just bomb the crap out of Kiev and take it over? If Russia wanted to, they could just they could have it done in 3 days.
No. Well, they couldn't do that because then they'd be facing a guerrilla warfare type situation.
Yeah, it would be a bad situation. You don't want to do that.
Well, but look what Americans did to Vietnam. They carpet bombed every single city. They carpet bombed all the jungle. They just, they retreated into tunnels. That's that's why Israel isn't winning against Hamas right now. No, fuck King Charles, GG, whatever he's on about. This guy is such a. This guy hates the British. I swear down, honestly. Like.
But I'll just say, there is so much more to every story out there, and I've done everything I could to get the information so that when somebody brings up something about Ukraine and Russia, I can speak to it. Or they bring up January 6th, I can speak to that. Or they bring up election fraud and cheat, I can speak to that. I mean, the amount of research I've done over all this stuff is way more than I ever did with Watchtower.
You have to go down the rabbit hole, really, when you get onto this subject, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing, people, they just don't have the time to go and do all the research, and that's what these controllers want. They want people on the hamster wheel so no one catches up to what they've been doing to all of us. Not
They're
just
banking on it. They are banking on it.
Correct.
They're banking on that you don't have the time to do the research. Yeah.
Teddy, here's the thing, brother. I can present and back up everything I say. And
I'm sure you can.
I welcome.
Could I say something as well?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I think that with the rise of non-traditional media, especially with like Elon Musk taking over X, stuff like that, there's been more and more, things which have been presented forth. It's no longer the legacy media that have the full control.
That's because we as digital soldiers are winning this information war, and they don't like it.
Guys go crazy in the comments.
Yeah, they hate it. They freaking hate it. Yeah.
Yep. We have won the information war. The deep state cannot battle us on the information war anymore. So that's why they're pushing chaos, panic, and war. They want.
I mean,
that's what they want.
Well, I think that I would agree. I don't think that the COVID. I don't personally think that COVID was the pandemic, like you say. If you give me information on that, maybe I'd try agree with you. But I do think that I do think that, it's like the Black Plague back in the day, the bubonic plague. That shit wiped out fucking third of the known world. You know what I mean? That wasn't the pandemic back then, was it? It was the bubonic plague.
No, the bubonic plague was a real thing. But if COVID was as bad as the Black Plague, then you would have seen all these homeless people dying left and right, and you would have seen the trucks in the streets picking them up. You didn't see that with this.
But that was because actually they didn't understand what germs were back in the day, but now we do, and we have better healthcare. However, we understood exactly what COVID was, but it was such a threatening disease that we couldn't stop it. But I would agree that there is a lot of evidence that it did escape from a lab in China.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. That's already been proven to be true.
But hold on, because Teddy, yes, I did also communicate to Jimmy about the C-19. I do want to cover it. There's a lot to cover, especially with the Fauci Congress hearings, and he really had to testify and tell the truth. So you see, I'm also going to do an episode about that. There's just like so much to get to, and I'm so glad that you're talking about it, because I'm like, yo, Jimmy, did I not tell you? I said we gotta talk about J6, we gotta talk about COVID, we gotta talk about these things. Because I need to, this is like a video diary for me. I can go back to it and be like, you see, I had this person on it. Like, it's not just me. All of us are thinking the same thing, but we want investigations. We want proof. We want the truth, and we want them to get arrested. Fauci should be arrested. All of these people who were in cahoots with the COVID, with the J6, whoever, they should be arrested. And that's why I hope Trump learned his lesson. And when he comes back into office, he can go after the deep state. And I already covered the deep state. So if you do want to touch on the Illuminati, the deep state, all that stuff, I'm going to do another episode about that.
Ruby, do you know how much I hold back on stuff I say?
I know, because you say, oh, they're gonna take it off YouTube. They're gonna strike you. They're gonna ban you. But we can use code words or something. But I'm telling you,
I'm talking about what I think is really going on. Like when I mentioned when Hillary was up there,
yeah,
that wasn't the real Hillary.
Okay, here we go. You see, this is why I love Jimmy. I love you and I love Gigi too, because Gigi, they're hilarious.
Let's just say that there's some people that have already visited Gitmo.
Where's Gigi gone? I want to have a war again,
Jimmy, I don't think my audience is ready for that.
I know. That's why I hold back.
This is why I love it, is because I started with introduction. I started with deep state. Like, I'm bringing these subjects up, and I will illuminate the audience very soon. So these issues, I'm telling you, I have a list. We're gonna talk about it.
Follow me on X if you want the deep stuff. Yeah, follow me on X because I put up some stuff the other day. Wow.
Yes. Okay, Teddy. So you got his email. Follow Jimmy on Twitter, because he has a lot of other videos and he had a show of his own. But I'm the new gen. I bring the flavor.
Drop your Twitter in the chat.
Hey, Ruby, it's at the @ symbol. I can't type it. I can't see the chat, but @ symbol, capital J, capital S, capital B, ELL,
JSB, ELL,
1973.
1973. Okay, hopefully this goes through. You guys can see it.
Wait a minute. Jimmy, were you born in 73?
Yes, baby. I'm Gen X.
Me too.
When?
April 12th, 1973.
May 8th, 1973.
May 8th?
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm young. I'm older than you. Damn it.
Yeah, you're older than me by a couple of weeks.
Damn it.
Okay, Teddy. So this is Jimmy's page right here. So just so that you know what it looks like.
I got you.
You like my little title there? I am not done yet.
Yes, because he was banned from Facebook, and he is a self-proclaimed digital soldier, which I do want to get into that, Jimmy.
I've heard you say this. What's this cult of the Watchtower about getting too rabbit hole with?
Oh, that was the cult religion that we were all involved with.
That was what? That's the Jehovah's Witness.
Correct.
Thing.
Yes.
that you're all on, yeah.
That we left and exposed. Oh, this dude's still this Warnock dude's still speaking.
You weren't just in Jehovah's Witnesses. You were in a specific sect cult, I guess.
Correct.
You know,
and that's when you've been in a cult and you wake up and you realize.
I stumble upon this podcast.
When you wake up from a cult and you start understanding the way they operated, you can see that same playbook being played out in our geopolitical world.
Yep.
What do you think about Scientology?
Cult.
Yeah, same thing. But they compare us a lot to Scientology. So if you know about them, it's kind of us as well. We come from a very isolated community and stuff like that. But Watchtower is the same thing as Jehovah's Witnesses. So if you Google it later on, it's the exact same thing, but we call ourselves Jehovah's Witnesses as like the average Jehovah's Witness. The Watchtower is like the headquarters. This is where the propaganda comes from. You know what I'm saying? So we try to expose that and try to wake up other people to realize that you are in a cult.
Right.
They don't believe in Jesus Christ. They deny his divinity. They don't believe that he's God. They don't believe in the Trinity. And so that's I'm on that road.
Well, that's fascinating.
Steph,
you guys. So all three of you, you are all part of this.
Correct.
The Jehovah's Witness cult of the Watchtower, as you said.
I was born I was third generation, born and raised in it, and I just woke up to the realization, or whatever the word is, like 2.5 years ago, that I was in a
wow.
I had no idea. It was but it all makes sense now. Like, yeah, but because I realized it and left it, I'm being shunned by my whole family and friends. My adult children don't talk to me.
It's disgusting.
Yeah. My adult kids don't talk to me. I haven't been able to see my grandkids in 6.5.
Well, because you've left this cult.
Yes, we get shunned when we leave.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
My mom and dad don't talk to me.
I'm sorry for you lot.
Steph, are you on X?
What's up?
Are you on Twitter, X?
I just got on there. I haven't posted anything, but I just made an account.
Okay, well, yeah, follow me. Yeah, that way we can hook up.
Okay. Yep, I will. What are you under?
Ruby put it in the chat. Ruby put it in the chat.
I put it in the chat.
Oh, you did? Okay, I'll look at it.
But I'll share it in the description anyways. Hold on. I gotta talk to Empath right there, because she said, come on, Ruby, take the red pill. You know how many red pills I took? I'm choking on red pills. How many more red pills you want me to take, Empath? What do you mean take the red pill? You don't
She's been chatting the most. She's saying, oh, I need to be re-educated and all that. I'm trying to get fucking. Why do you think I'm here right now? What the fuck?
I got a whole bag of red pills in here. You want me to go get them?
Cussing, good.
Like, damn, how many you want me to take? If there's something specific, Empath, if there's something specific, please let me know in the chat, and I will make an episode just for you, just for the topic that you want me to talk about, because this is what I'm here for. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm here for you guys. I'm here for the community. So I'm not shielding nobody. I'm trying to give this information to you guys. What you mean? I've been here for 4 hours. What you mean, Empath?
Yeah.
Who's on? Is that dude still on the stage at the convention? What are we looking at the convention?
Senator.
Okay, so it's getting close. Okay, all right.
Yeah, but it's like 11 o'clock at night. Like, what? I'm gonna be here all night. Like, I thought Biden was gonna come at 10 o'clock.
I thought he was going to be at 10. It looks like it's going to be probably about 10, 11:15 or so.
Do you think he's going to actually be able to go on though? Oh.
You know, it's past his bedtime. This is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're pumping him full of drugs right now, like Adderall or something.
Yeah. Hey, Ruby, you know the upper red pill, but according to Biden, there's 4 actors playing Joe Biden, right?
I saw somebody say that in the comments, and I know that you believe that as well. You say the same thing
Yeah.
about Trump, and I don't know about that.
There's a lot. There's
Trump's being played by an actor. Who is he being played by?
You see, this is the part where I hold back on what I say because people aren't ready for it.
But I get you. Like, I'm with you because I'm a big conspiracy theorist myself. But what I'm saying is I want to listen to what they have to say.
Yeah. It's fun.
Hold up a second.
Jimmy.
Gigi said I sent you a link. What link? Did you send it to me or like to who? And what platform did you send it on? I need information because I don't see nothing.
He's
go
just
ahead.
trying to be mysterious. He's just trying to be mysterious.
No, there's some things I just can't say right now because people are not ready for it.
Oh, no, I'm open to any ideas. I'm very open-minded personally, but yeah, others may not be.
Oh, I'm far. I told Jimmy because Jimmy said that he did like the flat Earth conspiracy. I said, ooh, I didn't do that one yet. I want to do the flat Earth, but I did do the moon. I did do like certain things.
And the reptilian one too. That's a tough one.
Yeah, there's a lot.
No,
There's a lot to go through.
heard about that.
That's a tough one.
The Queen of England is she's a reptilian.
Oh, that woman is evil.
Oh.
No, don't do that to me because I love the royal family. Like, I'm such
The
a fan.
Queen of England is evil as FUCK.
Brother.
I'm telling
Hello
you.
to Amber.
She's dead, bro.
Yeah, well, she actually died 2 years before it was announced too. So there's that.
Okay, Jimmy. We're not ready for that, Jimmy. Jimmy, we're not ready for that.
This is fun.
I just changed Teddy's life. He gonna be here every Tuesday. I mean, if you can, if you can. I love it, Teddy. This is me.
Is this once every week?
Yes, and I usually have Jimmy on, but if I'm by myself, I'm regular. I don't talk like this.
It's like tomorrow. It's like tomorrow night. I can't be on because I got to work. I got to take care of some third shift workers at a company. So I won't be able.
Usually, I'm here every Tuesday. The show must go on. You know, even
Ruby,
if Jimmy's not here.
Give Empath Lady what she wants. She's saying go all in. Hit her with it, you know?
I will. Just let me know. Give me a code word. Give
Ruby,
me a hint. And I will go down the rabbit hole. Just let me know. What do you want, Empath?
Empath. What is it? Come on.
Send me an email, Empath. Send me an email.
Hey y'all, hang on. I'm gonna step out for a second just because. Well, I'm gonna leave my camera on, but I got to get my power cord and charge my phone. So I'll be right back.
Okay. Got you. Okay, there you go. 9/11 building. Empath, thank you, because I am definitely gonna do a 9/11 episode. I just found
that one I believe in.
Okay, Teddy, you talking my language. So Teddy,
go for that one.
When I do the 9/11, you better DM me or something. Get on Discord and text me because we're gonna deep dive into 9/11, and I'm gonna tell Jimmy to come on. I was actually there in person. I was 5 years old, and that's the earliest memory. Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy. You saw the towers burning, or?
Yes, it was 2001. I was 5 years old, and I've talked about this before, but I'll just recap again. My father was an NYPD SWAT, and he was a first responder to go to the towers. So I have a lot of emotional attachment to 9/11, and when I found out the truth 20-something years later, it really disrupted my worldview. So that was one of my awakenings. That was one of the times where I was like, oh snap, the government really killed our own people. You know, like there's a possibility, like, damn, this was an inside job. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna do.
Was he aware of it, your dad? Of the inside job?
Later on, I believe so. And this is really weird because I've never talked to my father about this. This is like a really touchy subject for him. I think he had a lot of PTSD after that. And so he had like so much anxiety. I think like later on, like he ultimately had to retire and he cannot have any firearms and stuff like that. So it really changed for him as well. But I want to ask him if he would ever talk about it with me. I don't know. But I was 5 years
Well,
old, and I was one of we were evacuating. Like that's
hearsay. My
yeah.
I have American family, and so like my I guess my aunt, like removed aunt, I suppose, like my granddad's daughter's like sister or something like that. They worked in New York. They worked on Wall Street, so they were heading in that day to the Trade Center. Well, not Wall Street, but she was in on the Trade Center, one of them, on that day, and she missed her. She missed her like tube subway. I guess you call it in America. Like she missed it. She was going to be in the center on that day, and she saw it fall. You know what I mean? She was there. And you know, that's crazy to me that like that all of that happened, but that also as well, I've looked into it as well, and it's shady. The fact that, without getting too deep, the fact that the guy who owned it, I can't remember what his name was, but he bought the Trade Center and he paid for the insurance for terrorism insurance, you know, so he paid for terrorism insurance, and there's Jill.
Oh, okay. So let me unmute this. Let's watch Jill.
Okay.
I can't believe they're bringing everybody out the woodwork, yo, for the first, and this is just the first day. There's 4 more days. I mean, 3 more days.
Thank you. Thank you.
Laughing Kamala.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years.
Blood must be dead, because where is he?
Still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again. Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids
Came just in time, Jimmy.
when he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs.
Oh my God.
Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris.
She's loving
With
this. She's
faith
eating it
and
up.
conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are.
It's just
from
also
love of
pandering,
a
isn't it?
country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too.
It's all just wishy-washy,
Our
isn't it?
son Bo first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage,
her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win.
Oh, he's crying.
He better not be crying.
He's crying.
And
He's
you
trying to cry.
are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know.
I might need another
The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and
Bloody
all
hell.
of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
God, I got a nigga take another hit off the bong.
Oh, bro, I wish I could join you. Fucking hell.
I got some great stuff.
American OG right there.
Oh my gosh, she's loving that.
I'm smoking the Camel pack tonight.
Is Jill coming on? Or this is what I want to hear. This is the one he
Who's
took
this?
showers with.
It's Meghan Markle.
That's Ashley?
I think that's Ashley Biden.
Oh, how devastating.
This is the.
Where's Joe? Is Joe?
He's after this.
Memory.
He's after this.
It's the eve of my 8th birthday.
And my father
Dad
took a
is
shower
still
with
in
me.
DC, tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out.
In the shower.
As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake. They sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to DC. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter.
That's what I'm going. Joe Biden's next.
Is magnetic slime.
Oh my god, that's really devastating.
How have they got ads on this? Like, why is that?
Well, that's my. Yeah.
Real?
I should have got
He
premium.
told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act.
GG, come on, she's Langers. Come on, at least she's fit.
And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see, and he wasn't just a girl dad, I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career.
Give us 5, mate.
Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives.
Like showers with your dad.
Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history.
My God.
Consequential, yeah. Yeah.
And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again.
Oh my God, yo, I'm in shock. Is she done?
Not yet.
Yeah, they're crying. They're all crying.
So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us
Hate
in
how they're
2020,
hate how they use both
call
of just
upon
pandering
your
to
courageous
a lot of them.
stand with us
Yes,
today.
thank you,
They always
Work
they
harder
always
than
use
you
Bo's
have ever
death.
worked
Like, I swear
before
down.
in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this.
She's speaking because Barney won't say a fucking
helped
thing, that's
show
why.
us the way.
Oh no, she ain't done
And
yet.
now, I would like to introduce my
Did it?
father,
Here we
our
go.
46th president of the United States, Joe Biden.
Get your bingo cards out.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
No way.
Just really quickly, I wanna welcome Harry S. Truman has joined the chat.
All right, say Harry.
That's Jesse Teddy. His real name is Jesse.
Right,
No, I'm
right,
Harry
Harry
S. Truman. I'm Harry S. Truman.
Harry S.
Oh my
Truman.
God.
He's Harry. Leave him alone.
Oh,
Harry
see, I
S.
can't see. The screen was too small. Okay, it's Jesse up there.
You look just like him.
It's Harry.
Sippy Cup is crying.
Yeah, he's
They are legit crying, bro. Do you
Oh
see
my
this?
God.
Bro, they
You
put, they
see
must
the
have put,
tears?
they're all crying.
I didn't think clones could tear up like that.
Here's say the crowd was crying when fucking Trump got shot. His speech.
Get the
Let's be
popcorn.
honest.
Get the popcorn.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is gonna be hilarious.
Kamala can't shed a tear because she's reptilian, ain't that right, Jimmy?
Yeah,
Oh, look at Gavin.
she's trans.
Everybody's here tonight.
She's trans.
Who's trans?
Kamala.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Oh, this guy is too smart with it. You're too smart with it, bro. He's got something for every day of the week, I swear down.
I do.
This guy's a conspiracy genius. I love it.
Hey, Ruby, has the chat been blowing up? Because I can't see it.
Yes. and I'm trying to navigate this. I'm a one-man show, so I'm sorry, guys. But yes, the chat is going up. I'm going to put every chat up on the screen so you can see it.
I won't be able to see it. My screen's too small. I can't see anything.
Turn it up.
Okay. Shaq says, "Hey Jimmy, is that really Joe?"
I wonder which one it is. Arthur Roberts, Jim Carrey, James Woods. I don't know which one it is tonight.
It's the real Joe just for tonight.
You know, Trump always said Joe was shot.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you turn it up any, Ruby?
Did you know the government tried to keep the COVID investigation finding out of public review for 75 years? 75 years?
Yes.
Empath, I hate to break it to you, but it happened 2 years ago, love. Sorry, well, it was still going 2 years ago. It happened in 2019, love.
Yeah, they tried to hide the stuff for 75 years. It failed. Okay, let's see what Joe. Talk to us, sippy cup.
Joe Biden must remember that.
I think this is the real Joe just for tonight. He's finally at work.
Okay, whatever.
But he's on meth. It's fine. He's chilling.
I love you.
Oh my God. Oh, this is great. This is like a movie.
But he thinks he's at his birthday party.
That was my daughter.
That I took showers with. When she was 11.
As if this is the leader of your country. What the fuck? Oh, that's really unfortunate. I can't
Oh my God, this is hilarious. I'm having an absolute blast tonight, Ruby.
Thank you.
Come on, he's about to speak wisdom. Come on, everyone shut up.
I tell you what.
He's got the sock puppet. Love it.
Oh. This
My
dude.
dearest daughter Ashley. God love you. You're incredible. Thanks for the introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. For as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me.
What?
Shout out Harry
He walks
Truman
down
over
the
there.
stairs and I still
Love
get that
love
going
that.
boom, boom, boom.
Love that from him.
Y'all will know me. No, not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad.
I probably will, Julie. Maybe.
My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say,
Oh.
Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks,
We love the sock, Jesse. Thank you.
And America, I love you.
Sorry.
Folks, let me ask you.
I've got no words. I've got no words.
Oh my God.
What are they chanting?
We love Joe.
It should
We
be
love
USA.
Joe.
USA.
Nah, we love
Let me
Joe.
ask you.
Yeah, we love Joe.
Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America?
No, because we're a constitutional republic, dumbass.
Let me ask you.
You see,
Are you
do you
ready
see,
to
we're going to
elect
vote for
Kamala
freedom
Harris and
or
Ted Walsh,
vote for democracy in America.
President, Vice
Look,
President of the
he's got
United
no
States?
idea what he's talking about. He's got no idea. He's got no clue.
My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God
And China.
to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me,
And the
in
Ukraine.
front of me was the city surrounded by the
It's all right,
National
Deborah.
Guard.
We love you.
Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob.
F you on that
Well, I
one.
knew then,
We all know it was
from the
fake.
bottom of my heart, that I knew now. There is no place in America for political violence. None.
Hey, he sounds like JW.org.
You cannot say
How
you
about
love your
Antifa?
country only when you win.
Jimmy Empit says, Jimmy, is that double chin Biden?
He's an angry son of.
Told
I
you.
wasn't looking to the
You know what,
past.
Jimmy? This is what I know. I
looking
know
to
what you're
the
talking
future.
about on that one. I know what you're on about.
I spoke of the work at hand.
This is
Hey, I
this is
saw
body
this
double.
movie.
This is it's body double 6679, bro. I'm telling you.
I told you
Yep.
then.
We saw this movie.
A
Angry
winter
white
of
liberals.
peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic. Historic joblessness.
Where's the real joke?
The call for racial justice long overdue. Clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you.
This is just repeating the Democrat.
He said
he's repeating the talking points every time. He says that they say the same thing every time.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go.
And yet,
It sounds like we want
yet
Trump
I
to be
believe
honest.
then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us.
Angry Catholic.
Now it's summer. The winter is past. And with a grateful heart, I stand
Winter's
before
coming.
you now
Winter's coming.
on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed.
bull crap.
Democracy is a mob.
Democracy has delivered.
Rebecca, you're right.
And now democracy must be preserved.
Democracy.
Preserves. That's what he has in his diapers.
You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole. I mean it literally.
Okay.
We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville
Oh my
in
God.
August of
Oh,
2017.
please. He's using the Trump line. I had to run
Extremists.
because these politicians were no
Coming
good.
out of the woods,
Oh my
carrying
God.
torches, their veins bulging,
That's already been
Their
debunked,
necks.
Joe.
carrying Nazi swastikas.
Blah, blah, blah.
chanting
Whoa,
the
whoa,
same
whoa.
exact
Wait. Hear
Anti-Semitic
this.
bile. that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists,
Oh,
the
Jesus.
Ku Klux Klan.
What's he blood on about?
So emboldened by a president then in
We'll
the
have to
White
tell you
House.
about that later.
Oh,
As an
KKK.
ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods.
Oh, he did
Hate was
not.
on the march in America.
Wow.
Old ghosts in new garments. Stirring up the oldest
KKK
division.
Kamala.
This is the guy who wrote the crime bill, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked
But he's on
what he
drugs.
thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides."
Oh my God. I cannot believe you're still fucking using
We
that.
talked about that, Jimmy, right? You see, we
That
talked
is
about
what
it
he
on our
said
show
what
the
he
other
meant.
day.
Jesus.
That's when I realized.
Yep.
Had to listen to the admonition of my dead
That
son.
is a straight up lie.
I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor.
Oh, really? Coming from the party that just promotes hate?
An America
Oh,
with
Nancy.
a fundamental creed in
Look
this
at Nancy.
nation that all of us are created equal is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us.
No, they didn't.
More than any time in all of history.
Tell him, Jimmy, tell him.
Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy.
What about the constitutional republic there?
As your president, I've been
Save
determined
yourself.
to keep America moving forward, not going back. To stand against hate and violence in all its forms. To be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity.
Oh, he almost stuttered.
Demonizing no one.
He's
Leaving
doing
no
well.
one
He's doing
behind.
very well.
Becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran
Speed. I think he's on speed.
to rebuild the backbone of America.
I agree with you.
The
Steph.
middle class.
Oh, there was angry Biden. And the middle class.
When you get knocked down, you get back up.
I made a commitment to you that I'd be a president for all
Great
Americans.
speech, chat. 1 through
Whether
10,
you voted
chat.
for me or not.
Give me a number in the chat.
We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue. Because the
What?
job of the president is to deliver to all of America.
Oh, there's a cough.
Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever.
What?
Period.
Oh,
Lies.
give over.
Lies.
Give
Oh
over.
my God.
Progress?
When I say we, I mean
Give
Kamala
over.
and me.
Sorry, I think backward ass. Yeah.
Just think about it.
Backward ass.
Kamala's, she's nearly
COVID
crying. She's
no
nearly
longer
crying.
controls our lives.
I don't have
We've gone
enough
from
weed.
economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world.
Yeah, at least you got
Record
some.
16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up. And inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down.
What?
Wow.
What?
Gaslighting. Gaslighting.
Bollocks.
America, right there.
Racial wealth
Bollocks.
gap
Yep.
in 20 years.
Bollocks. It's all
And
bollocks.
yes, we both know we have more to do,
John, get a
but we're
bit.
moving in the right direction.
Wow.
More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health.
What's Jesse putting up? I can't read it.
More Americans.
He's putting up signs that say lies, lies, blah, 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 KKK Kamala.
Okay.
Lies.
Fucking lies.
Lies. Fucking lies.
And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for
He's
50
angrier
years
than
to get
Mikey.
Medicare, power to negotiate lower prescription
Harry
drug
Truman,
prices.
is your wife like
We
in the next
finally
room?
beat
You're not
Big
talking.
Pharma.
His wife's a Democrat.
And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris.
Harris. Please.
And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month.
Trump did that. Not
Here we
you.
go. Here we
The
go.
law
Here we
we
go.
passed already
He's
includes,
stumbled.
starting
He's
in
stumbling.
January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have.
He's been saying that for 4 years.
And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand.
Jesse says, abort this speech.
Reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed save?
Angriest
It saved
he, him in America.
$160 billion.
You forgot the
over
slash,
next
brother.
decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices.
Exorbitant.
Big Pharma.
Oh. He almost forgot.
Oh. Thank you, Kamala, too.
Look at the crowd. Look at the crowd trying to save him right now. It's like watching your granddad do a speech at bloody fucking Thanksgiving. God damn it! Jesus
This reminds me of Mystery 3000 Theater. Do y'all remember that?
I like my vacation stress free.
Mystery Science 3000 or whatever. I don't know if Ruby remembers that.
The governing body wrote this speech. No lies.
Donald Trump promised infrastructure week.
This is not
For 4
JFK's
years.
party, Jesse says. This is not
He never
JFK's
built
party.
a damn thing.
No.
Keep that post up, Ruby.
Truman, you're bloody right on that.
Now,
That is
because
not
of Kamala,
JFK.
I've done.
JFK would shit his pants if
Remember,
he
we
saw
were told
this.
we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came in office, we couldn't get anything passed. But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week.
Oh my God.
We're
Seriously.
modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. Removing every
Awesome.
lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. Providing
he's going.
affordable high-speed internet.
He's going.
Every American, no matter where they live,
He's yapping now. He's yapping.
Jesse Sign says, I used to... A little bit more to the right, Jesse.
I used to
I
respect
used
read
to
cards.
respect read cards now.
We're growing our economy. We're
Not no
improving our
more.
quality of life. And we're building a better America.
Oh, man.
He's going to slip.
Because that's who we are.
No, he's
Wait, no.
close. He's close. He's close.
How
Yeah.
can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology?
His hair is funny.
After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips. Our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America.
Hey, can somebody interpret it for the sign
Over
language?
that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs.
Does anybody need a sign language interpreter
Oh, no.
for the hard of hearing?
And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over
What is he on about?
$100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree.
Oh, sign me up.
He's angrier than Mikey, Jesse Sign says.
Because of you.
Jesse, you must have burned through about 6 pages.
American
600 pages of
manufacturing
this
is
book.
back. Where the hell to say
I
we
ran out
wouldn't
my
lead the
book.
world in manufacturing?
He's got the flashcards
800,000 new
ready.
manufacturing jobs.
That's a lie.
Wait, let me fact check.
Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs. Right here in America.
Okay.
Where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope
Bye, Jane.
being
Thanks
brought
for
back to
joining.
communities
Loved you in the chat.
throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you.
Jesse Sign says,
know what
make
it's like to
love,
have
not
factory
war.
closed, where your mother, your
Except
father, your
in
grandmother,
the
grandfather
Ukraine,
worked.
Israel,
And now
Gaza,
you're back,
Congo
providing once
border.
again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America. The middle class built America, and unions built the middle class.
That's because we taxed the shit out of y'all, so we took your money to build. Sorry.
Yes.
It's been my view since I came to the Senate. That's why I'm proud that I've been the first president to walk a picket line. And be labeled most pro-union president in history, and I accept it.
All right, okay. Fact check. All right. So after
freezing
COVID,
up.
after COVID, Biden did recover 800,000 manufacturing jobs, but that was only recovering them. In fact, he only made 175,000. So that's false.
Dude,
exactly.
We don't fact check. We lived it.
Yeah.
This guy got kicked out for plagiarizing the first time around in the 80s when we were kids.
Yep.
We don't need a fact check.
Good.
We lived it. We lived it.
For the viewers, you know.
Okay, so
it's always good to fact. It's always good to fact check.
Teddy, I'm just feeding.
I'm gonna go back to Joel, guys.
That was a good handoff.
Law in the history of mankind.
He's sweating.
For $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps. Creating
bombshell.
tens of thousands of jobs for young people in the future. We're going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers.
Man, there's no sweat.
The IBW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware. Route 9.
Jesse wrote corn pop.
All the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna get a migraine after all this yelling.
How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world?
He's angrier than Mikey.
Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well.
Excuse me?
Seriously, think about it.
Oh my God.
Look at their project 2025.
Oh.
No.
Well, during the pandemic.
That's misinformation right there.
Kamala helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs.
Yeah, okay.
He vetoed Trump's thing for the HBCUs. What he's talking about?
Exactly.
We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by
Joel
lifting the burden
Teleprompter.
of helping millions of families so they can get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy.
Jesse, he'll get onto that. He'll get onto
It's
that.
not costing us. It's
Trust. It'll be the end. It'll be the end of the speech.
We fundamentally transformed how our economy grows.
I stand corrected.
From the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down.
Keep that hand.
You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family. 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion.
UAP?
Never worked.
What did Impact Lady say?
Jimmy, plan a night to talk about UAP, UFO disclosure. That's the real thing the deep state elites are working so hard to hide.
Oh yeah, that too.
What's UAP?
Unidentified aerial phenomenon.
It's a new UFO.
Yeah.
That sounds deep. Get it?
No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this.
They didn't like that.
He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking.
They're all dead. They're all dead, bruv.
Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong.
Oh, no. Oh, he did not.
Rumble
Many
in the
very
jungle.
successful people who travel the world.
This is
Name me
you
a
have to admit
country
this
in
is
the
a
world.
strong Biden performance. You must say.
It doesn't think we're the leading nation.
It
in the
lies.
world. Without America, not a joke. Think about it.
They've given him that good drugs though.
Who can
must-
lead
Yeah.
the world other than the United States of America?
Oh,
Well, guess
now he's
what?
literal. He's not joking,
America's
guys.
winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump.
What?
Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else.
Oh
America's
my
not.
God.
It's not. America's
his
absolutely
watch,
not safer.
The murder
No.
rate went up
What
30%,
is he
the biggest
talking
increase
about?
in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level in more than 50 years.
That's because you're not
Not true.
reporting it.
Keep
Not.
coming down.
Not true. Not
We
true.
put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon.
Oh,
You convicted him.
Yep.
Like, come on.
And folks, distinguished senator from the senator from California and I.
He's not stumbled
First
once,
man
so
on the
you have to give
forward.
it to him.
yeah, he's gotten the good drugs tonight.
And guess what? It worked.
Yep.
If we
He got
care
the
about
Jehovah
public
juice.
safety, we need to prevent gun violence.
Oh
he's-
God,
he's
here we
been away.
go.
He's been sleeping for the last 2 weeks.
And it makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do. More children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States.
That is a freaking lie.
From a bullet, from cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America.
Lie.
My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years.
Shall not be infringed.
Yes.
I'm serious. That comes from here. And now
Thank
it's
you,
time to
Rebecca.
ban
That is
assault
right.
weapons
Abortion
again
kills more. Thank you.
Yep.
and demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No,
Oh
I'm
my
not
God.
being funny. It's sad. Trump continues to
pretty
lie
sad.
about the border.
No, he's not.
Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States.
No,
we
he left.
negotiated with a Senate Republican. It took 4 weeks.
Which bill? He should say which one.
Was it passed? and never acknowledge those
We
expansive
all know that
words
bill. We all know that
America
bill. We
just
all know that bill. We all know what that bill was,
called
and rightfully
Senator
stopped
to
it.
say, don't support the bipartisan bill. He said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke.
Well, why didn't you sign the bill whilst you're in power?
Like me,
Like,
they'll play that.
why did you make a better? Why did you not put the bill in
Why did
straight
you
away?
rescind all of Trump's
Once again,
border stuff?
putting himself first and America last.
The border was strong.
Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office.
That is a freaking lie.
And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of
God,
America.
did she invoke God?
Poison the blood of our country.
Oh my God.
Tom and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more.
That got nothing to do with the border, though. Look at the border right now, bro.
And here's what else I believe in.
It's agonizing.
Protecting your
It
freedom.
is.
Your freedom to vote.
The bill that he's talking about, that
freedom
he
to
was
love who you
supposedly going to
love.
pass. We all know what that bill consisted of.
Nobody cares.
And your freedom to choose.
It's damn right that Trump fucking.
Oh my God! This is
drops it.
Steph, this is where you're
His
wrong.
decision overturning Roe
This
v.
is going to
Wade that
be
you heard earlier
Trump's
tonight.
awesome comeback.
Yeah.
Wrote the following quote:
This is bait.
Women are not without electoral
Hey, we go.
or political power.
He's slipping.
We'll forgive this one.
No kidding.
How many times he's gonna say he's not kidding?
MAGA
I'm not
Republicans
joking.
found out the power of women in 2022.
This is
What's
epic.
he on
Trump is
about?
gonna find out
What is he on
the
about?
power of women in 2024.
Again, from the party that cannot define what a woman is.
The memes are coming.
And we're
Wow.
and as mega Republican right wingers seek to erase history,
Jesse says he's going off
we
script.
Democrats continue to write history and make more history.
Y'all are
I'm
the ones
proud.
tearing down the statues, you dumbass.
I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman
That's
in the United
Dumas.
States Supreme Court.
Wow. I don't know what to
Brown
say.
Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that
Rebecca,
looks
you're
like
right.
America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. Most diverse cabinet in history,
Satan is jealous.
including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president.
The first what woman? The first what? He said black.
And will soon
He said
serve
black
as the
and South Asian.
47th president of the United States.
Wow. Wow. She ain't black.
Nope.
Good.
She ain't black.
Look. Thank you, Kamala.
Oh.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Folks, I've
Blamala.
long said we have many obligations as a nation.
Hillary is pissed.
Well, I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation.
Sacred.
I love this guy. I love this guy. I love this guy.
Those
I
we
love
send
this
to
guy.
war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't.
Really? Okay.
That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping
Exactly,
veterans and
San
their
Diego.
families exposed to toxic materials like burn
Exactly.
pits and Agent Orange.
For God's sakes.
I was around during the Vietnam War.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Here it
Hard,
comes.
Nobody was able to prove that there's illness was a consequence
No.
of Agent Orange.
Can we bring up? Let me
No
bring up
one was
Biden
able
on.
to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act,
Joe Viet Cong.
a surviving spouse to 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training.
Joe
It's
Fondo.
already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far.
What about the 13 that died in Afghanistan, Joe?
Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it.
He brings his fucking son
Guess
up
who
every
doesn't get
second.
it? Who doesn't
Which one,
respect our
Hunter?
veterans. We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly,
Traitor.
Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in one of the France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers.
Another
Who the hell does he think he
debunked
is?
lie.
Who does he think he is?
Oh
my God. We got Dark Brandon. Dark Brandon.
There's no words for person. They're not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now, and not ever.
Wow.
I mean that.
How dare he say that?
I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief could ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never
He's
have.
said that before. We've
and
heard
I
this.
promise you,
He's repeated.
Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down.
He repeats. He's repeating himself.
When Trump left office,
We've heard this from him.
Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke.
No, it wasn't.
America First doctrine.
No, it wasn't. No, it
Changed
wasn't.
our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, to my counterparts or heads of state in Europe to strengthen NATO. We did.
Plagiarizing, no
We
way.
united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since
Don't bring Henry into this.
has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread until now.
Another evil
now.
dude.
Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free.
What? After how many thousand men, hundreds of thousands of men died?
Wow.
In fairness,
When I came
Russians
to office,
have died.
the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now.
Oh my God, he's so
Oh my
angry.
God, right? Like that face is so evil.
And we'll
Dark
keep
Brandy.
working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East.
Oh, peace and security.
Peace and
That's
security to
strictly
the Middle East by
praise.
what? Bombing Gaza, bruv. Yeah, sure.
As you know, I
Those
wrote
bombs are all American.
a peace treaty for Gaza. 2 days ago, I put forward a
Supply all
proposal that's brought us
supply all the
closer to
bombs,
doing
then get the peace
that
treaty. Yeah.
than we've done since October 7th.
Military-industrial complex.
We're working
looking
around the clock.
strong.
My Secretary of State
Yep.
to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people and finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war.
Oh my God, come on. You're the president right now. Like that could have been. Oh man. Oh man. Oh my God.
Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides.
Oh.
Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia. One of the most
who's the one-
complicated swaps in history. But they're home.
Who's Who's the one who left all the Taliban with the fucking guns and
Tom and
ammo?
I are going to keep working.
Yeah, that's on purpose. I believe it was on purpose.
Totally. Around the world. Home.
America's still paying them. They're still paying them.
Yes, they are.
Paying the Taliban.
Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done.
You're not getting niche done. You're not getting anything done, bro.
It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more.
Oh, please.
I love my country more.
Hell no.
And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
We love Joe, they're saying, or we want Joe?
Yeah, we love Joe.
Oh, okay.
I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy.
I can't believe Kamala is running on this man, using his name, his money, his everything.
We need you to keep the Senate.
Ruby, is Kamala coming out next?
Oh, come on. Nah, I think he's last speaker tonight.
So,
he better be because it's midnight.
Yeah, he's the last speaker tonight. Daggone ads.
Oh my God. Wow. YouTube is really playing me right now.
Guess it was around September. Cross country.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress. We have more work to do.
This is the DNC.
Kamala and Tim.
Kamala's not coming out.
Yes, no. Well, you see Kamala there in the section. Sorry, I can't hear you at the same time of the convention.
No, sorry. But she's not coming out tonight. She's not speaking.
Not tonight.
$35 a month,
Thursday.
not just for seniors, but for
So like
everyone in
that,
America.
the minutes that she did come out, that was like the first time. But there's 3 more days, so we'll see.
Drug costs a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again. Tens of billions of dollars. Folks,
You're 43 trillion in debt. What are you talking
make
about?
housing
Saving
more
$1 billion,
affordable.
bro. Like, come on. Come off it.
building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer.
He said nothing about the debt.
More than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax.
Lie.
No, it's a fact.
Kamala
and Tim will make the child care tax
misinformation
permanent.
again.
Wow.
Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He put the
Big balls.
created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what
1,000 trillion billionaires.
8.2%. If we just increase their taxes, we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even.
Who's we? He said we.
$500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy.
It might raise the humidity a little.
Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare.
She looks so
wants to cut
smug.
Social Security and Medicare.
Yep.
Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your
Give
vote
America
right,
fire
your right to
Biden
vote.
Harris.
They'll protect your civil rights. And you know, Trump will
The-
do everything.
Waltz has been crying this whole
Ban
time.
abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything
Lie too.
they possibly can. That's why you have to elect the Senate and the House to restore Roe v. Wade.
Oh wow. Wow.
He said he was going to codify it how many times, and then he became president. He never codified it.
Yep.
The ancient Greeks taught us.
He's been president for 3 fucking years.
Character
If he wanted to
is
restore it, he
destiny.
could have done.
Yeah, exactly.
Character is destiny.
The way they lie is crazy.
For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of
Tim
character.
CCP, 3.5.
It's been
Three and a
an
half
honor
years,
to
yeah.
serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people
Why
of
is
great
his
character.
face like that? Like,
Selecting Kamala
he got like a Dr. Seuss face. Like, what the
was the
heck?
very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career.
Oh my God.
Bruv, 2 weeks before you made the
He's not
decision,
only
you were
gonna
saying,
know
I'm
it's
not going to back down.
friend.
Guys,
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's experienced.
full of it.
And she has enormous integrity. Enormous integrity.
This is probably the longest that
Her
they've been in
story
the same
represents
room
the
looking
best.
at
I
each
know,
other.
right?
Yeah, I think this is the longest. That's why she has to
Like
put a
many
face.
of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a go.
So they're not particularly friends, are they?
But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is.
Yeah,
She'll be
okay.
a president we can all be proud of. And she
Oh,
will be
Jimmy,
an
now I
historic
understand.
president
Remember when they
who
used to
puts her
slip
stamp on
President
America's
Kamala,
future.
President Kamala, and now
Yeah.
she's running for president? Now
Yeah.
I understand. It was like they were telling us the truth before it
This will
actually
be the
came out.
first
They knew
presidential
this
election
was
since
going to happen.
January 6th.
Yep.
On that day,
Oh my God, January 6th.
we almost lost everything about who we
Lost
are as a
everything.
country.
Oh,
And that threat, this is not
Love that.
hyperbole, that
Kamala.
threat is still very much
I
alive.
love this guy. I love this guy. I love
Donald
this guy.
Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that.
I don't think he actually
He
said.
means
He's
it.
actually.
Think
I don't
about
think he said that. I don't think.
he's
he said
never said
He's
that.
promising a bloodbath.
Oh God, he's
He
using
lives
that.
in his
He's
world.
literally using every
Never
lie
been a
out
dictator.
there.
On day one, in his own words.
Wow.
Bollocks. Bollocks. Bollocks.
By the way, this sucker means it.
Oh,
No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen.
Jimmy, do you reckon this is real Biden?
All of us.
I think so.
No.
Very special
Real
No,
obligation.
it's not the real Biden.
Independence, Republicans,
Jimmy, of
Democrats.
course. That's what Jimmy would say.
We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024.
This effort is whack.
I think it's Biden on meth, to be fair.
The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands.
Yes, Mr. M is still at it. I will never block him. I
close
love
this.
Mr. M.
Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office.
He speaks longer than Castro and Hitler.
That,
Yo, I'm over here yawning. Yo,
That's
it's like
because
12 a.m. I'm
America
tired.
Yeah.
and always has been.
But, Ruby,
Nation
don't
of
even cry.
possibility.
It's 5:16 in the UK right now.
Possibility.
Give us a break.
Oh man,
It's
I'm
never
sorry,
moved
buddy.
that. Never.
Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. It's
Kamala and
fine.
Tim understand.
With my line of work, we're up
This
this late.
nation
Anyway.
must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. To join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, where my heart will be. I promise I'll be
Ruby's
the
getting
best
bollocked right
volunteer
now.
Harrison Waltz has Cam never ever seen.
They're saying, when's dinner? When's it gonna end?
Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us. It captures the best of who we are as a nation.
Amazing
The song is
grace.
called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best
Emily
to
left the
you.
cocaine baggie. Yeah, that was Hunter.
God, he found the cocaine baggie. Look at him.
This is crazy. I cannot believe I'm witnessing this shit.
Thanks for witnessing it with me.
Wow.
Yeah. Ruby, thank you for
made
the
a lot
stream.
of mistakes in my career,
Yeah, thank you for joining.
but I gave my
It's been
best
good
to
fun.
you.
It's been good fun.
For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation.
No, you
And
won't.
I've been blessed a million times in return for the support of the American people.
Mm-hmm.
I've really been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden.
We're witnessing the
I can honestly
horrors
say I'm
of
more optimistic about
what?
the future
M
than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States
I
Senator.
stop it.
I mean it.
Yeah.
Folks, we
Love
just
you.
have to remember who we are.
Here
We're
we
the
go.
United States of America.
America.
And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all.
Oh,
and may
thank God.
Protect our troops.
Yeah. I wish they would have
Thank
protected
God
the 13
that's
that you killed.
over.
Oh my God.
Oh, I got a headache.
Me too.
That was painful.
I just can't believe how many lies he just told in that past 45 minutes to an hour.
I counted 742.
At least we called it out as soon as we heard it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like
I counted
we did
them, Jimmy,
that.
for you.
But
We
see,
don't have
here's
to go
the,
back to the lies.
but see, here's what the scary thing is all those people in attendance and all these people that are voting Democrat, they actually believe that shit.
Believe that.
Sorry. They
Yep.
believe it's true.
Yes.
And everything he said can be fact checked and proven to be a lie.
Right.
But Democrats don't get fact checked. It's a one-way street.
Hey, Ruby.
Wow.
Let me translate Biden's speech, and
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and put it on the comment section. I'll let Jesse finish my thought. But it says there they believe we march at nights looking to hurt people.
Yeah.
They actually believe. Your average Democrat believes that Jesse and I, at nighttime, we put on our hoods, our MAGA hats, our KKK outfit, even though we're Mexican, and they think that we're rounding you guys up. That they actually believe this. And the things that Joe Biden was telling everybody, grandma, grandpa are at their house, they're listening to this, and they actually believe that Ruby is driving at night in Florida, and you're chasing these people down. Honest to God. Go ahead, Jesse.
I have a family member who is retired and is in dementia, beginning stage, and he lived during Emmett Till. And he thinks that us Republicans are KKK. They've been told that year after year, decade after decade. Ronald Reagan was telling us this. Barry Goldwater was telling us this. Hell, Abraham Lincoln was telling us this. They've been demonizing so much that the retired people, a lot of retired, they really think that we're throwing grandma off the cliff. They really think that we're hunting down immigrants. They think that we're burning people, that we're lynching. You have to know your enemy. They really think that about us. They think, if you look at some of the videos of people on the street and you talk to these Democrats there, they even want re-education centers for all of us here.
Yep.
They hate us that much. You have to understand your enemies. If you can understand that, now we can go out and we can talk in peaceful. Yes,
So
we have to be peaceful. We have to be loving.
There's a point.
Jesse, just to interrupt you. Obviously, the KKK weren't around during the time of Abraham Lincoln. They began after the end.
I was
of the
there
Civil
when
War.
I was there when they crucified my Lord. I remember Lincoln.
But Ruby, check this out. This is very important, Ruby. Ruby, you know this is true.
You're right. You're right.
Ruby, you know this is true, and this is how you know, Ruby, it's true. Because you're an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and what are you? You're a crack dealer. You're a prostitute.
Right.
You're
Just like the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Just like
them. They
now
hate
you
us
guys know the
apostates.
rest of the story.
They demonize us.
Right.
It's rules for radicals 101. Rules for radical. Pick somebody, demonize him. Destroy him. Rules for radicals, and we're the ones that we're being ruled by these radicals.
For the audience, that's the book Rules of Radicals by Saul Alinsky.
Okay.
Hillary Clinton's mentor.
Yes.
Wow.
Decade after decade after decade that we're going to cut the Social Security. We're going to cut natural gas. We're going to throw grandma and grandpa off the cliff. We're going to abort the babies. We're going to kill the chickens. We're going to kill the panda bears. They really believe this, and they've all been vaxxed to the hilt. They have Trump derangement, America derangement syndrome.
Wow.
And you see,
They can't even drive down the freeway properly. That's why you're seeing all these accidents and insurance going off the roof. And road rage.
Jimmy? What if I could ask? What's Trump derangement syndrome?
Trump derangement syndrome is when you mention the word Trump to somebody who doesn't like Trump or hates Trump, they freaking lose their minds and start yelling at you and calling you names and gaslighting you. And
I knew what it was. I was doing it for, I guess.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, like that. No, don't be sorry. Don't explain. But I mean, it's like we're asking for the public, you know.
It's late, and I just watched the worst speech of. I've just watched the biggest. That speech had so many freaking lies in it.
I know.
I think it was great. Great because
that
we
was
all get to
crazy.
See, we get to see with our eyes what they think about us. Since we're Jehovah's Witnesses, we know that the apostates and our brothers and sisters hate us, and they call us vermin. They call us every Satan, sons of Satan. That's what the Democrats think of us.
Now, Ruby, this is what the other second point that you guys didn't notice today, and Jesse's gonna talk about this. So we have a circuit convention in Yuma, Arizona, right? We have a circuit convention, and Jesse's gonna explain. And there's two people. If you don't go to the convention, nobody cares. But if Mark DeAnda and Paul DeAnda don't go to the convention, that's two big heavy hitters in our circuit. If they don't go to the convention, something's wrong. So what happened, what you just saw today, was Obama was not there. Obama's wife was not there.
Not yet.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. So we still have 3 more days. And the point is real simple. I'm not predicting, but when you and I don't go to the convention, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything. But when certain people, like when Anthony Morris no longer is giving speeches, you're like, and that's what you're seeing here. And it was a political play. Kamala Harris, and some people believe, was Joe Biden's way of shafting Obama, and Hillary jumped on the bus. It's a power play.
Yeah, but I agree 100% with everything that was just said. I'm just like Jimmy. I'm in shock right now. Like,
I don't even. I can't even imagine.
Jimmy. So tomorrow I'm gonna do story time before my show. But I spoke to 2 Democratic boomers the other day at the library before I voted, and it was 2 Hispanic older women. And I don't know if you were here for the stream when I told the story, But that was one of the first things. She was so excited to see me. She probably could tell I'm Puerto Rican, I'm Hispanic. And she was like, "Oh, you're going to vote?" And I was like, "Yeah, so tell me about it." She said, "Oh, let me give you a voter's guide." And I said, "Oh, I don't need that. I know who I'm going to vote for. Like, I don't need that." And she says, "Oh yeah, we got to vote for our girl. We got to put her in. She needs a little support, yada, yada." Right?
Identity politics.
Yeah, exactly. And when I told her that I was not voting that way, her face changed. Her smile turned into a plain, like she wasn't gonna even talk to me. And then she said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Sorry." And I was like, "No, you can help me. Tell me, what are you here for today? If you want to talk about democratic things, I'll talk about democratic things." And so that's when I reeled her in, and for like the next 20 minutes we were talking. She told me, "How can you vote for that guy? You're a woman. Haven't you seen about all the sexual assault? Haven't you? Why wouldn't you vote for a woman? You're a woman."
Wow.
And I said, I don't think that matters. Like, why would I, just because I'm a woman? Like, what? And then she went over that, and then she was like, "How could you vote for him? You're Latina." And I said, "So what? Like, what does it matter about my gender or my ethnicity? I don't care. What does that matter? I'm doing about the politics." And she said, "No, you don't understand. He's running on things that he's never said before. He's going to deport the illegals. He's going to take away your reproduction, your health care and your rights." And I said, "He was president for 4 years. He didn't take away women's rights. What are you talking about?" And he talked about worse things that people consider controversial. And you think this is bad, what he's talking about now? In 2016, he was saying way worse things. And yet he became president, and he didn't do those things. He didn't lock her up. He tried to build a wall, but it didn't get through. So what you talking about? He's not an authoritarian. He's not going to do whatever he wants just because he's the president. And I was pushing back against these boomers.
Sorry, Rube. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
That was it. That was the first time that I actually spoke to somebody in real life. I spoke to 2 Democrat boomers, women who could be my grandmother. And that's why I felt like such a connection, because I'm like, this isn't my grandma. Her name is Antonia. So when I talk to my cousin, I'm like, "Yo, I spoke to Antonia today," because the stereotypical Puerto Rican grandmother, I spoke to her, and she was,
wow.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, so I felt like I was talking to a grandmother. I was very respectful and everything, but they brought that up, and that was the moment for me to go, boom, boom.
Well,
what does it matter?
That's how divisive the politics
Yeah.
are now. It's just it's the culture war, like, in play. You know, it's one or the other, really. I mean, it's people believe one thing, people believe the other. You know, everyone has their conspiracy for one side, everyone has their conspiracy for the other. Who's right? I don't know. We don't know. Who knows truly what's right or wrong? Let's be honest. Like,
well, you know what? You have to believe you're right, or God have mercy on your soul if you don't. God have mercy on the man who doesn't know what he's sure of.
Here's what I
mercy on that man.
I would agree with that.
Here's what I say to that in my regard. I know
of course. But people believe in you know, Democrats, you know, they're going to believe what they've been told their whole life. Their family are going to be Democrats. They're going to believe that from what their family have told them. They're going to believe that because the family have said, you need to believe in this way.
Teddy, in 1860, were they right?
It's up to you to decide that.
No,
you were right. Of course you were right. Boston Tea Party was the right thing to do, you know?
In 1860, when Abraham Lincoln was fighting the Republican Whigs to take power because he wanted to emancipate the blacks, were we right?
Yes.
You're fucking right. Of course you're fucking right. Everyone knows that.
Exactly.
That's a moral truth. Like,
in sundry times and diverse places, the spirit of freedom has been on the side of the Democrats, the side of the Whigs, side of the Labor, side of the Tories. Today, in 2024,
we were the Whigs.
He is on our side.
We were the Whigs. The Whigs were.
No, I'm saying in diverse times and diverse manners, freedom has been on all of our side. It reigns on everybody. But today, the spirit of truth is with us. There's no reproductive in abortion. There's no reproductive in abortion. Reproductive implies a gain. Abortion is a negative. There's no life in abortion. It's only death.
Right.
Well, that's fact. That's facts.
And
That's
and
true.
there's no posterity.
Would you
like our
go
Constitution
on?
says?
Go on, Gigi. Go on, Gigi. Sorry.
No, our Constitution talks about our posterity. So you don't have posterity if you abort it.
That was the reason why we built this country, to secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. God have mercy on the man who doesn't have a foundation. He's sitting on quicksand. You have to have right. You have to be true, and you have to understand that we're on a moral argument. We are right. Now, it doesn't mean that we don't compromise. It doesn't mean that we don't give. Of course we do. But we don't give up basic things, and that's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We do not let go of our Constitution, or else we're going to be just like all the other nations. Look at all the nations. They're all screwed. All the nations, the fiat system, the economic system. We're the most screwed nation on earth, and yet everybody else is worse than us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Keep cooking, Jesse. Keep cooking, yo. You spitting facts.
Well, remember in the comment section, I said we are so awesome, Jesse. We are so awesome that even the British think that we went to the moon.
Yeah, look at how great we are. People say, you know what? Well, you guys didn't go to the moon. Okay, we didn't go to the moon. I'll give you that argument because I'm compromising. Because I'm like Teddy. I don't know what right is and I don't know what wrong is. And so I said, okay, we didn't go to the moon, but we made you think we went to the moon. That's how foolish we are.
But I must say, you guys are ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. You have to understand that I grew up in a half Catholic, half Protestant family, So how would I know? For one, how could I have believed in either doctrine when I've been to both churches? I practice both religions, and I've come out at the end of it with not knowing what I really believe in. So you can't say, you don't know what's right and wrong, because obviously a lot of what you believe in is determined by what you have been indoctrinated in from birth. And I'm not saying indoctrinated in the wrong sense. I'm saying more so you guys have got a belief, and you guys, that's going to determine the way you think about things for
Teddy,
sure.
were you
However, I will contradict, and I will bring up certain little things with the things you say. I agree with you guys on most points, but I feel like you guys also think that I disagree with you on half the stuff. I disagree on the conspiracy theories. That's about it.
Hey, Teddy, you were half Catholic, half Protestant?
I was brought up in two sides of the family, half Catholic, half Protestant. Yeah.
Well, I
Roman
believe
Catholic.
I believe I love you more now.
Well, I forgive you.
I love the Catholics. I love the Catholics and the Protestants. I love
Just
them.
flip a coin.
I mean, they start the country. They start the
not that
country. They
easy.
start the
It's not
country.
that
They
easy.
start the country.
I'm still sitting here flabbergasted over that speech.
Yeah. Jimmy's in
Yeah, me too. But at the same time, just like Mr. M is saying, everything's fake, false religion, messianic, and I've been in communication with Mr. M on a lot of his ideologies, and I respect Mr. M. I respect what you believe in, but just like Teddy said, we do come with some preconceived things about the worldview and stuff like that. But that's the beauty of us as ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, is that we left that indoctrination and we don't let that define us and how we view the world now. Like, that's going to be ever changing. And that's how I feel as well. For me, like, ever since I opened my eyes and I accepted the truth, because there's a lot of people that deny the truth. You can't help people who want to be asleep. I took the red pill. I woke up. And I am waking up to religion as well. I'm going to this Orthodox church. I'm trying to educate myself on everything. And once everything comes together, I can come here and I can share that's why this is so important for us to share those ideas, even though we may not agree on everything.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful.
Well,
And here's another thing. Here's another thing that people need to remember. Everybody is on their own journey of awakening. Like Steph, who was on here earlier, she said she woke up from Watchtower 2.5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up from Watchtower almost 6 years ago now. So my journey is going to be a little bit further along than hers. In the political side of things, Ruby woke up to it about 1.5 years ago. I woke up to it in March of 2020. So I would have done a lot more research before she even woke up, which just means that everybody is on a different journey, different points in the journey. And so what we're trying to do is for the folks that are just waking up or haven't heard anything or think I'm freaking crazy with the things I say, it's just they haven't gone down those rabbit holes and they haven't looked for the evidence and the truth yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guilty of that. I'm guilty of that when I woke up from Watchtower, because there was a subject while I was doing my Watchtower activism, Freemasonry. I didn't want to talk about it because I thought it was a conspiracy theory until we actually did a video and I just listened and I was like, huh, all right, there's something to this. So even though I rejected it at first, once I did the research and found out how bad that is, yeah, that woke me up. So seriously, you might think I'm crazy with what I say, but here's what I tell everybody. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it.
Jimmy,
last thing, hang on. But I hope I'm right about what I say, because if I'm wrong, we are all screwed.
Right. Go ahead, Teddy.
I was just going to say, Jimmy, just to back up what you said, the truth sounds crazy in a world full of lies.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
But Jimmy, I don't think you're crazy. I know for a fact you're crazy.
No, Jimmy, we have really good phone calls, and I'm like I said before, Jimmy takes me on a history lesson. He takes me through the presidents. He takes me through a lot, and I'm really appreciative for older people, especially you guys, because I'm super young and I don't know much. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm still ignorant in a lot of things, so I'm still learning about history and all of that. And Teddy, I am also a homeschooling mother of 3, and I am also teaching them these things as I figure it out, and I'm like so opinionated. This is how I teach my kids as well. I took them out of school and I'm taking charge and I'm teaching them. And so that's the agenda, is the truth. I want the truth. And so I'm so appreciative of Jimmy. I'm appreciative of you, Gigi, and of Jesse. I'm so thankful that you guys come on, and it's going to get really cool and interesting the next few episodes, because we're going to get in it.
Ruby, you said you wanted the what?
The truth.
You can't handle the truth.
Maybe I can. You know. Listen. I saw Candace Owens on the timeline talking about Jews. I couldn't even click on it because I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready for the Jewish rabbit hole right now.
Oh my God.
No, don't go there.
Hey, wait. That's like 5 episodes deep, bro.
Yeah,
don't
go there.
Come on.
Yeah, that's that right there.
But that's every episode linked together. Like it's an umbrella episode, you know.
It doesn't go good when you go down that rabbit hole.
Oh my God, yeah, it's
The Mossad are going to come first.
She's uncovering the truth. She wants the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
I know. But if it changes my worldview, or if it changes my belief system, I'm willing to accept that. I go to this church and I ask questions. I ask the origins of Christianity. I want to know the truth. And some of that I have to accept. Maybe I won't get an answer because I'm so logical. And it's like I want certainty. And sometimes you need to have faith. So I'm learning how to sometimes just have faith and not always have an answer for everything. Maybe something is a mystery. Maybe something we need faith. So, I'm learning that as well.
I agree with that.
I stay away from the Jews, man. I met a Jew.
Oh, I can tackle that subject.
No, I met a girl. She a record store. I found out she was a Jewish girl. And oh man, I was like, I'll never date a Jewish girl.
Oh my God, Gigi, how many stories you gonna have with this girl? Oh, my ex-girlfriend, this girl I dated. How many girls, Dan? How many girls?
This guy's got too many.
You know what you get when you mix a Mexican and a Jew?
What's that?
A baby too lazy to steal.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you guys are hilarious, man.
Well,
I love you guys.
Hey, Ruby, I think on that note, I'm going to go ahead and say goodnight this evening.
Likewise.
Yes.
I want to say that I'm really thankful that you did this. It's been a lot of fun, and I've enjoyed meeting Teddy, and hopefully we can have some more discussions later, and I can, give you some information that I have about these conspiracy theories that you so say.
Jimmy would have seen the video.
Teddy,
You
the
would have
Earth
not
is
watched.
round. Okay, the Earth is round, like your head.
Nah, brother. My head's flat.
If it wasn't for this show,
no.
Jimmy wouldn't have watched the DNC.
I'm
Yeah,
flat.
it's there's just so much out there that's been hidden from the public everywhere, across the world. There's so many things that have been hidden from us, and we are in a time of history that we are awakening to these hidden lies and agendas. And the more people that realize this, the harder it is for these controllers to keep up their charade.
Right.
That speech that you heard from Joe Biden tonight, that was sheer panic from the deep state. That's what you saw.
Yes.
And you wouldn't have saw it because it was boring as hell. And Ruby kept it very interesting, and she kept and we wouldn't have saw it. We would have not-
Thank you to Ruby.
Thank you.
Give a little bit of something to Ruby.
So-
we love her. We love her. We love her.
Hey, listen, I'm Puerto
Yeah.
Rican. I could talk for 6 hours. You see this? This is proof.
I'm Italian. I can do it
We didn't
too.
even let you talk. We didn't let me talk, love.
See, that's the
didn't let me
problem with the
talk.
Puerto Ricans. You guys don't make your R's correctly. You're supposed to.
Okay. Well, I don't speak Spanish though. I'm a New Yorican. That's why my handle is New Yorican.
You're
Yeah.
Ruby.
But I just want to say
You're
goodnight.
Rican. That's an
and-
American term right there. I love that.
Good night, Jimmy.
If
Good night,
anybody,
everybody in the chat.
yeah, if
Love,
anybody,
love, love.
look for me on Twitter. I'll give you some more stuff that you can look at there.
Oh yes.
Rube,
And Teddy, I sent
Rube.
you in the private chat my email as well. And just to give you a heads up, I am like streaming simultaneously. So my channel is Ruby Quinn, which is my name and my handle. And then the other channel is called Fixing My Faith. And that was Vern who came up earlier, the Canadian. So he does different things on his channel. You could check him out. It's the ad is Fixing My
So, Vern-
Faith. And then I'm completely different. Okay. Just wanted
You-
to
No, I say
She's real
you guys are
orthodox.
all. You guys are all lovely, and that's all that matters, you know.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
Anytime you want to talk, anytime you want a little bit of contrarianism, I'll be there.
Awesome.
Love.
Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna end
Love
the
you guys.
stream now. Thank you
Make
so
love.
Good night,
much.
everyone.
End the stream. End the stream.
Praise God. Praise God.
Okay, bye.